The apocalypse destroyed the world. Monsters everywhere, cities gone, but one guy awakened the weirdest ability possible. His apartment became his fortress. Inside these walls he can build, expand, summon resources, turning one random building into the safest place left on Earth. There's just one catch. He literally can't leave the house. While others fight outside, he's upgrading the lobby. All that is to make sure his family has somewhere safe to return to. Let's go. One day, the world came to an end. Houses were ablaze with bright, spreading fires under a smoke-blackened sky. The pandemic that journalists had warned about on the news had arrived. A huge number of people were already infected daily. War and an economic crisis with famine also began. Many people cried out and protested against the existing authorities. Ominous signs appeared. But it wasn't humanity that hammered the final nail in the coffin. Those who brought humanity to ruin were fantasy-like creatures. Enormous monsters that appeared in the world and began to destroy people. What happened after their appearance is fairly easy to predict. Many people were crammed into basements and survived as best they could, lighting fires. Just like in novels, superhumans with incredible abilities appeared. System windows appeared before these people, assisting them. However, there was one thing that distinguished reality from books. The superhumans weren't strong enough to stop this apocalypse. 3 days later, as devastation descended on the city, the protagonist grabbed a bag of chips and muttered, "Yeah, the world hasn't fallen apart yet, so he's living more or less normally for now." He sat at home, quietly drinking soda and chips. Suddenly, he realized he was completely alone. He was the only one living in a 100-square-meter apartment. His mother, father, and grandparents were all outside. His father bought the place with a 200 million won loan, and another 200 million came from the family's shared budget. The reason he lives here alone, despite being born with a certain amount of illness, is because someone has to live here for 2 years before they can get a tax refund. That's why he lives here and was locked in after the apocalypse began. He grabbed his phone and looked at the screen. He received a notification that his internet connection was unstable. He should check it and try again. He took a deep breath and tried to catch his breath when he suddenly heard someone growling. He looked around and glanced questioningly out the window. A sinister monster with enormous wings flew past, a second later, appearing near his balcony and attempting to break into his apartment. This creature had incredibly large fangs and several long tongues, and Jaehyun screamed, "What is this horror?" He tried to cover himself with his hands, and suddenly the monster growled so loudly that Jaehyun screamed even louder in fear. When he suddenly froze, a system window appeared in front of him, informing him that an unauthorized person was attempting to enter. This is reclusion, passive registration level 1. No one can enter his home without permission. Jaehyun clutched his chest and tried to catch his breath from the fright he had just experienced. When he rose to his feet, he realized precisely that the reason he was still alive was this ability. He ran to the exit and tried to unlock the doors, but nothing worked, and he screamed that this was serious. A moment later, no sound came, and he kicked the door. 3 days after the world met its end, thanks to this idiotic ability protecting him, he was literally locked in his own house. When evening fell, he sat alone, staring at the floor. The system kept repeating that a recluse couldn't leave his home. He chuckled at this expression and cursed, then clutched his head and said with frustration that there was nothing he could do. When he looked around his room, he realized the problem was food. He had very few prepared foods left, and the refrigerator had been without power since yesterday. He had managed to survive thanks to the ready-made meals in the containers in his fridge, but that wouldn't last long. He had a few packs of instant noodles left. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound and noticed the system window, which informed him that he had killed a level 23 Calican and gained an incredible amount of experience, increasing his skill level. His mouth dropped open in shock, and he walked to the window, looking down. That enormous monster that had just recently been knocking on his window had been captured by other terrifying creatures. He gritted his teeth in anger, and realized the system had counted him as the one who killed the creature because it had flown into his house. He'd gained a new skill. A nearby reward matched the conditions, and his reward was being calculated. A moment later, his eyes widened in shock when he heard an even more terrifying sound. The monsters began to roar loudly and make noise beneath his window. Jaehyun couldn't understand why they were behaving this way. The monsters didn't stop, continuing to climb over the destroyed body of the Calican. The system reported that the reward calculations had been completed, and 2,203,234 won had been credited to the recluse's wallet. Jaehyun asked again, "What is this system talking about?" Suddenly, a bright beam of light appeared from the ceiling behind him. He turned around in fear and was surprised to see the electricity working. The system reported that he had reached level 3 of his seclusion, and he now had passive level 1 convenience storage. To maintain his convenience, half of the house's functions had been restored. The recluse's wallet is at the maximum level. The balance is 2,203,204 won. Jaehyun realized that the house's functions had been restored and was overjoyed, clenching his fist. Hope filled him, and he suddenly ran to the refrigerator to open it. When he looked inside, he smiled and later ran to check if he had water, if the electric stove was working, and if everything had been fixed. Jaehyun joyfully began shouting that everything was working as it should, that everything had returned to the state it was in before the world fell. He fell to his knees, hopeful, and wondered if the internet had finally started working again. When he checked his phone, the icon showed an unstable internet connection. Jaehyun clutched his head in frustration and realized there was still no internet. Suddenly, he realized something and looked closely at the flash drive lying on the floor. When he plugged it into his laptop, he saw old photos of his mother with him as a child. Later, he gradually grew and became stronger with his parents. He was happy with his family, celebrated birthdays, and when he saw all these memories on the monitor, he felt sad. He caught his breath and realized that he had to bring his family here, and he didn't care how he did it. This thought angered him greatly, and he rose from his chair, declaring that he simply had to do it. Suddenly, he heard a knock, and the system announced that a level 1 shop had appeared in his reclusive skill. He could purchase items from the shop at the original price. Jaehyun asked again, does he have a shop? The system asked him to please add items, showed his balance, and asked if he wanted to add his first item. The option appeared before him. He clicked the shopping cart icon, and the system displayed his wallet level. He realized that this skill was apparently linked to the recluse's wallet, since it showed how much money he had. When he opened the window, the system again reported that the recluse couldn't leave his house. As he expected, it didn't work. Even though his skill level had increased, he still couldn't leave. One thing was certain: if he killed monsters, his level would increase, and he'd gain a new skill. If he leveled up, maybe he'd gain a skill that would allow him to leave. But how could he kill monsters in this situation? What had happened recently was unlikely to happen again. Suddenly he stopped, watching one of the creatures crawling under his window, and thought about killing goblins. After a while, he grabbed a bottle of water and swung it straight at the window. When the bottle flew out, he watched in joy and exclaimed, "Great, it works!" He could throw objects out of the house. In that case, he'll try using the dumbbell he's already picked up. As he approached the balcony, he noticed something amiss. More goblins were nearby, shouting loudly and chatting among themselves. These terrifying-looking creatures began to crawl further down the street. The protagonist shouted at them to wait and not leave. He tried to swing with all his might, but suddenly threw the dumbbell, begging it to hit the goblins. The dumbbell landed on one of the creatures, and blood splashed. The surrounding goblins looked at each other, confused. Jaehyun realized he was in a terrible situation, and beads of sweat began to stream down his face in terror. He only had one dumbbell left, which he turned to look at. What should he do? There was hardly anything else in the house he could use to kill them. He wasn't strong enough to throw computers or televisions at them. Suddenly, he heard a goblin scream right behind him, and they began turning and looking for him. One of the creatures pointed directly at his window and muttered something to its fellows. Jaehyun's mouth dropped open in shock when he heard their screams. They began demanding something of him and immediately ran toward his house. He realized that he couldn't see everything that badly, and from this distance, he had a chance of hitting them. He remembered the system and decided to open a store. The system prompted him to add an item, and he clicked the button. He then picked up a dumbbell, and the system asked again, "Do you want to add this item?" He confidently answered yes, and the system added a classic sliding dumbbell weighing 3 kilograms. It cost 16,991. He realized that this item was the same price he paid for it online. Apparently, the prices here were the same as they were before the collapse of the world. He could buy a few more of these, which pleased him greatly. Suddenly, a bright light began emitting from the system. The protagonist noticed it, and the dumbbells appeared right under his feet. He joyfully shouted that it worked. They were the exact weight he needed. A moment later, he began throwing dumbbells again at the approaching goblins, slicing their heads open until they bled. The system reported that he had killed a level 7 goblin, gained experience in 3,345 won, had been credited to his recluse wallet. He was overjoyed that he had managed to bring his idea to fruition, and watched as the surrounding goblins stared at the newly slain monster. They grew even more enraged when they suddenly looked up and saw the dumbbell flying toward them again. When they realized the danger these things posed, they began to scatter. Jaehyun cursed in anger, and the system reported that he had purchased 3 sets of classic non-slip dumbbells. Several of the same murder weapons appeared in his hands again, and he continued tossing them off the balcony, eliminating goblins one after another. The system awarded him new coins for killing goblins and increased his skill level. Jaehyun was delighted by this and shouted that this was simply excellent. The system reported a level 1 warehouse, a space in an alternate reality used for storing items. Jaehyun realized that the warehouse was what he needed, so he decided to open it. He gripped the dumbbells even more firmly, and the system asked if he wanted to move them to the warehouse. He confidently answered yes, and the system took the dumbbells. After that, the system asked if he wanted to summon the item. His eyes lit up with joy, and he said yes, and received the dumbbells back in his hands. He liked this system and shouted that this was simply excellent, because he could summon items from the warehouse whenever he needed them. In this case, he had a new plan. All his apartments lit up with a bright blue light that was visible from afar. He continued opening the warehouse and reached into the system to summon dumbbells. There were too many in his system, so he continued his assault, throwing out one dumbbell after another to destroy the remaining goblins. One of them screamed in fear and was dead a moment later. In this way, he destroyed numerous monsters and gained a large amount of experience. More and more coins were added to his wallet. He was asked to add items, and he confidently replied that he wanted them. He added items after the store opened. Now the recluse's store stocked classic sliding dumbbells, ramen, drinking water, rice, eggs, milk, nori sheets and olive oil, packaging, butter, ketchup, and its balance amounted to several million won. He sold back the dumbbells left over from killing the goblins, as well as all kinds of food and everyday items. Suddenly, he noticed the system reporting his wallet at maximum level, and wondered what was that? Had he really just lost 1 won? Is maintaining comfort worth anything? He noticed the refrigerator and thought about the electricity, gas, and water. All of it was clearly due to the refrigerator, and that was the problem. He grew angry at the goblin monsters and realized that after he killed them by throwing the dumbbells, they fled and abandoned their nest. He had only managed to kill 2 since then. Was it bad if there were other creatures he could hunt? He saw the remaining skeleton of that huge monster and realized it was clearly not the only one. He had to find another way. A long time passed, and he took a deep breath. Clutching his head and looking into the distance, he muttered that if it had just flown by, everything would be fine. Suddenly, he looked into the distance and noticed the newly arrived Calicon. He saw the terrifying monster with the huge mouth arrive again and muttered, "Has it really arrived? God hasn't left him alone." He immediately ran for the portable ladder, tied the mirror to it with ropes, and pulled it out of the balcony. A bright flash of light emanated from the mirror, blinding the creature. Calican began to roar loudly and suddenly began to fall to the ground. As it fell, it continued to make terrifying sounds, and the protagonist was glad that everything had worked. Suddenly, Calican changed direction and approached his window. At this rate, everything would be done. He would definitely rise to the next level if he killed this monster. Suddenly, an even more enormous creature appeared before him, and he was stunned by what he saw. A strong wind began to blow into his room, causing him to try to shield himself with his hands and cry out. But when he tried to open his eyes to see what was happening, he didn't understand what it was, because the monster immediately disappeared. He heard a loud crack and realized the creature had dug its claws into the building, and he asked again, "That can't be right." It was the same Calican, its sharp tongue approaching his face. He was stunned by the horror he'd experienced, and the monster began trying to force its way into the apartment with its sharp beak. The system reported that an unregistered entity was trying to get in, and the protagonist watched in anticipation. He hoped the glass would hold, but suddenly he decided to open the store, realizing he had to do something. The system reported what he had, and from what he'd learned, a reward was only awarded if a corpse was nearby. His goblin hunts weren't always successful. Some survivors dragged away the corpses of their dead brethren, and those corpses didn't count toward the reward. In other words, if the distance exceeded a certain limit, no rewards were calculated. He couldn't allow that to happen. Suddenly, he heard even more terrifying screams and wondered if there was a way to kill this creature in one blow. He noticed a 900 milliliter bottle of oil on his list and realized it could help. He decided to buy 10 bottles of it, and the system asked if he confirmed this purchase. He confidently answered yes, after which numerous bottles of oil appeared under his feet. He grabbed all the bottles, placed the pan on the stove, poured the oil in, and began heating it. Then he grabbed a shelf, wrapped a rag around it with tape, dipped it in the boiling oil, and decided to open the store. The system asked if he wanted to add an item. He confidently answered yes, after which he poured the boiling oil in, and the system reported that it had been added. He ran to the lighter, grabbed it, and decided to set fire to the rag with the boiling oil. A moment later, it burst into flames right in his apartment, forcing him to back away. He approached the window, wanting to destroy the enemy with fire, paused, and then shouted a summoning call for boiling oil. At that moment, the system appeared directly above the monster and poured boiling oil on it. The monster began to roar loudly in pain, and the protagonist added fire to destroy the Calican. The monster roared loudly in pain and began to blaze. Jaehyun smiled and realized it had worked, then watched intently as the monster began to burn and fall to the ground. A moment later, it landed and continued screaming, but soon fell silent. The system reported that he had killed a level 27 Calican and received a huge amount of experience. His skill level had increased, and he had acquired a new skill. The system reported that the conditions for receiving the reward had been met, and the reward calculation was in progress. The reward calculation was also completed, and he had received 9,347,487 won in his recluse wallet. He asked again, did he really get 9 million for this? Even almost 10? The system reported that the conditions had been met and the house's territory was expanding. He exclaimed, "What's going on?" And suddenly an earthquake erupted beneath his feet. He didn't understand what this was all about. Suddenly, looking around, he froze, completely frightened, and began coughing violently. When his house was changed, he noticed there were more people there thanks to the new feature. Was there really someone else in this house? A family of 4 was sitting at a table in another apartment, playing board games. He clutched his head, not understanding what was happening. Were there really people there? He opened his eyes in fear and cleared his throat. A second ago, he saw it all before his face, and the system reported that among these people was a man, Choi Hae-jin, a husband, about 40 years old. Also, Hae-won, also about 40 years old, and his wife. And his 2 daughters, Nayeon and Seoyeon, ages 6 and 3. The system reported that it had found beings that met the requirements, and they could become its citizens. Does he want to grant them citizenship? The protagonist abruptly ran to the system window and asked what would happen if he didn't grant them citizenship. The system reported that beings that didn't receive citizenship would be expelled from the house. Is he sure he didn't want to grant them citizenship? He was stunned, thinking that if he didn't grant them citizenship, they would all die because of the monsters. That's why he decided to grant them 4 citizenships, and the system told him they would get it. Jaehyun thought that was great. He should have gotten other citizenship-related skills he just unlocked, and he needed to check them out. Seclusion, absolute sight, level 1. Nothing could escape his gaze in the house. Did he have anything related to citizenship? Residence permit, level 1. No one could enter his house without permission. Jaehyun realized why that was necessary, and the current population was 4 out of 600. He asked again, 600 possible people? But wasn't that too many? Suddenly, he decided to check Hyungyun's level. It was level 9. Trust 24. No ability awakenings, experience distribution 0%, and money distribution 0%. He could give him a quest or banish him. Jaehyun pondered the distribution of experience and money. He understood that part of their experience and money goes to him. He could get as much as he wanted, and with this, he could become stronger. This thought brought him joy, and he decided to issue a quest. The system reported the quest description, time limit, reward, and penalty for failure. He was stunned and realized he could customize the quest in this case. The system reported the quest description as killing a goblin, a time limit of 168 hours, a small reward of experience, and no penalty for failure. Did he want to issue this quest? Jaehyun considered the fact that there was a basic reward. How far could he go with the penalty for failure? He could change the penalty for failure to death. And the system asked again, do you want to issue this quest? He looked down and canceled the request, after which he became disappointed and realized that if he wanted, he could kill a resident whenever he wanted. This is his ability. What should he do now? He used his absolute gaze and realized that he could see right through everything. He could also see this very family at the table. Haiwan approached her husband and asked what they should do now. He couldn't answer her and kept asking, what else? He had to find water. He wanted her to stay here with the children. Haiwan screamed that he couldn't do that because it was too dangerous. Hyungyun said that he knew, but they had no other choice. Haiwan asked again, but where would he even find water? Hyungyun replied that he wanted to try to get to the grocery store, which was quite large, and get whatever was left. Hyeon didn't respond to this, and suddenly Soyeon said that she was very thirsty. Her sister sat nearby and remained silent. Hyeon addressed Soyeon by name, when suddenly Hyungyun asked, does she believe in him? He would definitely return with something, so they should wait for him. Hyeon was very upset and scared. The protagonist canceled the absolute view, and realized the situation was worse than he thought. He decided to open a shop and add an item. It would be nice if he could add more items to the shop, so he decided to open the skill window. The system reported that his shop was level 1, and he could buy items that had been added at their original prices. He also had the convenience preservation skill. To preserve his convenience, half of the house's functions had been restored, and the warehouse, a space in an alternate reality where he could store items. He was delighted and realized he could increase the level of the recluse shop and shouted, yes. A moment later, the system lit up and announced that he had a level 2 recluse shop. The number of gold coins for adding items was 20, and a 10% discount was applied to all items. He realized this was quite good, and he still had 2 points left. He should invest them in the shop and convenience preservation. From now on, the number of residents should only increase. The system reported that the recluse shop was now level 3. The number of slots for adding items was 40, and it now had the item return function. The feature that allows you to return old items and issue new ones was simply wonderful. It was worth it. So with a smile on his face, he decided to reopen the store. The system informed him that he could buy the items that had been added at their original prices, and Jaehyun mentioned that he was buying drinking water and tangerines. Now he wanted to upgrade his amenities. The system asked again, do you really want to upgrade the level of Recluse's amenities? He confidently answered, yes, because if he could restore the neighbor's electricity and water supply, he could ask for it later. The system informed him that Recluse's amenities had been upgraded to level 2, and he could now register vassals. Jaehyun asked, confused, vassals? What does that mean? After a while, Hyungyun set off and turned to look at his family. Haiwan hugged her daughters, but Hyungyun confidently declared that he would return and that she should protect the house while he was gone. Nayeon approached him and asked, is he really going outside? He replied, yes, he'll go and find some food and water there. They should listen to their mother until he returns. One of the daughters began to cry loudly and scream because there were monsters outside. She was terribly afraid for her father, and suddenly, memories of how she and Soyeon had recently been sitting on the playground playing in the sand appeared before her. They heard the loud screams of goblins that appeared right in front of their faces and were dumbfounded with fear. A moment later, they decided to run home, and Hyungyun grabbed his daughters along with Haiwan to protect them. Hyungyun didn't answer them, and the girls continued to cry loudly. Haiwan asked them to stop crying because everything was fine. Hyungyun looked down and realized that this might be the last time he saw them, which made him almost burst into tears. He approached the door and heard a loud sound. The whole family was terrified, and Hyungyun looked at the door in bewilderment, as it began making strange sounds again. Suddenly, they heard a voice asking to open the door. Hyungyun gritted his teeth in fear and asked again, "Is it a person?" No, it was most likely a monster, and it was too dangerous for them to open it. However, he continued asking, "Is anyone here?" Hyungyun hesitated and stood silently by the door, waiting. They all looked towards the door, and suddenly there was a long silence. Hyungyun wondered if he had left. He hoped so, when suddenly the door swung open and he saw a bright flash of light and hugged his family protectively. Haiwon and his daughters began screaming loudly. Hyungyun wrapped his arms around them and yelled at the monster not to hurt the children and his wife. Jaehyun entered the room and apologized. Hyungyun looked at him in bewilderment and was dumbfounded. Jaehyun brought a bag of groceries, and Hyungyun asked again who he was. He said his name was Kim Jae-hoon, and he was their neighbor. He has some water and a tangerine. Could they talk for a while after they've eaten and drunk? Hyungyun realized what was happening with a startled expression, and hope appeared in his eyes. Haiwon and his daughters also looked at their neighbor with fear, and Hyungyun realized he had no reason to refuse, since this man could help them. He smiled and asked him to come in. The girls were waiting for the treats, and Hyungyun wondered if he'd scared them too much. Looking around, he realized it was very dark because of the special curtains, which was quite clever. Thanks to them, they'd been able to hide from the monsters. Now he needed to figure out how to fix the light. He looked at the light bulb and commanded the system to turn it on. Suddenly the power came back on, and Hyungyun asked again, "How?" Jaehyun explained that he should first give his children some water. Hyungyun thanked him for his help and turned to the girls, handing them bottles of water. They started drinking quickly. When Soyeon suddenly started coughing, Haiwon asked if she was okay. The protagonist was dumbfounded by what he saw and asked again, "Do they like tangerines?" The girls looked at him in confusion, and he asked if they could hold it in their hands. Soyeon thanked him for the tangerine, and Haiwon asked him to peel it for her. After she peeled it, she began feeding her children, when suddenly the girl exclaimed with delight. She was incredibly happy to have something to eat. Haiwon asked again, "Is it tasty?" The girl answered confidently, "Yes." After which, Nayeon also asked for a tangerine. When she ate the slice, she was also delighted, and the system reported that all neighbors had increased their trust in him. Soyeon's trust reached 50. Loyalty was unlocked. Loyalty was 30. She had reached the vassal status requirements. At this point, the protagonist could either give her a quest or exile her. He was stunned, examining the system window carefully and remembering that she fully met the vassal requirements. But she was too small, and this upset him. He can only appoint 10 vassals and needs Hyungyun to be at least level 10 for them to complete his quests. Hyungyun's trust level has increased by 31, and he needs to win his favor as much as possible. At this point, Hyungyun turned to him and asked him to listen. He thanked him and said he didn't know how he could repay him. Jaehyun suggested they discuss this matter in the hallway. Hyungyun was stunned by this and replied, "Okay." When they stepped out into the hallway, a conversation began. Jaehyun asked if they had received citizenship. He answered yes, and opening the system, he said that his entire family had received this notification 30 minutes ago. Jaehyun wondered if anything unusual had happened to them. He replied that they had been unable to move for a while. Jaehyun realized they were frozen until they received citizenship, and addressing him by name, said he could help him get back the life he had before. Frightened, Hyungyun asked again, what did he mean? Jaehyun replied that he could definitely do it and keep the monster from invading his home. Hyungyun asked again, how was that possible? The protagonist replied that it was indeed possible, and Hyungyun looked down hopefully and said he knew it wouldn't be free. What would he have to do for it? Jaehyun asked again. He might die, but he still wanted to try. Hyungyun was frightened, and after a moment of silence, replied that he was ready. Even without his convincing, he was going to go out on the streets. He had already put his life on the line for his family. Jaehyun smiled after hearing this and said he saw a golf club. How much did it cost? Hyungyun looked at him in confusion and asked again, what? He guessed it cost around 400,000 or 500,000 won. Jaehyun realized it was too expensive to add to the store and needed to save it for later. Hyungyun asked again why he just asked the price. He replied that it wasn't that important. Besides, did he remember the day the monsters appeared? He replied yes, it was a weekend. He was genuinely scared when they started approaching. The protagonist said he thought those who stayed home that day survived. Goblins aren't that strong alone. Their level is lower than that of the average adult male. Goblins' true weapon is that they always travel in groups. Humans are similar in this regard. First, he needs to grow his army. At that moment, he turned to Hyungyun and said that from now on, he wanted him to search for survivors with him. He placed his hand on his chest and waited for his neighbor's response. After a while, the sky darkened, and the system reported that Hyungyun's trust had increased. Jaehyun realized it had increased again, and the system had once again redirected him to citizen management. The current population was still at 4. He'd be able to meet his family while he was still hosting, right? Suddenly, he heard someone scream and jumped up. It was the goblin's cries, causing him to run to the balcony and look down. This scared him a lot, and he saw many people who started fighting the monsters. He'd have a hard time helping them. The goblins roared loudly, and the people decided to fight them as best they could. They threw stones at their heads to somehow repel the attacks. The monsters fell, and blood spilled. Jaehyun, the the pillar of Ninchik, asked again, "What's going on?" These people were quite brave and agile. They easily destroyed these goblins, as if they were used to it. The man approached the monster with a club, swung it, and leaped high, destroying the creatures with a single swing. The monsters scattered in fear. When the humans managed to repel the goblins' attacks, one of the girls turned her attention to the side and pointed her bow in the direction of the sound, when she suddenly noticed something glowing on the ground. The protagonist was waving at them from the balcony, delighted. The girl's mouth dropped open in shock, and she watched as Jaehyun furiously shouted at them and Haiwon with his hands. He realized Hunyin was already approaching and let him in. He asked him to come in, and Hunyin brought him a box and thanked him for his permission. Suddenly, a system window appeared before him, and he froze. The protagonist saw that the system had reported that the unworthy could not enter the house. Hunyin asked fearfully, "What do you mean, unworthy?" Jaehyun thought about it too, and asked again, "Is it really true that no one can enter his house, or can only those appointed as his vassals?" Hunyin stood there, perplexed, muttering that he carried everything that could be used as a weapon. Jaehyun thanked him for this, then opened the box and saw a toolbox inside. He decided to open the store, pulled out 5 bottles of water and 5 packs of instant noodles. Hunyin was dumbfounded by what he saw, and a moment later, the protagonist handed him a box of food and asked if he could go down to the first floor and place the box at the entrance. Hunyin asked again, "The first floor? Isn't that dangerous?" He replied that everything was fine. After some observation, he could tell that the purchased items were only active during the day, and he had to lure the people outside to his side. They had no choice. Only upon seeing him would they realize he had food, and immediately, these people would begin to worship him. He has a plan, so please let Hunyin take this box downstairs. Hunyin asked again, should he just take the box down to the first floor and come back? He confidently answered, yes. After which, Hunyin said it would be done right away and left. After a brief silence, Jaehyun thanked him. He had to do something for a good guy like Hunyin, so he opened the quest window and decided that this would be his task. The time limit was 24 hours. The reward was a small amount of experience, and there was no penalty for failure. Suddenly, Hunyin saw it in the system window and asked again, "What is this?" Jaehyun explained that if he completed the quest, he could get something, like some experience. Hunyin asked again, "Is this like leveling up in games?" Jaehyun replied that it was. He looked at his stats, and he was already level 9. When he leveled up, he would also be able to get good rewards, and he was counting on it. Hunyin frowned and confidently answered, "Okay." He understood everything. After this conversation, he began to walk towards the exit. He descended gradually, doing so with extreme caution, even though the floor was very high, but he managed to reach the first floor and exit the building. He was very tired and, scratching his forehead, said that he would just put the box down there when he suddenly froze and looked ahead. There was a group of people there, but he imagined them as huge monsters that would immediately surround him, and he began screaming in fear. He knew he had to run, but suddenly, he tripped and fell to the ground. The box of food broke apart, scattering dust across the road, and his whole body shook with stress. When he rose, he screamed at himself that he needed to move and turned around, looking ahead in fear. Tears appeared in his eyes, and he tried to protect himself with his hands. People turned to him, and he looked ahead questioningly. The guy asked if he was okay. A whole group of guys surrounded him, looking at him in bewilderment. The system reported that this being had the right to enter, and they were trying to do so. Jaehyun wondered what was going on, but who could it be? He wanted to take a look and use his special vision. The system reported that he'd opened his absolute sight, and he saw the same group of people, including Hunyin. They were chatting and asking questions like, "Did that guy from this house bring food? They should check in. They're already running low on rations." At that moment, Jaehyun realized they were the same people, and the system reported that creatures who met the criteria for becoming citizens had appeared. Did he want to offer them citizenship? He replied that for now, it was just an offer. By expanding his territory, he could unilaterally grant citizenship to all his comrades. But do those who came from outside have a choice? In that case, they might reject his offers. He gritted his teeth in anger and grabbed his head, wondering what he should do now. When he looked away, he heard the intercom and paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled and decided to see what would happen. When he opened the intercom, Hunyin appeared on the video camera and asked again, "Is he here?" Jaehyun answered yes, and the system reported that Hunyin was in the middle of a quest. Did he want to change the quest? Jaehyun answered yes, and then asked to make changes. He asked to feed 6 guests, and the quest was updated. Hunyin asked again, "What is that?" He replied that it was a new quest and asked to tell them that he would feed them inside, because he had something in mind. Hunyin replied, "Okay," and a moment later they entered his apartment. Hunyin announced that they had finally agreed to eat, and the protagonist said that it was excellent, and he wanted to offer 6 citizenships to these people. The system reported that he had offered citizenship to each of the guys. They were all allowed access to the 30th floor. The guys didn't understand what was happening. The system reported that the number of residents had reached 10, and now he would receive an additional 10% of the experience and money earned by his residents. This was bonus experience and money. He would get a great boost if they hunted monsters. He would welcome them with open arms. The system reported that his total population was now 10 citizens. He saw that one of them was level 23, and this guy must be as strong as the Calican he killed. He gained the characteristics of a Ha Dongyun, and the protagonist realized that he was superhuman. In baseball, depending on who throws the ball, the pitcher's throw can be a real weapon, and if you triple this throw, it's perfect for killing monsters. As for his trust, he can gradually increase it. He should set the distribution of experience and money to 70% for each of the 6. The system reported that the setup was complete, and Jaehyun was overjoyed. Now he just had to give them hunting quests, and he could sit back and earn experience and money. It's just like in auto-farming games. Of course, he still had to get to know them better when the time came, because they could be his key to meeting his family. One of the residents increased their trust, and he asked, confused, "What?" Suddenly, the system started showing that all these residents had increased their trust, and he didn't understand what that meant. When Hyunjin asked them to enter the apartment, they thanked him. Haewon, frightened, asked him what was going on. He replied that he would explain everything later, and apologizing, he asked again, "Could she warm up some food?" She asked again, "Right now?" Well, then she'd have to cook. Hyunjin asked her to help him with this. He thought this was all according to Jaehyun's plan. Haewon thought for a moment, then replied, "Okay," and asked the others to wait a bit. The guys bowed to her and thanked her for her kindness. One of the guys looked at Hyunjin thoughtfully and asked again, "What kind of person is this Jaehyun?" He replied that, to be honest, he himself didn't know who he was. The guys asked again, "How come?" He replied that he knew almost nothing about him except that he was his neighbor. The guy thought about it, and Hyunjin said that he was quite an intriguing person. All this thanks to his help. The guy realized that this meant he was superhuman, and he must have an incredible ability to do all this. He must impress him. And it didn't matter how he did it. He was someone powerful enough to provide electricity, food, and water to an entire apartment building. In today's world, this is an incredible ability. He's on another level. Hyunjin said that he would have to wait a little while the food was cooked. Do they want to take a shower? One of the girls was stunned by what she heard and asked again, hopefully. A shower? Could they really wash themselves? He realized that electricity meant most of the amenities were available. Hyunjin smiled and said they had hot water, and the girls were even more stunned. This was also part of Jaehyun's abilities. They had a bathroom in the living room and in the master bedroom, so they could both wash at once, and he would tell them where to go. The girls thanked him for this and said it was incredibly cool. The guys started discussing the situation among themselves, and one of them asked again, "Is he absolutely sure that the guy is superhuman?" The other replied that it seemed so. His ability was much stronger than his. The guy patted him on the shoulder and told him not to lose heart. They just needed to beat him up, good and proper. The guy asked again, what kind of nonsense was he talking about? They were supposed to impress him. The guy asked in surprise, seriously? His friend asked him not to do anything and just stand quietly. The guy laughed and said, okay. After which he said their goal was to get as much food as possible, and he suggested the others not argue with him and make sure of that. Did they understand? The guys agreed with him and smiled. Byung-ho stood there, confused, and the guy approached him, put his hand on his shoulder, and Byung-ho apologized for not listening. The guy apologized and said it was all his fault. Byung-ho replied that he had done nothing wrong, but his friend continued to say that if only he hadn't invited them to his housewarming, everything would have been much better. Byung-ho replied that everything was fine. He came because he wanted to. Now they decided to get some food here and go to his grandmother's house together. Byung-ho thanked them for this, but his look was so sad because he knew it was too late. He imagined the many monsters in front of him and realized that the chances of her still being alive were too small. One of his friends said that it was not far from here and they could get there if they worked as a team. He should be patient a little longer. Byung-ho said he understood everything, but before he could say this, they heard a strange and frightening sound. The door to the apartment opened, and the main character appeared on the other side. The guy wondered what was going on here. He grabbed the tennis ball and realized that they felt it at the same moment. Jaehyun entered the room and announced that he would help them. They assumed that perhaps this was the very person who could pull them out of this situation and the pit of despair. And they stood for a long time, bewildered, looking at Jaehyun as he entered. After a while, they all sat down at the table and waited. Haewon apologized for the cramped space, but the guys said everything was fine, and they had all already arrived without an invitation. Hyungyun arrived with a tray and announced that the food would be on its way soon. He served bowls of rice to everyone at the table, and Haewon sheepishly said she didn't know if they would like her cooking. The table was overflowing with delicious food, leaving the guys in shock. One of the girls shouted that it was incredibly delicious, a true heavenly delight. Haewon said it was all thanks to the ingredients Jaehyun gave them. She simply served rice and tangerines. Her trust increased to 50. The protagonist realized she had reached a higher level of trust before her husband's. After a while, the guys thanked them for the food and were incredibly pleased with the meal. They all ate in silence due to hunger, and the girl remarked that the egg roll was very tasty. It was a sweet roll, like the kind usually served in Japanese restaurants. Hyewon replied that they were right and asked them to eat. Suddenly, Soyeon approached Haewon and said she wanted an egg roll too. Hyewon said she'd make them especially for her after their guests finished eating. Okay? Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, and the other girl turned to her and asked again, would she like to eat the egg roll with her? Soyeon was delighted and immediately ran over to the girl to eat with her. The girl began feeding her, and they got along well. Haewon felt ashamed, as her daughter shouldn't behave like that, but the people around her ignored her, and Jaehyun turned to them and asked them to sit down and eat with them, as there was enough food for everyone. Haiwan and Hungyeon said okay, and then asked again, then would they have dinner together? Jaehyun was stunned by what he heard, and realized that food hadn't been this enjoyable for him in a long time. He remembered that his mother usually made this kind of food in containers, and he hoped everything would be fine with them. After some time, the guys finished the food from the table, and Soyeon announced she wanted to sleep. Haiwan picked Soyeon up and said, okay, they're going to bed. Nayeon followed them, and Jaehyun suggested continuing their conversation. He turned to Byungho and asked why he couldn't go to his grandmother's house if it was nearby. They told him it was because of the goblins, and Jaehyun asked again, goblins? Apparently they're using the complex's underground parking lot as their camp. There are a lot of them there now. Jaehyun wondered about the underground parking lot, and the guys said they estimated the number of goblins there exceeded several thousand. Jaehyun realized that the recluse skill only affected his 30 floors, so the goblins had easily entered the building through the underground entrance. Jaehyun mentioned that they'd seen all the building's entrances connected through this one, but they hadn't dared to go there. Jaehyun remarked that he remembered there were side entrances. He confirmed that their original plan was to sneak through them, but there was a monster there that looked much more dangerous than the goblins. Jaehyun was stunned and asked, a monster more dangerous than the goblins? Jaehyun explained that the monster resembled a bear, and a memory flashed back to him. The only reason they were able to escape was because a group of goblins had attacked it. Jaehyun considered the bear, and the man remarked that they weren't entirely sure. It was very dark in there. The protagonist suggested that they probably couldn't avoid them forever, which the man confirmed, but they had a limit. Jaehyun asked again, what's the limit? The guys said their weapons were a bow and a tennis ball, but they were already running low. He suggested he could relieve them of this problem. Could he look at their weapons? The guys gave him everything they had, and the system asked, do you want to add this item? He answered, yes, after which the system informed him that he needed to pay 1.5 million won to add a good quality classic bow. Does he want to add this item? He confidently answered, yes, after which he asked if they all knew how to shoot a bow. The people around him glanced at each other in confusion and remained silent. And then, the protagonist announced that he was buying 5 sets of bows and arrows. Even if some of them didn't know how, they should use this chance to practice. From now on, everything belonged to them. The system reported that each of the guys' trust had increased, which greatly surprised him. This was simply incredible for Byungho, because if they cooperated with him, they could find his grandmother. His trust had also grown incredibly. One of the guys mentioned that the hunting speed would increase dramatically. If he could create items, they wouldn't have to risk themselves to retrieve the arrows. Jaehyun mentioned one thing. Before they could continue, they needed to significantly reduce the goblins' numbers. The guy replied that was true. So when would they start hunting them? Jaehyun announced the hunt would be tomorrow, and the guys asked in surprise. Tomorrow? He replied, yes, the sooner the better. The guy agreed, and Jaehyun declared that they would definitely save Byungho's grandmother. Byungho's mouth dropped open in shock, and he became overjoyed, causing his friend to ask, how are they even going to do that? Jaehyun confidently replied that they were using a special strategy. The surrounding guys looked at him in bewilderment and began to wonder if maybe it wasn't so far-fetched after all. The main thing was for this plan to work. The system reported that one citizen had completed the task, and the cost was 30,000 won. Jaehyun realized this meant he'd spent money on it. So, only with money would he be able to raise citizens' levels. But since there was no pressing need right now, there was no need to do so for now. The system reported that one citizen's trust had reached 50. And loyalty had been unlocked. The conditions for registering as a vassal had been met. He whispered that the vassal would now be registered, and Hyunyeon suddenly froze and asked, what flashed just now? The system reported that he'd registered his first vassal. He could summon a vassal to his home territory, and after using it, he could summon them again after 2 hours. The system reported that this was his first servant, with trust 51, loyalty 62, and the awakened ability of gorilla strength. He was level 20. Gorilla strength means the wielder gains power equal to that of a gorilla. Experience and money gained from killing monsters are doubled, and the absolute eyes skill can be used within a 5-meter radius of the house. Jaehyun asked, what's that button? The system asked if he wanted to spend 1 million won to level up a citizen. He realized it cost 1 million. The girl asked, what's wrong? He replied that nothing had happened, and it would be better for them to tell him how they felt. Hungyeon said he was overwhelmed with energy. Did he do that too? He replied that everything was correct, and Hyunyeon said he felt like he'd aged 10 years. His entire body glowed with a bright magical power, and Jaehyun smiled, then announced that this time, he would be participating in the operation. He handed him the weapon, and Hyunyeon asked, what? Jaehyun replied that citizens receive a bonus of 10% additional experience. Due to the double effect of citizens, he would be able to gain even more experience. He should definitely try to kill as many monsters as possible. And Hungyeon responded fearfully, okay, after which Jaehyun said he believed in them. After a while, The guys headed to the first floor with weapons. One of the guys turned to Donghyun and asked if they really had to check the first floor. He'd seen all the windows broken before, but he didn't mention the condition of the floor at all. He replied that they needed to check it anyway. Didn't he hear what Jaehyun said? They came here as a rescue team? This is the first building their overlord assigned them. All survivors in this apartment building need to be sent to floor 30. Their task in this operation is to attract and kill as many goblins inside the building as possible. They also need to find at least one surviving human. Did everyone understand that? The guys didn't answer, and one of them, holding a bat and mockingly said that he understood everything. Donghyun said that in that case, they'd start with apartment 101. They didn't know where they might run into a goblin, so everyone should be on guard. All the apartment signs were covered in blood, as were the entire entrance halls. They were all broken and cracked. Suddenly, the guys stopped in fear and heard a terrible screech and smelled an incredibly foul smell. They found themselves in a room with corpses. There were many people lying there covered in blood, and they decided they should leave. Deoksu gripped the bat even tighter when he looked at the shards of glass, and Donghyun clutched his head and cursed that no one had a chance on the first floor. They should quickly go up to the second floor. When they arrived on the next floor, they saw an equally huge number of corpses, and no one survived. They were dumbfounded by what they saw and decided to go up to the next floor. When they arrived on the third floor, they walked through the corridors, expecting horror. Donghyun started knocking on apartment doors, asking if anyone was there. All the guys tried to find anyone alive and kept knocking on different doors. Unfortunately, no one was successful, and they were sad that they couldn't find anyone alive even on the third floor, so they decided to go up. They continued knocking on all the apartments, and Donghyun shouted, "Is anyone there?" They were the rescue team. Suddenly, one of the doors opened, and a man asked, "Are they really from the rescue team?" Donghyun was delighted and said yes. The man asked again, "Then can they give him some water?" His throat was very dry. The guys took out bottles of water and handed them to him. The man opened the door a little further and asked in confusion, "Are they really giving this to him? Are they really the rescue team?" He explained that they actually lived there, but it was also true that they had come to rescue him. They didn't know of a safer place, so they asked him to come with them. Hope appeared in the man's eyes, but he abruptly closed the door in their faces. A moment later, he came out with a crutch, and behind him were a girl and a boy. The man said he couldn't shake his suspicions. His name was Jungsu, and it was very nice to meet him. He extended his hand to Donghyun, who with a smile said the feeling was mutual. After that, Donghyun turned to Hyun and Gyeong and asked them to take them to the 30th floor and then return to them. The girls agreed, when suddenly Jungsu exclaimed, "What? That's the 30th floor? So they're not going to the first floor?" His son yawned and said that now they could live. So what did he say? They finally sent a helicopter for them. At that moment, Gyeong said that wasn't true, but if they went up with them, they could eat hot food and take a shower. Jungsu's daughter began screaming with delight. "Are they lying?" Gyeong replied that she wasn't lying, because there was hot water there. After these words, the guys returned to the next floor, and daughter asked again, why was Jungsu standing there? They should run upstairs immediately. Jungsu said he knew these guys, and the system reported that the number of citizens had reached 40, and the experience and money earned by citizens had increased by 90%. Thus, the number of citizens increased to 40. To start, he placed the children and the elderly in Hyunjin's apartment, and the young people would have to stay in the hallway. Donghyun came to him and said that they were finished. They found 40 people. He asked, "Is that all?" He confirmed it. They checked 29 floors, but apparently not all the residents were in the building initially. The MC praised him for his good work, then closed his eyes and thought that Hyunjin's apartment was almost full, but that should be enough. He used the skill Absolute Eyes to check who was doing what. Byung-ho was making barricades. Hyunjin and Gyeon were wiring along with Gyeong and Hyun, and Donghyun and Deoksu were carrying barrels. He deactivated the skill and said that in that case, they would move on to the second stage, hunting goblins. Time passed. Everyone gathered in the hallway, and Donghyun asked them to focus. He would now give a briefing. Their task is to eliminate the goblins hiding underground. First, they'll start at floor mice 1. They'll split into 2 teams, provoke the creatures, and clear them out, then continue the same on floor 2. Jian raised his hand and asked, "What if there are more goblins than they expected? So will they just get stuck on floor 1? Dragging the goblins' bodies would be difficult." Gyeong smiled and told him not to worry. She could handle them all on her own. Dongjun remarked that she was unstoppable now, with so many arrows. Jion was about to say something else, but at that moment, a menacing growl was heard behind them. They turned around and saw several goblins climbing up from the floor below. Gyeong immediately started shooting at them, quickly firing several arrows and killing 2 goblins. While Deoksu pounced on the remaining one with a club, he swung his weapon, hitting the monster in the head, and it was thrown back. The danger was gone. Gion approached Deoksu and asked why they took the bow with them then. He said they didn't need it. He became worried and asked, "Is this really true?" Gyeong noticed something and, surprised, told them to look. Their bodies were disappearing. Their bodies really did start disappearing, leaving no trace behind, and Byung-ho thought that perhaps this was one of Jae-yun's abilities. They decided to go down to the -1st floor, and the guy smiled, as he thought Jae-yun had a solution. Meanwhile, the system informed him that Dongyeon, Hyun, and Gyeong's trust in him had increased. After that, several more system windows appeared, and he noted that the timing was simply perfect. Although he hadn't planned it, he ended up watching them. The system informed him that Byung-ho's trust had increased to 50, loyalty unlocked. Since his loyalty had exceeded 30 points, the conditions for registering as a vassal had been met. He was surprised, since it had only been a few hours. Regardless, everything had turned out well. The more vassals he had, the faster they would develop. He opened Byung-ho's status window. He currently had 55 trust and 88 loyalty points. He was very surprised by this, and thought that this was quite good. This would give him time to register. Meanwhile, they were all fighting on the -1st floor, and suddenly a glow emanated from Byung-ho. He himself was shocked by it, and his comrades were distracted and turned to look at him. A bright light blinded all the goblins around. Then there was a flash, and everything suddenly went dark, causing them to lose their bearings. The goblins panicked and rushed blindly at them, and Dongyeon exclaimed that he had no idea what it was, but they needed to run, and that they should retreat immediately. They immediately broke into a run, while the archers stayed behind to hold off the goblins. Gyeong killed one of them, then focused and began quickly moving from side to side, firing very rapidly. Several goblins immediately fell, and the rest were surprised by her abilities, but continued to pursue them. Byung-ho exclaimed that there were too many of them, and Dongjun said that he never thought they would attract such a crowd of freaks. Deoksu said that it looked like they all came up from the 2nd floor and needed to run to the fire escape. They reached the doors. Jiyeon opened them, and they quickly began to climb the stairs. As soon as everyone was on the landing, Donggun immediately began to close the doors, but a goblin managed to stick his hand through the crack, and he was unable to do so. The other guys rushed to his aid, throwing all their weight against the door, causing the goblin to scream loudly, and then the others began to squeeze through the crack. Because of this, it was now difficult for them to hold them back. Jiyeon told the others to quickly go upstairs, and Hyunjin's voice was heard behind them, ordering them to step aside. He used his ability to gain strength equal to that of a gorilla, and slammed the doors with all his might, finally managing to close them. The guys called out to him worriedly, and he ordered them to leave faster. The goblins on the other side were making every effort to get to the landing, and Hyunjin remained in place, holding them back, which was already becoming difficult for him. He screamed, applying more strength, and thought that he had to cope no matter what. His strength began to slowly fade. Dongyeon called out to him and told him that they were safe, to run to them quickly. Hyunjin immediately let go of the doors and ran toward them, but he took one wrong step and fell, and the goblins opened the doors and pounced on him. Hyunjin ordered them to run without him. Dongyeon hesitated, and Deoksu, without thinking, rushed to the man's aid. He struck a goblin with his club and extended a hand to Hyunjin to help him up, but it was too late. The goblins pounced on him, grabbing his legs, and at that moment a fog appeared before Deoksu's vision, and he stared in shock at the place where Hyunjin had been, but he had disappeared. The goblins targeted him, one of them pounced on him, and as he tried to fight back, an arrow pierced the monster's body, and Dongjin told him to run from there. Deoksu immediately rushed to the stairs. Dongjin called out to him worriedly and took aim, after which he and Gyeong urged the boy to move faster. At this time, a bear was rampaging outside, tearing the goblin's body apart with its teeth. He had already killed many, but he still couldn't get enough. Then he heard some sounds coming from a nearby building. He looked at the light on the top floor and went there. Meanwhile, Hyunjin was teleported into the hallway, and MC said that disaster almost happened. The man adjusted his glasses and looked up at him in surprise, and he extended his hand and thought that he decided to observe the whole situation with his absolute eyes just in case. It's good that he has the skill to summon a vassal. Hyunjin winced in pain. He himself didn't notice how he managed to get wounded in the leg. Seeing this, Jaehyun became worried and asked if he was okay. He answered him that a scratch like that should heal quickly, but judging by the amount of blood in his trembling leg, the scratch was quite serious. MC immediately had the idea to buy medicine, after which he went to his apartment and asked him to wait there for a bit. He opened the first aid kit and, remembering his childhood, thought that in such a situation medicine was necessary. He took out everything in the kit and examined it carefully, thinking that there were only 40 slots. He would have to order more medicines. Then an idea occurred to him. Using the system, he refilled the first aid kit for 77,000 won, then returned to Hyunjin. He placed the first aid kit in front of him and asked him to let him examine his wound. And Hyunjin, lifting his pant leg, said confusedly that he was really fine. First, Jaehyun decided to disinfect everything. He dabbed the wound with cotton wool, causing Hyunjin to hiss in pain, and the system informed the MC that his trust and loyalty towards him had increased. When he finished treating him, the man thanked him, and he, putting everything back in the first aid kit, hoped that everything was okay with the others. He asked him to rest there for a bit and left, citing business. He used his absolute eyes to scan the underground floors and saw them fleeing from the goblins. Gyeong fired at the monsters, hitting one in the head, and Deoksu couldn't help but cry out in fear as the arrow flew right past his face. Jiyeon and Dongyeon took aim, telling him to run, and then began firing at the goblins, while Deoksu ran forward, afraid to take an extra step to the side for fear of getting hit by an arrow. The guys had already managed to erect a barricade at the top, and Deoksu deftly jumped over it, When several goblins rushed after him, Byung-ho swung, then hit 2 monsters with his bow with all his might, knocking them back. After that, he jumped over the barricade and ran down the stairs, striking them, and Donggun, watching this, was greatly surprised. Deoksu asked how long he had been able to hit so well. After confirming they were doing well, MC sighed with relief. He checked Byung-ho's status window. He was now the 2nd servant with the awakened teleportation ability. This allows him to move through space using mental energy, but it can only be used with good visibility. The mental energy expenditure is directly proportional to the number of companions and the distance. Jaehyun smiled and thought he knew registering him as a vassal was the right decision. Meanwhile, they continued to hold off the goblins. Jiyeon prepared an extension cord, and Dongyeon asked the others what was going on with the water tank. Gaeyoung told him that they had everything ready here too, and Donggan told Byung-ho to quickly run here. He ran up the stairs, jumped over the barricade, and hid. Then they all threw the water tank over the barricade, and water poured down from the top of the stairs onto the goblins, knocking them off their feet. Dongyeon gave Jiyeon the signal, and he turned on the extension cord, causing the exposed wires on the stairs to spark, electrocuting all the goblins, and MC immediately began receiving monster kill notifications. He gained a large amount of experience, about 330,000 added to the Ultimate Recluse's wallet. His skills were leveled up, and a new one was mastered. Jaehyun immediately felt something. He clutched his shoulders, writhing in pain, and darkness began to emanate from him. His power enveloped the entire building, reaching the goblins, and the system informed him that hostile creatures had been detected and their destruction had begun. Immediately after, the goblins screamed, huge blisters appeared on their heads, and then they died. The system again informed him of the monster's destruction. Meanwhile, the goblins from the 2nd floor below became inspired and headed for the stairs. Then, behind one of them, he heard heavy breathing. He turned and saw a huge beast towering over him. With a menacing roar, the bear sank its teeth into his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. Everyone else immediately turned at his scream, and what the bear did to him next greatly frightened them. Having dealt with the goblin, the bear pounced on the others. He began to wave his paws, inflicting wounds on them with his huge claws, and he tore others with sharp fangs. At one point, 2 goblins pounced on him from behind, and while he dealt with them, the others surrounded him. The bear waved his paws, throwing 2 monsters off his back, and the rest climbed on him and began to gnaw at him. The bear waved his paws, trying to throw them off, but he was unsuccessful. The goblins pounced on him again. He growled loudly, trying to get away, and if not for Jaehyun, they would have overwhelmed him with numbers. They all instantly lost their heads. Their bodies fell from the bear, and he looked around in surprise, after which the system informed him that he had been granted citizenship. His body immediately began to shrink and bend unnaturally, and from under a thick layer of fur a woman's face appeared. She was this bear. Having lost all her strength, she fell unconscious to the floor, while MC was recovering from a flash of pain. Using his absolute eyes, he looked at this woman and thought, who the hell is this? The system showed him that her name was Oh Yeonju. She was level 33, and her trust in him was 9. She also had the awakened ability of Werebear. While transforming into a beast, all her physical abilities and regeneration reached their maximum. He was very surprised. She was level 33, and even had an A rank ability. Immediately after this, Donggun, Hyren, and Deoksu's trust exceeded 50 points, and loyalty was unlocked. Now he could register them all as vassals. He was very happy about this news, then closed his eyes, thinking about it, and registered Deoksu as a vassal. He had awakened a B rank ability called Steel Knight. He could summon steel armor that protected his entire body and a halberd. Jaehyun touched his chin in confusion, and thought that a vassal's level depended on their awakened ability. Hyungjin, with his C rank ability, was level 20, while Deoksu, with his B rank ability, was level 25. And finally, Byung-ho, with his A rank teleportation ability, and level 30. When he registered them as vassals, their level was determined based on their awakened ability. Was the rank really random? If Byung-ho had achieved rank A thanks to his loyalty, then Hyunjin, with a higher loyalty stat, should have received rank B instead of C. In fact, Deoksu, with a loyalty stat of 31, had received a rank B ability. He needed to find out the conditions under which people received high-ranking abilities. It was an extremely important task. Since he could only register a dozen vassals, it was more profitable for him to acquire people with higher ranks. The problem is, he still doesn't know what exactly will happen if he accepts a person with an awakened ability as his vassal. People with awakened abilities can move freely along stairs, elevators, and hallways. After that, he left his apartment and went to the elevator. He used his absolute eyes to check on Yeonju. She was still unconscious. After that, he turned to Hungjin and said that he would like him to bring the woman from the 2nd floor down here. The elevator doors opened behind him, and Hungjin went to carry out his task. Meanwhile, the guys were collecting wires. Deoksu glanced at the goblin with its head missing and asked, "What the hell is that?" The goblins suddenly exploded like that. Jiyeon agreed with him. It looked like someone had done it. Dongjian frowned suspiciously and thought that if someone had an ability of that level, It was definitely him. He nervously pursed his lips and remembered Hyunjin's words about Jaehyun. He's an outstanding person. They have hot water thanks to his ability. He also has food. He continued collecting wires and thought that these were clearly his abilities, then glanced at Byung-ho. This quiet, withdrawn guy had become a completely different person after meeting Jaehyun. Such changes even frightened him. No matter what abilities he possessed, there was only one conclusion. In this world, to survive, you must at all costs be chosen by it. At this time, Hyunjin went down to the second floor. He quickly ran out of the elevator and ran up to the woman, and the MC meanwhile watched him. Time passed, and one fine day, Yeonju and her son were having fun at the playground. While he was playing with a toy car, he turned to her and called out to her with a smile, after which he began to joyfully wave his hand. At that moment, someone approached him from behind, and her face immediately changed. It was distorted with horror. They were goblins. Seeing that they were about to attack him, she immediately rushed to him, but it was too late. These goblins tore her son to pieces right before her eyes. Yeonju's eyes widened from the nightmare she had been having. Now she was lying on the bed, and Jaehyun was next to her. He said her name, and she looked at him in fear, then got up and clutched her head tiredly. He extended his hand in greeting, but she ignored him and asked, "Did he do that?" He didn't understand what she was talking about, and she said that the goblins' heads had been torn off at once. He awkwardly pulled his hand away and confirmed it, and she became wary, thinking that he had such a powerful ability that so many goblins died in an instant. Maybe someone like him could help her? She clenched her hand into a fist, overwhelmed with emotion, then burst into tears and asked him to save her son. Can he help her, even for one day? The system informed him that her trust had increased greatly, and she continued to cry, saying that she missed her son so much. This sight made him feel uneasy. She had lost her child to goblins. Was there really no way out? He decided to give her a task to catch 1,000 goblins, with no time limit and no penalty for failure. As a reward, he would resurrect her son. He bit his lip nervously and thought, what if he was capable of such a thing? But the system informed him that it was impossible to give this task, but he expected that. Apparently, he didn't have the strength to revive a person, but that was not the case at all. The system said there wasn't enough money to fulfill the reward. He could top up his balance and try again. This shocked him. This meant that he could resurrect a person from the dead, and all he needed was money. Now, looking at the crying woman, he thought that it was hard for him to even imagine how much money would be needed for resurrection. But she had enough hope. He couldn't watch her suffer and said that he could help her. Perhaps there was a way to revive her son. She immediately stopped crying and looked at him in surprise, after which she asked in a trembling voice, could he really resurrect her son? He confirmed this, but it wouldn't work right now. She immediately became despondent, and he said that there was definitely a way. She excitedly looked up at him and said that she agreed to everything. What should she do? He thought that Dongyeon's squad currently had Deoksu and Byung-ho with awakened abilities, and if Yeonju, who was level 33, was added, it would be much easier for them to deal with most monsters. It would be best to make all 7 vassals. He smiled and asked her to get up first. He wanted to introduce her to some people. After that, he brought her to the others. Dongyeon extended his hand to her and said that he was glad to meet her. They told each other their names, and she asked, he fights goblins by throwing baseballs at them, right? The guy was surprised that she knew about this, and Yeonju turned her gaze to Gayoung, saying that this girl was an archer. She was also surprised and asked, does she know them? Yeonju asked, don't they remember her? She was an old acquaintance of theirs, after all. She growled with a smirk, and they stared at her in confusion, not understanding what she was talking about. Then she decided to show them. Her body was covered in fur, and as soon as the features of a bear appeared, Gayoung pointed at her in surprise, remembering her, and exclaimed that this was that animal. Yeonju laughed, saying that she was a bear. She helped them several times, or did they not know? Dongjeon immediately remembered what she was talking about, and said with a smile that the meeting that time was not accidental. She said that the goblin's enemy was her friend, and the MC approached them, saying that he was glad that they knew each other, but he had something to tell them. Tomorrow morning, there would be an operation to save Byung-ho's grandmother. The number of goblins had decreased. They could take advantage of this to save her. Also, Hyunjin would miss the operation due to an injury, so Yeonju would be participating in tomorrow's operation. She said that she would be happy to work together with them, and he said that in that case, they would all see each other tomorrow morning. They agreed, and he called out to Byung-ho and Deoksu, asking the two of them to go out into the hallway with him for a while. After that, he asked if they knew why he had summoned them both. They looked at him in confusion, and Deoksu said that he didn't really understand, and Byung-ho pointed to himself and asked if it had anything to do with their power. He smirked and confirmed it, and this time, the two of them awakened. Byung-ho gained the ability to teleport, and Deoksu a steel knight. He thought that before tomorrow's operation, he needed to know what they were capable of, in which case he should give them a group quest. The quest content: demonstrate awakened powers, time limit, 1 hour. As a reward, he would increase his strength, and failure would result in a punishment, spending the night in the corridor. He gave them the quest, and Deoksu delightedly asked, didn't he say that he awakened just like Dongyeon? He confirmed this and was very happy, asking what kind of ability this was. He answered him that he could summon steel armor and a halberd, and at that moment, something flashed next to him. Byung-ho, who was standing next to him, disappeared somewhere. He looked around the corridor, he was nowhere to be found, and then Byung-ho returned to his original place and exclaimed with delight that he had succeeded. His power would be very useful to him. The system immediately informed Jaehyun that his trust and loyalty had increased, and when the guy thanked him, he said there was no need to thank him. He couldn't go to his grandmother right now, because there was no guarantee he could handle his abilities. Maybe he was just lucky right now. Byung-ho was slightly upset and thought about it, and he said that he thought it would be better for now to figure out the maximum distance he could move, and what the penalty would be for using his abilities. He sadly agreed with him, and at that moment a bright light appeared, and they saw a huge halberd and shining armor. Deoksu, looking at his weapon, exclaimed with delight that it worked. After that, his trust immediately increased, and while he was rejoicing, the MC called out to Byung-ho, and pointing to the window of a neighboring building, asked if he could use teleportation to get there. He walked up to the window and looked thoughtfully at the building, after which he said that he would try. Jaehyun gave him a corresponding task, and Deoksu began to encourage him, saying he could do anything. Byung-ho focused, confidently glanced at the neighboring building, then disappeared and moved into a dark corridor. Approaching the window, he saw Jaehyun and Deoksu in the neighboring building and happily waved to them. The system informed the MC that Byung-ho had successfully completed the task, and he sighed with relief. Byung-ho continued waving, but suddenly he lost consciousness and fell, shocking them both. The MC immediately used the summon and brought him back, after which they laid him on the bed. The MC thought that since he lost consciousness, the movement required a lot of stamina. Deoksu worriedly asked if he would be okay, and he, after checking his status window, replied that fortunately, he would be fine if he got enough rest. It seemed like he wasn't used to his abilities yet. Deoksu let out a sigh of relief and asked him if he happened to exercise. Deoksu was surprised by such an unexpected question. Then he gave him the task of doing 100 push-ups and squats. Deoksu began doing push-ups and squats in his armor, sweat pouring off him, but he didn't stop. After completing the last squat, he exclaimed that this was definitely the end. The system informed Jaehyun that he had completed the task. While Deoksu was trying to catch his breath, he thought that since he was a physical education student, he had incredible stamina. A system notification about the start of the evaluation appeared in front of him. He looked at it in confusion, not understanding what it was, and Deoksu asked, "Can they finish now?" He smiled and told him that he had done a great job and could now rest. Deoksu barely escaped, saying he'd worked hard, and the system informed MC that the task had been successfully completed, his strength having been slightly increased. He immediately noticed changes in his body. He released some energy and wondered, his strength had been increased? He smirked, as if that made a difference. The next day, somewhere in the alleys of Busan, Dongjun turned around and told the others to run. A crowd of monsters was chasing them right now. Deoksu glared at them, then used his skill to stop them, as he was getting fed up with them. He struck a goblin with his halberd and swung it, dispatching several more, but they still didn't give up and attacked. 3 of them managed to slip past Deoksu, and he was about to rush after them, but someone killed them all with a bow. Deoksu immediately stopped, unsure whether to run toward them or stay put, and Byung-ho told him not to worry about the stragglers. Deoksu laughed and turned to the goblins, swinging his halberd, but they stopped, wary of approaching him. After that, they broke into a run, and he shouted after them not to come back. But the goblins didn't know that someone was already waiting for them there. A huge shadow appeared before them. Yeonju growled menacingly, and some of the goblins, realizing what awaited them, burst into tears. They were pinned down by Deoksu and Byung-ho from behind, and Yeonju from the front, leaving them with nowhere to retreat. Dongjun called out to Byung-ho and told him to run to his grandmother immediately. Immediately after, Byung-ho broke into a run and thanked them. Meanwhile, Jaehyun received a notification that Yeonju had completed the task and was being evaluated. The evaluation was complete, and 132,000 won had been credited to the Absolute Recluse's account. Jaehyun was surprised by this. He thought the reward wouldn't be money, but something else. In Deoksu's case, it was a power boost. Does this mean that rewards will be random in the future as well? Perhaps. As the quests become more difficult, the rewards will be greater. The system notified him that Byung-ho had completed the quest. He had completed all available quests to date, and the evaluation was in progress. When the evaluation was complete, he opened the reward with anticipation, and the system congratulated him. He had won the jackpot. Jaehyun was sweating with excitement. He had won skill points. He was surprised by this, and remarked that it was quite impressive. Meanwhile, Byung-ho was on his way to his grandmother's. He teleported to her courtyard and looked around, slightly nervous. After that, he entered the house and ran into his grandmother's room, calling loudly for her, and what he saw scared him. She lay there and didn't respond. He walked up to her and put his hand on her shoulder, calling her name again, and then she let out a loud sigh and covered his hand with hers, asking, "Is it him?" Luckily, she was just sleeping. Byung-ho burst into tears of happiness. Thank God she was alive. He immediately rushed to hug her and apologized to her for walking for too long. While he was hugging his grandmother, he was so grateful to Jaehyun. At that moment, he received a message. Byung-ho's loyalty reached 100. Since he is a vassal, the vassal limit will be increased. He stared at the system window in confusion, then went to the vassal management section and saw that the limit was now 11, not 10. He let out a nervous laugh. Besides this, he can still increase the vassal's levels. He decided to check how much it costs to level up Byungo, and the system informed him that there are not enough funds to level him up. To level up Byungo, 100 million won are needed. Let him top up his balance and try again. The amount was huge, which shocked him. He grabbed his head and apologized to Byungo, saying he would give them tasks every day from now on, but it couldn't be helped. He heard a strange sound, like the elevator had landed on the floor. He decided to check who had arrived and used his absolute sight. A guy and a girl were standing in the hallway outside Hyunjin's apartment. They called the owner of the apartment, and Hyunjin opened the door for them, asking who they were. The girl awkwardly scratched the back of her head and introduced herself. Her name was Kim Dabin, and the guy next to her was Kim Minho, her younger brother. They were from apartment 1701. Hyunjin asked why they had come, and Dabin replied that they had a favor to ask. The woman looked at them questioningly and slightly nervous, said that she knew it might sound impudent, but could they take a shower there once? Hyunjin stared at her in surprise. She had expected something else and was already getting nervous. She sighed with relief and invited them in, for which Dabin was very grateful. Minho asked Hyunjin where he should put the box, and she asked what it was. Dabin replied that they had brought all sorts of canned goods. Her brother put the box on the floor and opened it. Indeed, there was a bunch of different canned goods inside. Hyunjin was very happy and said that it was not at all necessary. She thanked them, and Dabin said that gifts are a must when they show up at someone else's house with strange requests. Her gaze fell on the weapons standing against the wall, and she wondered if these bats and bows belonged to the residents of the building. Hyunjin answered that these people used to live in other areas. It would take a long time to explain. After making sure there was no danger, Jaehyun deactivated the skill and thought that they didn't seem like bad people. He would need to see them sometime and have a little chat. Besides, they could try to rescue people from another high-rise. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him. He had caught a level 27 red tiger. A large amount of experience was received. About 40 million won arrived in the wallet of the absolute recluse. The skill level increased. A new skill was acquired. MC immediately became worried because the monster they killed was a serious opponent. He used the absolute sight and saw that they were all wounded. The fight was over, but unfortunately, Yeonju had fought against the tiger and was seriously injured. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body. He let out a heavy sigh and then clutched his chest. The system informed him that it had discovered creatures that met the requirements for citizen status. Did they wish to grant them citizenship? He wondered if there were still humans left. He granted them citizenship, and 10 people immediately received it. The number of citizens reached 50. The experience points and money earned by citizens increased by 100%. When the number of citizens reaches a certain number, the power of trust skill becomes available to all citizens. He had no time for that now. He needed to check if there were any wounded. He returned to the squad. Byung-ho was carrying his grandmother on his back, and Deoksu was carrying Yeonju, who was unconscious. Seeing this, Jaehyun cursed, but they encountered goblins on their way. Hyun and Jeon immediately shot at them with their bows, and the girl was surprised that they managed to kill them with one shot. Gyeong remarked that her body had become so light, and Dongjeon agreed with her. He wasn't even running out of breath. The power of trust is a passive skill that increases all abilities by the trust value, as a percentage. Now MC understood that almost everyone in Dongjeon's squad has a trust level of 50 or higher. Endurance, acuity, muscle strength, reaction time, and so on. If all their abilities increased by 50%, it's obvious that their combat skills also improved. Byung-ho happily noted that this was also Jaehyun's power. After his words, Hyerin and Gyeong's loyalty exceeded 30, making them available for registration as vassals. He registered them, and the girls' bodies immediately glowed, and they looked at themselves in surprise, unsure what was going on. Gyeong awakened her piercing shot ability, and Hyerin her poisonous mist. Goblins caught up with them. The girls immediately turned to them, and Gyeong fired. The arrow pierced the monster's head, changed direction, and killed several more goblins. The girl was surprised by this. Her ability consumes mental resources to fire a piercing arrow. MC tasked her with killing goblins using her new ability, and turned his attention to Hyerin, thinking that her ability was rather ambiguous. Rank B Poison Mist consumes mental resources to release a mist of deadly poison. It's a good ability, but only rank B. Moreover, if used incorrectly, it can harm squad members. He would study this later. The system informed him that Hyerin had completed the task and was being evaluated. This time, it was a failure, and he was slightly upset, but immediately decided to move on to something else. He decided to check on the residents downstairs. A guy approached a fully filled bathtub and filled a bottle with water, and Jaehyun remarked that this was not bad. They had brought drinking water in advance. He saw a gas burner and food bags and thought that was why they didn't need to enter the Dongyeon squad. They had stocked up on food and water. In another apartment, he saw a girl named Kim Da-jung lying on the floor. He immediately rushed to her because she has the ability to heal, a very valuable person. He approached the door of her apartment and tried to enter, but the door was locked. He frowned and suddenly remembered that he had a new skill. Invisible Hand of the Absolute Recluse allows him to summon and control an invisible hand. He moved his hand inside the apartment, then imagined the lock breaking, and the hand turned into pliers. With this, he easily got rid of the lock, after which he quickly ran into the apartment and found Dajun. He tried to shake her and told her to come to her senses, but she didn't respond. He became very nervous and thought that she was even worse. What was he even thinking? He examined her face, chapped lips, pale skin and bruises under her eyes. It looked like dehydration. He looked around. Maybe there was something here that could help her. When his gaze fell on the object on the table, he was confused. There was a full bottle of water there. He was perplexed. Why was she dehydrated then? He glanced at the girl and thought that he needed to save her anyway, then opened the quest window and thought, maybe this would work. He gave her the task of taking one breath so that she would receive treatment for dehydration as a reward, but it cost him 10 million won. As soon as she took a breath, the task was completed, and she woke up. She vaguely saw a man in front of her and asked who he was. He answered that he was her neighbor from upstairs. She asked how he got there, to which he replied that he thought she was in critical condition, so he picked the lock and entered. Her gaze filled with horror and then despair. She burst into tears and clutched her head, and he was a little confused. He firmly said her name and said that she should help them. His friend was very badly injured. She stood up and looked at him with tear-stained eyes, and then thought, what is he talking about? Does she really have the strength to help someone? This is complete nonsense. Besides, how does he know that she is a nurse and can heal? Judging by the fact that he asks for help, it seems that he is not a danger. First, she should find out more about him. She cautiously asked where she should go, and then a system window appeared in front of him, and he asked her to wait a bit. The system informed him of a new task. She needed to use healing power to cure Yeonju. He told the girl to eat and rest first. He would bring here the one who needs treatment. After that, she heard something fall on the floor. Several tangerines rolled towards her, and she panicked and asked him to stop. Another tangerine jumped out of the system window and she exclaimed, what is this? He smiled and said that he would explain everything to her in detail later. She is weak now, so let her rest for now. After that, he left, and she, taking the tangerine, looked at it in shock and wondered if she was dreaming. As soon as he returned to his home, the system notified him about Dajung's trust increase. He looked up at it and thought that he still couldn't believe it. What had suddenly happened? He went to the window, thinking that they should already be here, and when he saw them, he became very worried. They were close to the house, but a huge beast was chasing them. They ran with all their might to a safe place, and MC nervously thought that it was a red tiger. But where did another one come from? The tiger almost caught up with them. He swiped his paw, hoping to hit someone, and Hyren took a step and twisted her leg, causing her to immediately fall and roll on the ground. Gyeong called out to her worriedly, and she began to get up, and the girl screamed in horror. By the time Hyren stood up, the red tiger was already very close to her, its jaws wide open, ready to devour her. Hyren froze in terror. She could feel its breath, but suddenly she disappeared. This confused the tiger, and it began searching for her. Meanwhile, Hyren had moved to Jaehyun's house and was trying to catch its breath from the horror she had experienced. She even started coughing, and MC thought she was on edge, which at least bought him some time. Meanwhile, the tiger began pursuing again, and the system informed MC that it had detected creatures that met the citizenship requirements. Immediately after, Byung-ho appeared in his room with his grandmother. He placed her on the floor and asked him to take care of her. He wanted to return to the squad, but Jaehyun told him to wait. Byung-ho wanted to object, but seeing his determined look, he decided to trust him. MC began watching the tiger closely, summoning an invisible hand and thinking that he must catch this red tiger at all costs. The tiger roared loudly, already very close to them. Donghyun nervously gritted his teeth. He made a bold decision to stop the beast and stopped abruptly. Took out the ball, then swung and threw. The ball flew past the tiger, and the beast chose the boy as its target, causing the others to worry about him. The tiger pounced on him, and he stared at the beast in horror, thinking it was too late. He abruptly dashed in the opposite direction from the squad and told them to run, leading the tiger behind him. He ran to the subway station. The tiger was already very close, and he saw huge fangs in front of him and realized that this would most likely end badly for him. Suddenly the tiger froze. Something grabbed him, preventing him from moving. After that, huge pincers slammed the tiger to the ground. It growled, trying to escape, and then the pincers grabbed it by the neck and lifted it off the ground. Seeing this, Dongjun froze and began to watch. Meanwhile, the others had already come running to his aid. A system window appeared in front of Gyeong, and she immediately understood what she needed to do. Jaehyun looked at them and thought that he didn't have to act himself. If Gyeong went hunting right now, the prey would quadruple in size. He continued to hold the tiger, and she took out her bow and aimed. The beast growled menacingly. The girl frowned and made a precise shot at its head. The system informed MC that the level 28 red tiger had been defeated, 63 million won having been added to his purse. Byung-ho, Gyeong, and Hyren's trust increased, as did their loyalty. Donghyun's loyalty exceeded 30, fulfilling the conditions for registering as a vassal. Jaehyun smiled, delighted with his success, and then registered the guy. When they returned to the house, Dajung began treating Yeonju. Her wounds were deep, but Dajung managed to cope, and they slowly began to heal. Watching the treatment, the MC thought he was lucky to have met Dajung. He asked Donghyun how everything had turned out this way, and he assumed that the house where Byung-ho's grandmother lived was on their territory, so they attacked. They managed to kill one, but there were more. Jaehyun thought that this immediately struck him as strange. There were no goblins near the house. If even the creatures hide from tigers, then Byung-ho's grandmother was also in danger. Fortunately, they entered the territory of only 2 tigers. They were lucky. The system notified him. Da-jung had completed the task. She wiped the sweat from her brow with a smile and said that she had succeeded. The MC praised her, and she asked if she could go home now. Ginjin nervously asked them to wait. He turned to Jaehyun and said that now was not the best time to say this, but they were going to continue holding meetings at his house, weren't they? The MC looked at them all. So many dirty people must have been really stressing him out. He told him not to worry. He was going to tell them anyway. Room 2901 was empty. He would provide them with everything they needed, including electricity, so they could live there from now on. They were all very happy, and he turned to Daebin, saying that rooms 2101 and 2102 on the 21st floor were also empty now. They would have electricity, so she should tell the other survivors that they could shower and relieve themselves there. She and her brother were a little upset, and he said that if they wanted, they could take one of the rooms for themselves and leave the others available to everyone. They immediately became happy, and he said that in return, he had a favor to ask of them. He hoped they would continue to act as messengers between him and the other survivors. She stared at him in surprise, and he asked them to tell them that the first one to kill 100 goblins would receive their own place to live. He promised unlimited electricity, water, gas, and even food. Moreover, if there were 10 survivors from each generation, they would all receive equal treatment. However, he had to warn them that the time it would take would depend on the floor they were on. From now on, he would only pay fairly to those who could prove their worth. After that, he created a goblin slaying quest with a time limit of 168 hours. The reward would be a small amount of experience, and the punishment would be a ban on using public places. After that, the survivors took action. A boy named Sungmin ran as fast as he could to a safe place, and a large crowd of goblins was pursuing him. He cursed loudly in fear, and glancing at the doors, thought that there was just a little more to go. The goblins almost grabbed him by the back. He fell sharply to the floor and slid forward, finding himself in a safe place, and gave his friends a signal. One of the twins noticed that he had brought a lot of creatures with him, after which they began hitting the goblins with spears. The guys hit one of them with a door, throwing him back, and continued hitting them with spears, not letting them get closer. The goblin that was hit got up and broke into a run, and the others followed suit. One of the guys saw this and warned the others, and then their friends smirked and stepped forward, deciding to show them something interesting. He crouched and took aim, then threw the spear with all his might. It flew between the twins and stuck in the same goblin. The guy clenched his fist in victory and happily asked, "Did they see that?" The twins stared at him in shock, after which the guy stretched his shoulder and asked how many they killed. One of the twins said he killed 22, and his brother said he won. He had 24. Sinyob said that this meant that the 3 of them killed more than 100 today. The twins were even surprised, and then Singmin angrily called out to Sinyob and said that there were at least 15 of them. The guy turned an irritated look at him and asked what he didn't like this time. He exclaimed, "There were 15 of them back then, right?" Sinyob responded by asking, "What difference does it make as long as the results are good? They will have a new home soon." Sunmin exclaimed in rage that he almost died because of him, and then Sunyob tiredly grabbed his head and looked down at him, asking, "Who came up with the idea of hunting this way? Was it him? He made the plan, the twins made the spears. After all, he was the one who said he could escape quickly." Sungmin didn't know what to say, and Sunyeob asked angrily if he wasn't happy with something, maybe he should leave the team. They could manage without him. The twins immediately began to calm them down. They said that Sungmin had also performed well. He had played the bait perfectly and ran quite fast. Sunyeob told him not to irritate him and looked at Sungmin, asking why he was being aggressive with him. The guy smiled nervously and advised Sungmin to apologize to him, and he reluctantly did so. With the dispute resolved, they went to the 21st floor to settle into their new house. When they reached Debin, she told them with an awkward smile that they already had a team that had won the grand prize earlier. They stared at her in shock, and Sungyeob asked again, "Is there a team that killed 100 creatures faster than them?" She confirmed this, and he realized that all their efforts had been in vain, which made him angry. He told her to stop joking and give them a house, and she looked at him puzzled, saying she wasn't joking. Footsteps were heard in the hallway, and she said that they were just in time. It was the team that was the first to kill 100 goblins. Sunyeob was surprised to see them, a young man and a married couple. Daebin asked her brother how it went, and he told her that they had looked at the new house and declined it, but in exchange he would install electricity and water in his and Mr. Jiho's house, and also exempt his daughters from missions. She asked if they were adults. She thought all children were exempt from missions. Jiho smiled and said that they were both adults, and his wife said that they just had childish faces, that they took after their mother. She was sure that they could shoot a bow as well as she could. but she was too worried about them. Minho remembered that they had both been promised bows and arrows, and Dabin asked why. Will they continue hunting goblins? He confirmed it. Jaehyun himself asked them to kill the goblins in this area. He was tired of these goblins. There were so many of them. No matter how many they caught, there was no end in sight. Sunyeob irritably called out to them and indignantly asked, are they special? They were interested parties. Is that fair? Because of them, Minho remembered something and told his sister that it might seem unfair, but the MC asked to send them to the 30th floor and give them the same prizes as the teams in 2nd and 3rd place. After that, Dabin turned to the guys with a smile and asked, did they hear everything? Everything was resolved well. Let them go up to the 30th floor as a team. They are waiting for them there. After that, they entered the elevator, and one of the twins asked, is his name Jaehyun? They said he was probably younger than them. Sunyeob asked, wasn't her respectful tone towards him funny? The guy agreed with him and asked, what kind of god is he? His brother chuckled and said he was probably a cult leader. Songmin said he didn't think they should talk like that about a man with such abilities on his territory. They immediately fell silent, and he asked if they were on their way to see this man. They all turned to him, and there was silence for a few seconds. After which, Sunyeob said his name with displeasure, but now was not the time for swearing. They arrived on the 30th floor. They got out of the elevator, and seeing the frightened look of the twins, he irritably asked what they were looking at. The MC approached them and greeted them with a smile. Something about him made them all nervous. Sunyeob immediately became meek. He respectfully introduced himself to Jaehyun and extended his hand. He shook his hand and said that it was interesting to watch how he and his team showed themselves. He also liked the use of barricades. The guy was surprised, not understanding how he knew about it, and he said that right now he will connect electricity, water, and gas to apartments 1301 and 1502. Sunyeob asked, is he really capable of this? He confirmed it, and he confusedly asked, how does he do it? MC said, they passed the selection because they killed 100 goblins. And by the way, he's not a cult leader and doesn't want to become a god. They all stared at him in shock and realized he'd heard their conversation in the elevator. This made them feel ashamed, and Jaehyun smirked and said he had one request of them. Now they would be the ones to act as bait. Time passed, and all 4 ran toward the other squad members, leading the orcs. They abruptly changed direction, and Sunyeob signaled Donggyeon to throw it. Donggyeon smirked, then pulled out a spear and aimed. His B-rank throwing skill allows him to throw an object using the power of his mind, increasing attack power by 5 times. A-rank thrust. When physical strength is expended while throwing the spear, sword energy temporarily appears at the tip. Knight title. Physical strength is increased by loyalty. Vassals with the Knight title receive triple experience and money for killing monsters. Knights can develop by distributing experience. A spearman, his skill proficiency is currently at 11%. The higher his proficiency, the greater the attack power. The spear pierced the orc's body, but the others were undeterred and rushed to attack. One of them got very close to Donggyeon, but he stood his ground confidently. A spinning back flew out from behind him and pierced the orc's head. It was Gyeong. Dongjun confidently drew his second spear and threw it at the monster, causing it to fall immediately. The system informed MC that 3 million won had been deposited into his wallet. The team's mission to kill 100 orcs had been completed. In a place where goblins were rampaging, the squad found a family of 3, and Donggyeon took them with him. When they entered the house, the system informed Jaehyun that an unauthorized entry attempt had been made. Does he want to grant them citizenship? He thought there were 3 of them this time. He granted them citizenship, and now there are exactly 200 people in the building. The tax collection skill is unlocked, which collects 10% of the citizens' cash, while the citizens' cash balance does not decrease. The cooldown is 30 days. He was immediately interested. The tax collection skill will return a portion of the payments made to citizens to him. However, he cannot receive them at will. He will have to wait 10 months to withdraw the collected amount. Time is too short. To save his parents, he must send Team Donggyeon to the Nambuman district as quickly as possible. First, he will distribute the funds. Let it be only 30%. He decided to think of it as an investment, and the system informed him that the Absolute Recluse had reached level 10, receiving 3 experience points. Immediately after, he felt the familiar pain in his chest. His influence spread throughout the building, and the system congratulated him, saying he was the absolute recluse of the entire apartment building. He received a grant of 1 billion won. The construction function was activated. He was surprised by this and went to the construction section. The following objects are available for construction: solar panels for 133 million won, a store for 220 million, and a gym for 300 million. Annual production, 30 million won. He stared at this in shock. Only a mere 30 million a year. The installation costs 130, which means he will have to wait 5 years to recoup this expense. He decided not to build anything. Right now he has plenty of options for spending the money. In that case, he should level up Donggyeon once. An idea occurred to him. He checked the money, and the system informed him that funds are only available for building objects. This news made him very happy. It changes everything. This amount does not include the money in his account, in which case he might not spend it all. First, he decided to buy a solar panel. The construction time is 24 hours. He thought that this was still a shame. Maybe he can install another one? The system said that no more than one solar panel can be installed in each apartment building. He clicked his tongue in displeasure and decided to check out the store. A description opened up, and he noticed that it was much more interesting than he thought. It's a room that works in conjunction with the Absolute Recluse skill. They can sell registered items there. The special thing is that the store doesn't require a cashier. It's a system that creates items in reality the moment a person pays through a translucent window. But is that possible? All this time, producing humanitarian aid and delivering it will also work. With the store, they will be able to buy everything themselves. He will also be able to install things himself, in which case the payment amount for each person can be increased. He purchased the store, and the system told him to choose a place to put it. He remembered the number 101 and placed the store there. It will be built in 48 hours. And finally, the gym, a training ground where citizens can improve their strength and endurance. Training in this place is 200% more effective. Citizens level 15 and below receive an additional 300% efficiency bonus. He smiled contentedly. He knew he could level up through exercise, but now it would be nice to both level up and receive quest rewards. He installed a gym on the second floor. It will be built in 72 hours. Now it was time to deal with the store. The system informed him that the Absolute Recluse shop skill had been raised to level 5. The number of products available for registration had been increased to 500. A product list function had been added. Registered products will be available for purchase, along with products with a similar concept. Now he could buy them wholesale and retail. When he saw water in the product list, he let out a delighted sigh. The system offered him a variety of waters and volumes to choose from. He was surprised to notice that this expanded the selection. What about other products? In the noodle section, the system could offer many different flavors. He grinned, thinking he could put this to good use. Meanwhile, the Dongjan squad continued the battle. Deoksu swung his weapon and struck a fatal blow. Looking at the dead orc, Deoksu sighed with relief, and Dongjan approached him, asking what would happen if he threw his weapon. He glanced at his halberd and asked why he was asking, and Dongyan said he wanted to try something. Deoksu handed him the weapon, and seeing that he was about to throw it, asked him to wait. He swung, then threw the weapon far forward. It flew so far that Deoksu began to complain, asking what he should do now that he had thrown it to who knows where. Dongyan told him to try summoning it again. Now Deoksu understood what he was trying to achieve. He extended his hand forward and activated the skill, after which the halberd returned to his hand. He rejoiced and called Dongyan a genius, after which Gyeong said that they needed to leave. She was almost out of arrows. There was a sound behind her. She turned around and saw a quiver of arrows appear out of nowhere. It can't be. She shouted that she was sure just now. At that moment, the system reported multitasking. He was able to use other skills in the area he could see with his absolute eyes. Gyeong then fired several arrows from her bow, and the system reported that he had killed a level 19 orc and gained experience. 2,100,338 won entered the wallet of the Absolute Recluse. Gyeong, Dongyan, Deoksu, Byungho, Hyerin, Gyeon, and citizens had completed the quest. The quest cost was 2,332,581. Gyeong, citizen, has increased his level. The protagonist folded his arms and, looking at the system window, thought that with the rewards for completing quests, he could increase his abilities. Now there was at least a glimmer of hope. It was about 10 kilometers from here to home. It would take 3 hours to walk there. He turned around, then walked out of the apartment and into the elevator. After a while, he stepped out onto the roof of the building, the wind blowing through his hair. He looked at the destroyed buildings and said, "This is terrible." He thought he needed to hurry. Should he start with Team Dongyan? Then he called up a system window, which said, Name, Jeon, level 22. Title, 7th Servant. Trust, 59. Loyalty, 33. Awakened ability, Crow Mission, Give a Task. He thought that he was now using Jeon's C-rank skill. The next system window said, Name, Yeonju, level 33. Trust, 51. Loyalty, 12. Awakened ability, Werebear. Experience distribution rate, 70%. Money distribution rate, 30%. Give a Task, Banish. Name, Dajung, level 30. Rank, 8th Servant. Trust 70, Loyalty 63, Awakened ability Healing, Blessing, Magic Armor, Experience distribution rate 100%. Give a quest. He thought it would be better for Yeonju and Dajung to join him. However, unlike Dajung, who was registered as a vassal, Yeonju still lacked loyalty. The system window said that a rank A blessing temporarily increases the subject's physical abilities by 70% using mental power. Rank B Magic Armor creates armor around the subject using mental power. He thought, of course, people with awakened abilities are inherently more effective. He looked down and wondered if there was no other way. Then the system window said the quest reward was the resurrection of the sun. He didn't have enough funds to pay, so the quest reward was the resurrection of sun. He placed his finger on the system window and thought that it wasn't possible yet. First, he needed to raise the quest difficulty as much as possible. It said the quest content was to kill a monster above level 40. He thought 40 level creatures were probably stronger, and the rewards for them would be greater. Then he frowned and added that the time limit was 24 hours and the penalty for failure was death. Then the system reported that he didn't have enough funds to pay. He should try again when he had enough funds. He frowned. He thought so. It was impossible with his current funds. Then he looked in surprise at another system window that appeared, which said he had killed a level 18 orc and gained experience. 2,788,221 won had just arrived in the absolute recluse's wallet. He said in surprise, "Ah." His mouth dropped open in surprise and he thought, "A group quest? That's it." The system didn't say to give the quest. The quest content was to kill a monster above level 40, 0 out of 1. The time limit is 24 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. The reward is the resurrection of the sun for a day. Punishment for failure is death. He wishes to give this task. He thought that first he should make sure that Yeonju is on his side. Then he said, "Aha." After some time, he heard a powerful knock on the door and a shout from behind the door. The door. He has to open the door. Mr. Jaehyun. He walked up to the door and then opened it and looked in surprise at Yeonju, who was trying to catch her breath, resting her hands on her knees. Then she looked up at him, full of tears, and said, "Just now." He said that was right. He thought the task was possible, although there was a time limit. Then she fell to the floor, covering her mouth with her hands, and began to cry even harder. She thanked him, and said that one day was enough. Even just seeing him would be enough for her. Her body shook with emotion, and the system reported that Yeonju, citizen's loyalty, had exceeded 30. The conditions for registering as a vassal had been met. After a while, the MC frowned, looked at the bright light in the room, and thought it worked. Next thing, he looked at the dripping faucet and then water began to flow, and the system reported the skill of maintaining dignity. He said, good, he'd gotten used to this. He thought, it feels like some kind of magician. He folded his arms and thought, first electricity, water, gas. He could definitely handle these things. Then the system reported that the store's daily sales had been calculated. 320,981 won had been deposited into the Absolute Recluse's account. He smiled, looked at the system window, and thought, 20% profit is 320,000 won. So the store's income for today alone was over 1.5 million. Then he used his absolute eyes, looking at the store's customers. He noticed one of them ask, "Hey, how much more do you need to save up?" The guy next to him said, "This bow costs 150,000 won. They've raised 10,000 won today. It might take about 2 weeks to raise it." The guy looked at him indignantly and said, "Hey, idiot." He hadn't thought about how they'd buy water and food in the meantime. He turned around and, waving his hand, said, "Yeah, since he's so smart, he should be the one doing the math." The protagonist didn't think the payments would dampen his spirits so much. After a mysterious space called the store was created on the first floor of the house, the pennies awarded for killing goblins began to stimulate the desire to hunt. Now citizens have to go outside the house to hunt goblins. Leveling up is going according to plan, and the number of new citizens has increased significantly. Then he looked at the system window where he was searching. The current population was 781 out of 11,000. Extra experience, plus 100%. Extra money, plus 100%. He thought that the numbers would surely grow exponentially in the future. The system reported that he had killed a level 18 orc. He had received experience. 1,243,817 won had arrived in the Absolute Recluse's wallet. He said that they would start over. Meanwhile, Yeonju, having transformed into a bear, attacked the goblins in her path, screaming loudly. She bit off the head of the next monster. Her eyes burned with rage, and then her body began to return to human form, and she sighed, placing her hand on her waist. At that moment, Dajun called out to her and asked, "Is she okay? Is she hurt anywhere?" She turned around and said that everything was fine. Even if she got a little hurt, it didn't matter. She said, she shouldn't overexert herself." Before they could look back, Before she could finish speaking, Yeonju said she apologized if it seemed like she was doing everything herself, but she had her reasons. Gyeong came closer and asked in surprise, then what was she apologizing for? Thanks to her, they were comfortable and safe. They were doing very well. At that moment, the protagonist thought that he knew he had done the right thing by uniting Yeonju and Dajung, which was natural, judging by their characteristics. Then he looked at the system window, which said, name Yeonju, level 40. Title, 9th Servant, Knight, Warrior, Trust 66, Loyalty 66, Awakened Ability, Werebear Ancient Vitality, Berserker, EXP Distribution Rate 200%. Warrior, melee attacks are 50% stronger. Ancient Life Force A rank, the more wounds received, the greater the regeneration ability. Berserker, S rank, eyes turn red at the sight of blood, physical abilities increase by 300%. At that moment, the girls turned towards the loud sound. A huge monster approached them, and they said in surprise, "It is." The next second, Yeonju began to transform her body and shouted, "Dajung!" The girls behind her shouted, "Ani!" And she, transforming into a bear, rushed forward, standing in front of the monster. At that moment, her opponent swung his weapon and struck in front of him, but she began to swing her paws, striking him from different directions. Gyeong then took aim with her bow, and frowning, released an arrow, but the monster swung his weapon, deflecting it. The next second, Yeonju, opening her toothy maw wide, rushed forward, letting out a loud roar. She knocked the monster to the ground, and then brought her maw closer to him, after which she attacked. The system reported that he had killed a level 28 orc leader and gained experience. 73,263,099 won was added to the Absolute Recluse's wallet. Yeonju, a citizen, defeated the Jeonpi station boss. The conditions were met. An outpost was added to the list of possible construction objects. a security facility outside the home. Upon activation, the absolute recluse gains influence, just like within the home. Activation occurs if a citizen of knight rank or higher is inside the facility. If an unauthorized person enters the facility and remains there for more than 24 hours, the facility will be destroyed. The outpost will cost 1.3 billion won. MC looked at this, perplexed, then smiled and thought, the outpost, 1.3 billion won. They've destroyed all the orcs. There will be funds in the account. Yes, it's worth the money. The system reported that 3 citizens of knight rank or higher are needed to construct the facility, which will take 7 days. Does he really want to build this? He thought, wait, if he decides to build this, he'll have to leave Yeonju, Dajung, and Dongyeon there for a week while the outpost is built. The biggest loss is time, a whole week. He can't afford to waste time. Besides, most of the monsters in the Jeonpi station area were destroyed thanks to Dongyeon's squad and the efforts of the citizens. In that case, there was no need to build an outpost yet. Then he chose not to build it and thought, after all, the result was not bad. If only he could build this near his home, he would feel much calmer. His family could be safe there. Then he put his hand to the window and thought that actually transferring his grandparents here would be difficult. He frowned and thought, please, he was asking for them to be alive. In that case, tomorrow he would send the Dongyeon squad to his home. Meanwhile, at the station, Jian looked ahead in surprise and said, wow, this is crazy. He wondered how a human could tear an orc apart with his bare hands? Ah, so it's not human. Well, that's natural. This woman was strong even before she received Jaehyun's blessing. But how did Jaehyun convince her? She clearly goes crazy at the sight of goblins. So maybe she also received some special abilities? At that moment, the system reported a group mission. The content of the mission is return. The time limit was 1 hour, the reward was a small amount of experience, and there was no penalty for failure. Jian then turned around, noticing a few more citizens, and Dongyeon said they were returning. He replied, ah, yes. He then whistled and held his hand out in front of him. A crow cawed loudly and landed on his hand. He smiled, looked at the bird and petted it, saying, okay, quiet down, little one. Dongyeon approached him and placing his hand on his shoulder told him to scout out the situation. He replied, yes, Sunbae. Then he petted the bird again and told it to take care of itself. After that, he released the crow and it flew outside. At that moment, he was observing what was happening and said that there was no problem. It seemed they could go out. Dongjun turned around and thanking him, said that they should go. They moved forward and at that moment, a rat scurried past Jian. He turned around in surprise and asked, what, a rat perhaps? He then climbed onto the platform and turned around again, looking back. At that moment, the rat jumped up, then made several more leaps and stopped in front of the firewall. After a while, the protagonist said he wanted to ask them for help. He bowed to the citizens, and they looked at each other in surprise. Then he added that he himself understood the chances were slim. Donghyun asked if perhaps his family members were in this living complex. He said he couldn't vouch for that. The next second, Byung-ho hit his chest and shouted that they would help him. Or rather, they had to help him. Dongjun looked at him and added, yes, after all, they were able to survive until this day, thanks to Jaehyun. He looked at the protagonist and said that they would help. Jaehyun, he should tell them what to do. He smiled and thanked them. Then he added that all the orcs in the area of Jeonpi Station had been destroyed, so they could follow the tracks to Soman Station. The closest station to his house was Chegalchi Station. They should just exit the subway through the second exit. He would give them exact instructions after they exited the subway. He didn't tell them to go there right now. That was too much to ask. For now, they should aim to capture Soman Station. Dongjeon said okay. Then the MC bowed and thanked them again. He added that they should get plenty of rest today, and they would begin the operation tomorrow morning. At that moment, Yeonju walked forward and told them to wait. She would like to ask one question. She extended her hand forward and asked, can't he really take the whole family with his abilities? The protagonist silently looked at her and thought, of course. He's already tried. Teleportation as a quest reward. In fact, that's why he was so excited when he saw Byung-ho's awakened ability. If everything worked out, there was a chance he wouldn't be able to transfer the family here at once. However, then the system reported that it was impossible to set such a quest reward. He thought that meant the whole thing had failed. It was just a guess, but it could be because Byung-ho's grandmother was outside the range of his ability. And if that really was the case, if his parents died, he wouldn't be able to do anything because they would die outside his range. Damn. Then he said that unfortunately, his abilities were limited. Some things he could do, some he couldn't. But they shouldn't worry too much about that, because he could keep the promise he made to Yeonju. At that moment, the system reported that Yeonju's trust had increased. She smiled, looking at him, and thanked him for his honesty. He replied that he did, and so did they. They bowed, and Byung-ho suggested they call it a day and rest. After that, everyone headed for the exit, and Donggun, looking at the protagonist, said they would go, have a good rest. The next second, MC looked away in surprise. The system reported that an unauthorized creature was attempting to enter. He had detected creatures that met the requirements for citizen status. Did he wish to grant them citizenship? He used his skill and said to offer it. Then the system reported that Seo Yejin had been offered citizenship, and Yejin accepted the offer. Name, Yejin, level 31, trust 7, awakened ability, mouse queen, experience distribution rate, 0%, money distribution rate, 0%, give quest, banish. He asked so she had awakened? At that moment, Yejin walked forward and squeaked in surprise, and the protagonist, noticing her, asked in surprise, a mouse? An hour earlier, Yejin, frowning, wondered what kind of suckers these orc-killing people were, and perhaps they had all awakened already. But is that even possible? She'll follow them first, it's worth it. It's becoming increasingly difficult for her to be responsible for everyone on her own. Her abilities should be sufficient, but first she needs to observe them for a while. With these thoughts in mind, she followed the people, and then heard voices. Let's go. Mom. She has to go look. She noticed children frolicking and thought in surprise, children playing on a playground. Why are there so many people in this building? She looked at the house and wondered what kind of place this was. She ran forward and thought she needed to take a closer look. Then she approached the entrance, but hit the barrier, screaming loudly. The impact on her head swelled, and the system reported that entry was prohibited. She thought in surprise, what the hell is this? The system asked if she wanted to accept citizenship. It started beeping and thought, yes, of course, yes. Then she looked back at the system window and, lowering her gaze, thought, apparently a mouse can't do this. Then the system announced that she had received citizenship. She clasped her paw and squeaked happily. She thought, did it work? Then she walked forward and thought, good. At that moment, the people who saw her screamed in fear. A rat. She thought, ouch. She started running in different directions, and people shouted that she was running away. We need to catch her. She dodged a guy's leg and tried to run forward, rolling further. Then she looked in surprise at the people working out in the gym and thought, what's wrong? The next second, her body took on a human form at the station. She was sitting on the tracks and putting her hand to her head, said, my head. Then she grinned, and laughing loudly shouted, finally, she found a way to survive. Then she sighed and began to rise. She thought that the only problem was how she would get there. First, she needed to somehow get to John P. Station. She knew there was no other way. She could use the subway tracks, but the problem was that monster at Soman Station, although it was precisely thanks to him that she might succeed, because there was no place she couldn't get to. Then the system reported that he had caught a tamed level 2 mouse. He gained a small amount of experience. 1,416 entered the Absolute Recluse's purse. Mouse Queen, rank A. Every mouse that encountered her would swear allegiance to the queen. Tamed mice could be controlled like limbs, and they could also transmit their sensations. MC looked at this thoughtfully and thought, so that mouse was controlled. Then he used his absolute eyes and thought, a person with awakened rank A abilities had come to him on their own. He must accept her unconditionally. But where is she now? Is she not in the area? First, he needs to contact her and give her a task. The system said, give a task. Quest description. Visit an apartment. Time limit, 48 hours. Reward, cola and chocolate bars. Penalty for failure, none. He wants to give the task? He thought for a second. He remembered how Yeonju asked him about his abilities. He supposed he had tried several times, but without success. Perhaps it was because the territory was not under his influence. It turns out that those who received citizenship are controlled, no matter how far away they are. He can see the bodies of the monsters they killed. Edit the task. The system window said, give a task. Quest description. Visit an apartment. Time limit, 10 seconds. Reward, cola and chocolate bars. Penalty for failure, summoning. He wants to give the task? He thought about it and it worked. He didn't even know you could set a penalty for failure. He'll try. If he can summon the stranger at least this time, maybe he'll be able to relocate his family. And they said he'll have the same influence over the outpost as he does over this house. In that case, after sending out the Dongjeon squad, once the outpost is built, maybe he'll be able to grant his family members citizenship and summon them by issuing a quest. That's possible, right? The only question is how much it will cost him. He'll try. Then he reached out to the system window and said, give quest. The system window said, 0 minutes 9 seconds. He thought he was asking for it to cost no more than $1 billion. The system window said, Yejin citizen, failed the quest. The quest cost is 31,674,894 won. He thought, 30 million. Then he put his hand to his chest and sighed with relief. The next second, Yejin appeared on the floor of his room and asked in fear, what? Where is she? The protagonist looked at her and thought, it worked. She trembled with fear looking at him. He came closer and said hello. She asked who he was. Did he know her? He replied that he was the one who gave her citizenship. She asked, what? Wait, so it's her now? Before she could finish, he took a Coke from the system window and said, yes, this is the apartment building she saw as a mouse. He apologized for inviting her so suddenly. Was she very scared? He handed her the Coke and a chocolate bar. He said that it's nice to meet her. His name is Jaehyun. She extended her hands to him and said, but does that mean he teleported her here? Summoned her? So that's what that strange task was. He replied, yes, he gave it to her. She smiled, folding her hands in front of her, and said, in that case, it's impudent, but there are people for whom she is responsible. Can he accept them too? He looked at her in surprise, and she said, otherwise it would be very difficult to gather everyone here. She was just about to take a chance. He asked how many there were in total. She answered, 35 people. He looked at her silently and thought he didn't know there were other people with her. Then he apologized and said that such a thing was difficult. She asked in surprise, huh? What does that mean? He said that he couldn't bring them here on his own. She grabbed his hoodie and shouted, no, but her mother and the youngest are there. She'll do anything, just. He frowned, looked at her, and told her to let him think. He folded his arms across his chest and thought, even without personal contact with Yejin, he was able to give her citizenship. So the territory of the house recognized the mouse as Yejin herself. If everything worked out, because maybe he is capable of this? Then the system window said, name, Yejin, level 31. Trust, 36. 37. Awakened ability Mouse Queen. Experience distribution rate 0%. Money distribution rate 0%. Give quest. Banish. He thought that the trust indicator had already risen. This is a situation where she can only trust him. Then he said, Yejin, is she really willing to do anything? She replied, yes, anything. She will do anything. He replied, okay, there is one way. But first, she must completely and unconditionally trust him. Okay? She was surprised. What? He extended his hand forward and said that if she believed in him no matter what, he would definitely save them. She looked at him nervously, then folded her hands in front of her and resolutely shouted, yes, she believes him. She will do anything to save her family. Then the system reported, Yejin's trust citizen has increased significantly. Yejin's trust has reached 50. Loyalty unlocked. Yejin's loyalty has exceeded 30. The conditions for registration as a vassal have been met. He reached out to the system window and thought, okay, how about this? He said, vassal registration. The next second, Yejin's body was covered in energy and she cried out in surprise. The system reported name, Yejin, level 31. Title, 10th servant, knight, trainer. Trust 52, loyalty 33, awakened ability, Mouse Queen, evolution. Experience distribution rate 0%. Trainer increases the stats of tamed creatures by the loyalty value of 1%. And accelerates the development speed by the trust value of 1%. Evolution, plus rank, tamed creature continues to evolve. Creatures that have reached a certain level can evolve. Then he asked if there were tamed mice where her relatives lived. She looked at him, and he added that she should send them to their family right away. She replied, okay. After that, she sat down in a meditative pose and concentrated. And at that moment, the protagonist used the absolute eyes. He thought he'd take a look. He noticed a tamed level 2 mouse. It approached the people, and the guy shouted, mouse. The girl asked, isn't that Yejin's mouse? Then food items started appearing from a system window that appeared, and the guy said in surprise, wow. The girl was surprised. Where did the food suddenly come from? The guy asked, did Yejin send this? Then the system reported, Yejin citizen, trust has increased significantly. Trust. He thought, okay, he knew it. The absolute eyes and Yejin's abilities combined perfectly. Now all the tens of thousands of rats crawling through the sewers will become his eyes. Insane. He's got his hands on the best scout. Then Yejin apologized and asked, when he talked about the Nambuman district, did he mean the one near Sondo Beach? He replied, yes, that's right. He thought, it's just a coincidence that Yejin had been to the Nambuman district where his home is. Naturally, she has a greater advantage than the Donggang guys who have never been there. Besides, she only needs to send a mouse there. This makes it easier to check if his family members are alive and deliver humanitarian aid. Then she smiled and said that he could rely on her. The system reported that Yejin's trust has increased. He asked, in that case, could she fulfill his request right now? She looked at the mouse running along her hand and said, of course. He added that if possible, it would be better if it moved along the subway tracks. She asked, was he talking about the first line of the Busan subway? He answered, yes, he was going to use it for evacuation later. The next second, she screamed in fear that he couldn't do that. He was surprised. Why? She answered, because there was a monster living at Soman Station. He was surprised. A monster? Then he thought about it. A monster. Then he pointed his hand at her and asked, could she send at least one mouse there? She began to concentrate and answered yes. At that moment, the mouse moved forward and squeaked in fear, noticing the enormous snake that had captured the goblin. The reptile then devoured the monster, then noticed the mouse hiding behind the wall. The monster moved toward it, its toothy maw wide open, and then tried to grab it, but the mouse jumped aside and began running in the opposite direction. At that moment, the protagonist, watching what was happening, thought, he's incredibly huge. I wonder what level he is, perhaps even higher than 40. She asked Jaehyun, did he see this too? He can't get through Salmon Station. She asked, can we go one station further and go down to Pomnagal? She knew what his colleagues were capable of. She'd seen it with her own eyes. With their strength, they should be able to reach that station without a problem. He thought she was right, and then replied, okay. He smiled and said she could go to room 2701. She asked, yes? He replied that she should stay there, but she'll have to clean up. She rose to her feet and replied, okay. She's grateful. Well, she'll be going. He smiled and replied, yes, she needs to rest. Then he watched her go and wondered if he'd been in her shoes, planning a similar operation. Before they'd merged, of course. Then a system window appeared in front of him and he said, install solar panel. The system reported, solar panel, with 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining until completion. He thought that was quite efficient. However, even that wasn't enough to service 800 people. To save up enough money to install more panels, he figured he'd have to increase the number of workers. He needs to create a system with at least 3 shifts. The same goes for the new infrastructure. Then he said, okay, he'll start. More hunting. Meanwhile, people were running through the subway, escaping from the monsters. Dongjon rushed forward and, turning slightly, shouted, they're attacking. Then he turned around abruptly. The others also stopped, looking at the bats flying towards them. The archers began to release their arrows, hitting the monsters. Then Gyeong said, well done. Is anyone injured? Hyeon said, that's not the snake at Soman Station that Jaehyun mentioned. Can they really kill it on their own? She answered thoughtfully, well, I guess it'll be fine. At worst, Jaehyun will call them back. She said, exactly. She was worried for nothing. Then Dongjeon smiled and said, that's right, no need to worry. He walked forward and told the others that they had to go. After some time, they arrived at the station, and Dongyeon winced, noticing the huge number of dead monsters. At that moment, Hyeon sighed in fear, and Dongyeon said that they should go further. They just needed to be patient for a little while. They took a few steps forward, and he stopped abruptly, shouting, stop! They noticed a huge snake in front of them, and then Deoksu shouted, How are they supposed to fight such a monster? He abruptly turned in the opposite direction, and Dongyeon, hugging Gyeong, shouted for everyone to duck. Everyone followed his command, and then the system announced a group task. The content of the task is that they must kill a huge snake. The time limit is 10 minutes. The reward is a large amount of experience. The penalty for failure is none. Then Yeonju began to turn her head from side to side and asked, "What happened?" Jeon put his hand to his head and asked, "Was it an earthquake?" Dongyeon then looked at the system window, which said the task for Dongyeon and Yeonju was to kill a huge snake. He thought, "What the hell is this? Finish it off?" He looked ahead in fear and asked, "What?" He thought, "Why is he doing this to them?" Then he turned around, looking at Yeonju, and then frowned, thinking that he didn't know how this happened. But after that, he pulled the weapon from his back and threw it forward, hitting the snake's head. The monster usually catches and eats its prey alive, which is not so easy. After all, when a living creature trapped inside its stomach tries to make a last attempt to escape, it can endanger the snake. Therefore, the snake can use venom to subdue the prey, or constrict the prey, suffocate it, and then swallow it. But this only applies to prey of a sufficiently large size. It doesn't need to worry at all about swallowing a live mouse, which is too small. At that moment, a mouse ran over the monster, and MC thought it was swallowing the mouse, unsuspecting and unconcerned about the consequences. Then he smiled and said, "Open inventory." He thought he had a couple of skills he could use, inventory and store. Then he used the gas summon. A powerful smoke billowed from the snake's mouth, and the protagonist cast the summon of burning paper. The mouse ran inside the snake's body, leaving behind fire, and the next second, the snake's belly exploded. At that moment, Yejin clutched her head. The protagonist approached her and asked, "Is she okay?" She smiled and replied, "Yes, she's fine. She was just a little scared." He added, "Be that as it may, she did a great job." She confirmed it. Then he looked away and thought that the snake shouldn't have stopped at his prey. His vassals should have killed it. At that moment, system windows appeared in front of him, and he thought that this would give him 6 times the money and experience. At that moment, Dongyeon threw his weapon forward, hitting the monster's head, and Yeonju, half transforming her body, rushed to attack. Swinging a paw with sharp claws, she punched a hole in the monster's head and then turned around. The system reported that he had killed a huge level 40 snake, and he had received a large amount of experience. 1,812,043,879 won entered the wallet of the absolute recluse. Dongjeon and Yeonju had defeated the Soman Station boss. He can build an outpost at Soman Station. The skill level has been increased. The ultimate recluse has reached level 15. He has received 3 skill development points. The next second, a powerful feeling swept over his body, and then the barrier parted in different directions. The system reported that it had discovered creatures that meet the requirements for citizen status. Does he wish to grant them citizenship? He placed his hand on his chest and asked, 200 people? Grant citizenship. The system reported that the number of citizens had reached 1,000. When the number of citizens reaches a certain number, all citizens will receive a basic level skill. The basic level is passive. The amount of experience and money received by citizens increases by 100%. He wondered, what is this? And then the system reported, Minho is level 17, rank 9th servant, Knight Warrior. Trust 57, loyalty 13, awakened ability none, experience distribution rate 70% plus 100%, money distribution rate 30% plus 100%. He thought, okay, this is the base salary. So even if he reduces these stats to 0 and percentages, they will still receive 100% of the experience and money. Then Yejin stood up and, apologizing, called out to him. He turned around and asked, is that so? She apologized again for asking him about it, but could he move her people here? He looked at her silently, then smiled and said, of course he would. She thanked him happily, and then he asked, could she control the mouse again? She flexed her muscles and said, of course, she could do it. He said he would tell her people to follow the mouse, and she would lead them. She replied that she understood. Meanwhile, at the station, the mouse ran forward and squeaked a few times. The people followed it, and then Dongjeon looked ahead in surprise. Yeonju looked at him and asked, are they here? He asked, is this it? She said that it wasn't her doing it. Everything had been like this before. Dongjeon thought that this was orc territory before. They looked ahead, noticing a huge number of dead monsters, and he said that since they had defeated the boss, there shouldn't be much danger, but they still shouldn't relax. Gyeong added that there could be many monsters hiding here. Then the mouse squeaked, calling them over, and Deoksu asked, for a mouse, it's smart, huh? Byung-ho looked at him and asked if this mouse was also one of Jaehyun's abilities. At that moment, the MC used the ability and thought, okay, there shouldn't be much danger. Then he looked to the side, and the system window said the experience points gained were 3. He thought, what should he spend it on? Since the area had expanded, the first thing he should do was level up his absolute eyes. They also synergize well with Yejin's abilities. Then he said, absolute recluse eyes, level up. The next second, a powerful force engulfed his body. He grabbed his head, sighing loudly, and at that moment his squad rushed to attack the goblins. He thought, what? The system window said, goblin level 8. They are 130 centimeters tall, live in groups, and are smart enough to use tools. They have amazingly good eyesight, and they can see well into the distance and in the dark, so they can navigate even in dark caves without a problem. He thought, okay, he needed this ability anyway. First, he needs to find a monster of the same level and give people a task to save up for resurrection. And then he looked to the side and said, and now, he thought, the skill of maintaining status. Since he will meet even more people in the future, their trust and loyalty are also important. He said, maintain status, level up. Then he turned around in surprise and thought, what was that? Gunshots. They weren't here. The next second, one of the goblins pointed his weapon forward, and he thought, how? That goblin had a gun in his hands? The next second, all the goblins pointed their guns at them, and the people turned in the opposite direction, and Dongjun shouted at them to run. Guyong asked, how did they learn to shoot? Dongjun, peeking around the corner, said, if they attack head-on, they don't stand a chance. Then he thought, but they have Byung-ho. At that moment, he snuck up behind the goblin and delivered a powerful blow to the monster's chest. He then spun around, attacking several monsters at once. Then an arrow struck the goblin's hand, knocking the weapon from it. Guyong, holding a bow, asked, how dare he? Yeonju, in bear form, ran forward, and Deoksu followed her. They both scattered the monsters in different directions, while the others helped from the side. At that moment, the protagonist thought, product registration. The system window said, SJWM60, 476,321. 100 rounds of .38 caliber, 158,401. He thought that was fine, of course, but he couldn't sell that in the store. There are many benefits to displaying weapons. Players will kill monsters faster, and regular people below level 10 will be able to hunt. The experience and money earned by citizens will also increase exponentially. However, there's one catch. It's hard to trust everyone. He's now handing out citizenship to anyone. He has no criteria. He accepted everyone without vetting, confident he could control them no matter what. Of course, with the growing number of citizens came many advantages, but with the advent of weapons, everything changes. After all, there's no guarantee that among such a large number of people, there won't be someone with problems. Envy, hatred, jealousy. No matter what, an accident could happen. In the worst case, people could die. Weapons can only be handed out to those who pass a rigorous vetting process. Only to people with high loyalty. He already knows who will be the first to receive them. At that moment, a weapon appeared in front of Byung-ho. He took it in his hand and thought, thank you, Jaehyun. At that moment, Dongjun and the others followed the mouse and walked forward. They stopped at the door, then opened it, noticing the people gathered there. After a while, the MC walked down the street and sighed, thinking, it's good that there are sidewalks here. At that moment, Yejin followed him and said that she was grateful that he came out to greet them with her. He said that he had been wanting to take a walk for a long time. The system reported that an unauthorized creature was trying to enter. He looked at it and said, it looks like they have already arrived. The system window said that he had found creatures that meet the requirements for citizen status. Did he wish to grant citizenship? He said, send proposal. At that moment, the woman called out to Yejin, and she, looking at them, shouted, Mom, Yojin. They hugged the girl, and the mother asked, where did she go without telling them? Did she even know how worried she was about her? In response, she apologized. Her junior nurse looked at her and said, cool, she smells so good. Annie, did she take a shower? She said, yes, there's hot water here. She can wash herself too. She asked, really? She answered, well, of course. There are beds here and warm food. Then the protagonist approached them and called Yejin. She turned around and asked, yes? He extended his hand forward and said, room 2071 is assigned to her. She can use it however she wants, but if she wants to fit all 30 people there, it will be a bit cramped. She turned around, looking at the people, and then looked down and asked, then what should she do? He said that he will allocate 3 more apartments for them because she deserved it. She turned around in surprise and shouted, what? She is grateful. He added that they can move into apartments 2402, 2031, 1902 in the same building. Yejin happily said that she will work hard. Then the system reported, Yejin's trust has increased, Yejin's loyalty has increased, Hongdao's trust has increased significantly, Hongdao's loyalty has increased significantly, Lee Sungjun's trust has increased. Lee Sungjun's loyalty has increased. He looked at the system window in surprise and said, stop. He paused, thinking, by the way, he seemed to have simply leveled up without checking the results. The system window said fundraising management, 0 out of 10. He thought, fundraising management? The system window said, fundraising, 1 billion won. He thought, what? A billion? And then Hiren came up to him and calling him, asked if he had a free minute. After a while, he said she could come in. She followed him into the apartment and thanked him. He asked what business she had come for. She awkwardly said that she needed to tell him something. He smiled and said she could speak freely. She said, yes, then she really does apologize, but she wants to leave the squad. With these words, she bowed, and he asked in surprise, what did she say? She added that her abilities were of no use in the squad. She thought they would be fine without her, so he said she could speak honestly. She clenched her teeth and screamed that she was scared. So scared. The goblins were scary, and the orcs. Tears began to stream down her face, and she screamed, and that huge snake they fought today was terrifying, and when the red tiger was chasing it, she apologizes Jaehyun, he always saves them, and she's useless. She began wiping away her tears and added that she felt like she couldn't live up to his expectations. He thought he'd seen the signs of this for a long time. When the squad went to rescue Grandma Byung-ho, and when they hunted the orcs, when the red tiger was chasing her, she almost died. Frankly, her contribution to the squad is small, but he can't blame her for that. If her poisonous mist ability is used carelessly, it can harm the squad members, which makes it difficult to use. Hyren is also risking her life, but she's probably disappointed with her own results. She continued to cry, and he scratched the back of his head and said, "Okay, he just needed help." She looked at him and asked, "What?" He asked, "Does she know Daben from the 21st floor?" She's still trying to handle everything on her own, but it seems she's having a hard time too. Besides, he plans to set up various facilities, not only here but in other areas as well. So he needs someone he can trust to entrust this work to. He thinks he can trust her. Will she help him? Then he awkwardly scratched his cheek and, looking away, said that he believes that if you find the right job for a person, they will never be useless, and her ability is very strong. He's sure that one day it will come in handy. Since it's hard for her to go outside now, she can work here, inside, for now. If the day comes when he needs her ability, then he will ask her to use it again. She looked at him in surprise, then smiled. The system reported that Hyren's loyalty had increased, and Hyren had already registered as a vassal. The vassal limit had been increased. She continued to wipe away her tears and apologized again. She said that she had shown him her weakness. She would try her best. With these words, she clenched her fists, and he replied, "Okay." He thanked her for her work and hoped that she would help him in the future. After some time, the system reported that it cost 1 billion won to summon a mythical creature. He looked at the system window and asked if he should try it. Then he said, "Well, whatever, he'll give it a try. Summon a mythical creature." Then the system reported that he had paid 1 billion won to summon the creature. At that moment, the floor in front of him glowed with a bright light, a magical symbol appeared, and MC shielded himself from the intense brightness with his hand, and an egg appeared in the magic circle, covered in cracks, with a bright light escaping from it. And then the protagonist looked at this in surprise, and a raven appeared in front of him. He used his absolute eyes, and the system reported, Level 1, three-legged crow. A sacred creature, the three-legged crow. Born from the power of the sun, it's a tiny chick that still needs protection. It needs to absorb pure solar energy to grow. Then the protagonist smiled and asked, "Hello?" The crow made a sound in response, and the MC thoughtfully asked, "What should he name it? Since it's a black crow, maybe he should name it Blackie?" The crow began flapping its wings, making sounds. The protagonist smiled and leaned over, asking, "Does it like it?" "Well, it's happy." "Does it say it's hungry?" After a while, the crow began to devour snacks from the package, then sighed and lay down on its back on the floor. The protagonist sat down next to it, sighed, and said, "The very picture of nonchalance." Then he looked in surprise at the system window, which said, "The three-legged crow's level has increased. Solar panel efficiency increased by 100%. Solar panels are devices that generate energy using sunlight. Depending on the amount of sunlight per day, they produce electricity worth between 80,000 and 100,000 won plus 100%. Any excess electricity is returned to the absolute recluse's account as monetary compensation." He said, "Stop then," he thought. The 10 newly acquired districts still haven't installed solar panels. Since he'd almost completely spent his money, frankly, investing 130 million won in a project that will only yield a profit of 30 million won in a year is too wasteful, but that's another story. Then the system reported, "The three-legged crow's level has increased. Solar panel efficiency increased by 100%. He thought, that's 90 million won per year. Solar panel efficiency has tripled. No reason to doubt it. Then he smiled and said, "Build solar panels in all 10 districts." The system announcement stated that 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remained until the solar panels were completed. Sometime later, the MC called apartment 3001. Hyungjin, standing outside the door, asked who it was. He replied that it was him, Jaehyun. Then Hyungjin opened the door and said, "Oh, Jaehyun, what's wrong?" He said he had a favor to ask. He was surprised. What was going on? The protagonist asked if he could keep his money safe. He shouted, perplexed, "What?" The protagonist thought to himself. This was the conclusion he had come to while pondering the tax collection skill. If he entrusts the money to citizens he trusts, it could be profitable. There's a 10% commission the first time he transfers the money, but he can earn 10% profit every month after that. So who can he entrust the money to? The next second, a system window appeared in front of him, stating, Name, Hyungjin, level 25, title, first servant, Trust 89, Loyalty 98, Awakened Ability, Gorilla Strength. He thought he could only entrust this to Hyungjin because his trust and loyalty levels were incredibly high. Then the system reported that he had transferred 1 billion won to Hyungjin. The task cost is 12,000 and 30,000 won. There's a 10% commission plus 30,000 won. Hyungjin said in surprise, "Oh my god." Then the system reported that Hyungjin's trust had increased, Hyungjin's loyalty had increased, Hyungjin's loyalty had reached 100, Hyungjin had already registered as a vassal, and the vassal limit had been increased. Then he smiled and, raising a finger, said, "Of course, he should just keep it without spending it, right?" MC thought. Even though he had planned to do so, he didn't expect it to raise his loyalty to 100. Then he smiled and said, "Well, a little can be spent." He asked, "Really?" He began to bow and thank him, and Jaehyun held his hand out in front of him and said, "No need, thank him for his help." Then he thought he needed to take care of other matters. After a while, Dabin placed her hands on her waist and asked, "Can she really just take the person for herself?" The protagonist pointed at Hyren and said, Yeah, it doesn't matter. Daebin, she should be on the same team as Hyren. As the team leader, he would double her salary. Daebin looked at him, and the system reported that her loyalty had increased. Then she picked up Hyren, and happily said that she was grateful. She will do her job well. Then they walked in the opposite direction, and Hyren shouted, Daebin, slow down. Then the MC looked away and thought, okay, now it's time for a difficult conversation. Sometime later, in room 2109, the protagonist looked ahead and said, they did a good job today. How are they? Donggun said that everything was fine. And what business did he have with them? He replied that thanks to them getting rid of the monster at Soman Station, there are no more monsters in the area, especially on the subway tracks. From Pomnagol Station, near Soman Station, to Pommel Station, there are practically no monsters. Now is their chance. Before monsters take over these places, they must act. He thought he realized something, watching Hyren tearfully beg him to fulfill her requests. Those standing before him now risked their lives to carry out his task. They were lucky that, with Yejin's help, they learned about the monster at Soman Station in advance. Otherwise, the situation could have been far more dangerous. He understands that in a world where sudden death is no longer a surprise, wanting his family to be safe and trying to save them is very selfish. And yet, he said they would leave for Chigalchi Station tomorrow. He thought he couldn't give up. After a while, the raven made a sound, and the system reported that the three-legged raven's level had been increased. Solar panel efficiency had increased by 100%. The protagonist took a sip of his drink and, smiling, said he was already at level 5. The system window said the three-legged raven was partially releasing solar energy. It was partially absorbing the powers of a mythical creature. It had awakened the rudimentary magic of the fire element. He looked at the system window in surprise and asked, magic? Then he looked at his finger and asked, how do you summon this? The next second, a small flame appeared on the tip of his finger, and he said, it worked. He thought, for some reason, the feeling is so familiar, huh? He thought it was like using the status preservation skill. In that case, after a while, he went outside, looked around, and said, okay, there's no one here. He closed his eyes and thought he'd try to imagine a flame the size of a house that could burn everything around him. The next second, he began to concentrate energy in his hands, and then sent it forward, screaming loudly. He noticed a small fireball and said, it looks like that's all he can do for now. He thought, honestly, the ability isn't that incredible. However, then he used gas summoning and thought, if you summon gas with the status preservation skill, this ability could be dangerous. The level is still modest, but there is potential for development, because Blackie continues to grow. Then he said, okay, this is where we can end the skill test for now. Should I go get something to eat? Then the system announced that the solar panel facility had been completed. He thought that Blackie had already grown 3 levels in a day. Thanks to this, the efficiency of the solar panels had increased 8-fold. He enjoyed his rice and thought that even if he connected all the equipment to electricity now, there would still be energy, which could be converted into money in his account. Then he heard a sound and said, ah, here she comes. Yejin entered his room and, smiling, said that she was grateful that he had given her time to rest, like she had been reborn. He approached her and said that he had simply given her a well-deserved reward for her ability. He thought that thanks to her, the area of use for his ability had significantly increased. He couldn't help but thank her for that. Then he smiled and said that he hoped she would help him today as well. He extended his hand forward and added, the Donggun squad will now stop at Soman Station. Could she please accompany them? She replied that she had already sent mice along the subway tracks after them. It looks like they'll be able to reach Koryan Station without any problems. He said in surprise, Koryan Station, and then there were problems? She replied that was correct. More precisely, it was Busan Station. She thought he should see for himself. Then she sat down in a meditative pose and began concentrating her energy. The protagonist also used his skill. He said they definitely wouldn't be able to get past this. She said that as he could see, the train tracks were in such a state. She tried sending the mice to the surface, however. The protagonist noticed the ruined city and thought that there wasn't a single intact building in the area. Everything was destroyed. What could have happened here? At that moment, a mouse stopped near a small hole, and the protagonist asked, is that a footprint? He gritted his teeth and thought that now he understood. That's why the buildings weren't intact, and why all the roads were destroyed. That's it. At that moment, a powerful sound rang out in their room. They looked away sharply, and then Yejin grabbed her head, bending over to the floor. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought, if this continues, the building will collapse. Then he extended his hand to Yejin and asked if she was okay. She confirmed it and said she was better. He asked, what was that? He thought it was just a vibration. At that moment, a shout was heard outside the door. Jaehyun, he thinks he should take a look at that. The protagonist looked at Yejin and suggested going outside first. She agreed, and then he asked, what happened? Hyunjin ran into the room and shouted, Jaehyun, he's sorry, you need to go to him first. After that, they set off, and the MC thought he had a bad feeling for a long time. Hyunjin's apartment windows overlook Soman Station. That rumble, if he called him so urgently, really. At that moment, Hyunjin walked to the balcony and, pointing forward, here. The protagonist walked closer and thought, damn, does this even happen? He said, what the hell? He thought he was just imagining things. At that moment, a huge monster destroyed the building in front of him with a wave of its hand, and the protagonist uttered a vassal summons. At that moment, his squad appeared behind him, wondering, what the hell? Dongyeon asked, why are they here? Byungho looked at him and guessed, maybe because of that earthquake? Then they looked out the window in surprise at the huge monster moving through the ruined city. They asked, what is that? The next second, the monster took a step and vibration spread around. Hyungjun pointed at the window and shouted, "He's coming here!" Donghyun was surprised and asked, "What the hell is that?" The protagonist said they needed to stop it. He thought, but how? With his ability, would he be able to handle this monster's attacks? Then he began to tremble with fear, and at that moment, Yeonju called out to him and said that he had given her a chance. He thought, Yeonju, she was filled with rage towards this giant. Then he looked at her and asked, can she handle him? She looked at him seriously and said that she would make sure she could handle it. Then a system window appeared, which stated the task, the content, defeat the Cyclops 0 of 1, the time limit, 24 hours, the reward, the resurrection of the sun for a day, the punishment for failure, excruciating suffering for a day. He said, okay, then he will give brief instructions before this operation. They must listen to him. After some time, he asked, did everyone understand everything? They answered, yes. The first team is Yeonju, Donggun, Dajung, Deoksu. The second team is Byungho, Gion. And the last, third team, he and Yejin. He will handle it here. They should hurry and head to the operation site. He is counting on them. The next second, they ran out of the building and shouted, yes. Then Hyren came up to him and called him. She said as he said, she sent those who served in the army to the main gate and took everyone else to the underground parking lot. He smiled, looking at her, and said that he was grateful. Hyren, she should go to the parking lot too. She said that she also wanted to help. Her hands shook and MC, looking at her, asked, can she handle it? She replied, even though she was scared, she would gather her courage. Then he turned around and said, okay, they will go with him to the main gate. After a while he said 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101. He thought, out of 1,200 people, only 100 served in the army. This is absurdly small. Then one of the people present raised their hand and asked what they should do. The protagonist asked, where are Songgyeob and the twins? The guy looked away and said, well, the MC thought they ran away. Hundreds of people, including Songgyeob, pretended not to know anything and took refuge in the underground parking lot. He gritted his teeth and thought, cowards. Those gathered here won't risk their lives like fools. They understand that if they don't fight, they will all die. They said they came here to protect themselves and their dear families. Anyone would say that. Courage doesn't mean fearlessness. It means not giving in to fear and taking action. To survive in this world full of scary things, they need more brave people. Then he said that he was grateful that they came here. He thought, in that case, the next second, he summoned a system window and announced that he was acquiring 101 pistols and ammunition, and that everyone present would receive a 100% boost to their money and experience distribution speed. At that moment, weapons and ammunition began falling from the system window. The protagonist told them to take the weapons and ammunition lying in front of them. They took the weapons and exclaimed, a real pistol. With this, they might have a chance at victory. Then MC thought, those who dared to face their fears will receive a reward. He then turned around and used the ability Absolute Eyes. Then he said, it begins. The Cyclops roared loudly, letting everyone know he was nearby. Dongyeon, hiding in a building very close to him, prepared himself and threw a spear at the monster's leg. He immediately turned around and roared menacingly, then looked at the place where the spear was fired, and Dongyeon immediately saw a huge eye in front of him and was frightened. The Cyclops swung, preparing to strike, and the guy screamed loudly, afraid of this. But Yeonju appeared. She ran up to the Cyclops and slashed his leg with her claws. The monster roared furiously, raised one of its legs, and then slammed it into the ground with all its might, and Yeonju barely managed to jump to the side. The blow threw her up. She roared, and then another blow occurred, and now she was pinned to the wall and injured. The Cyclops approached her to examine her closely, and just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, someone called out to him loudly. Deoksu shouted into the loudspeaker that he was an idiot, an ugly monster. The Cyclops looked at him and remained silent. He didn't rise to his provocation and looked at the spear in his leg. Noticing this, Deoksu was perplexed and wondered why he had such an expression. Right now, the Cyclops was thinking. His halberd and spear were similar, and that's why he aimed at Deoksu. The guy clearly didn't expect this. Seeing the Cyclops running towards him, he was terrified and started running with loud screams. Meanwhile, the MC thought he had arrived. He turned to the people and told them to get ready. This monster will be here soon. Very soon, Deoksu was already there, and not alone, but with the Cyclops. He ran up to the group of people, and Jaehyun immediately erected a barrier and signaled the others. Jian and Gyeong sprang into action. Blackie swooped down on the Cyclops and stabbed its eye with his claws. While it was blinded, Gyeong took aim. She fired her bow, and the arrow pierced its palm and hit it right in the eye. Byungho teleported to the monster and unleashed his squad of mice on it. As soon as the rodents fell into the monster's mouth, Byungho called out to Jaehyun, and he thought that everything had gone according to plan so far. He summoned gas, and at that moment, the Cyclops' eye involuntarily flew open. Gas began to come out of its mouth, and MC reached out to it, thinking that he needed to put an end to it. He used the rudimentary elemental magic, fire, and an explosion occurred. Black smoke began to emit from the Cyclops. After this attack, it began to lose its balance, and the people became nervous. Jaehyun told them to stay put and thought that everything was going almost perfectly. All shots from the citizens need to be concentrated on the head of the idiot who fell on the barrier. He hopes that the vassals will finish him off later, but it would be better if it was Yeonju or Dongyeon, but they haven't arrived yet. Hungjin pulled him out of his thoughts. He nervously told him to turn around, and he said it was okay, he wouldn't be able to break through the barrier anyway. But when he turned around, he himself became nervous. The Cyclops' huge eye was looking straight at him. He involuntarily took a step back and thought that this couldn't be true. Was he able to withstand this attack? The Cyclops raised his fists above his head and hit the barrier with all his might. The system informed the MC that an unauthorized creature was trying to enter. Jaehyun stared at him in shock. He didn't have a scratch on him. Hyunjin waved his hand, ordering the others to open fire, and they began shooting the Cyclops in the eye with pistols. He immediately grabbed his head and growled in pain. And MC thought that this time they managed to stop him, but there was no guarantee that the barrier would withstand a few more hits. If he hit it even once, they were finished. So he decided to use the invisible hand and increased it. He received this ability at the expense of skill points that had not yet been spent. He was saving it for an unforeseen situation. The monster raised his hand, and the people were afraid that he was advancing again. And then the Cyclops slammed his fist into the barrier several times, trying to break it. The barrier withstood all his hits, which made the people happy and their spirits perked up. They opened fire again. This time, they were aiming not only at the eye. Jaehyun thought that it was impossible to say that they did not cause him any damage. Because of the mouse bombs and gunshots, more and more wounds appeared on his body. If this continues, he thinks they will be able to kill him. But they need something that will deal the decisive blow. At that moment, Dongjan fired a spear at the Cyclops. Cutting through the air, the weapon pierced the monster's body at high speed, and the MC smiled confidently. His vassals had arrived. The Cyclops growled in rage. Jaehyun ordered them to deal with it and summoned spears for Dongyan. He took one of them, applied more force, and threw it at the monster. After that, he grabbed another spear and did the same. The Cyclops covered his head with his hands to protect himself, and when several more spears pierced him, he growled loudly. Gyeong also decided to help. She began firing at the monster, and the system informed the MC that the three-legged crow's level had been increased. Solar panel efficiency increased by 100%. Solar panels have reached maximum efficiency. The three-legged crow releases a portion of the solar power. Some energy is transferred to it. Beginner-level fire magic has evolved into mid-level magic. The three-legged crow has detected an intrusion into its territory and is requesting permission to release energy. Jaehyun thought about it. It seemed like invading the territory meant the Cyclops. But what could this little bird do? He decided to give it a try, and the system informed him that 300 million won would be spent. He was very surprised by this amount, then saw rays of light rise from the solar panels, heading towards the house. He looked around and wondered if this light was coming from their house. A loud sound came from another building. He turned around and saw a huge raven in the sky. It was Blackie. He opened his beak, collecting a cloud of light, and the Cyclops turned to him. Immediately after, Blackie fired a beam of light at the monster. People scattered, and a moment later, the beam pierced the monster's body, causing it to fall. The Cyclops screamed loudly in pain, blood gushing from its mouth. At that moment, Yeonju arrived. She pounced on the Cyclops, and the last thing he saw before he died was a huge bear and her sharp claws. The system informed MC that he had killed a level 51 Cyclops and received about 32 billion won. His skills had increased several-fold. Because of this, he felt pain, and a shadow field began to emanate from him, which covered everything around him. The system congratulated him. His influence had now spread throughout the entire residential complex, and 10 billion won had been added to the construction fund. Jaehyun immediately fell to his knees and tried to catch his breath, and Blackie landed next to him, proudly wiping his beak. MC irritably said that he had taken 300 million for himself, and Blackie immediately looked away, but he wasn't angry. After all, his blow had been decisive. He patted him on the head and praised him, after which he thought that the area of effect of the reverse summoning seemed to be limited to his domain, but the price-to-performance ratio was excellent. He spent 300 million and earned 30 billion. Maybe he should summon 10 people back at once? With such a performance stat, there's no need to worry. The system informed him that reverse summoning was unavailable. It cost 10 billion. Jaehyun was shocked. Why had the cost increased? Another system window appeared next to him. He glanced at it, then turned his gaze to Yeonju. She was standing on the monster's body, crying loudly. She had completed the quest. Now at this moment, the very short, barely noticeable chime of the notification about the appearance of the quest status window became the sound of Yeonju's wish fulfillment. Some time ago, in another survivor camp, a boy named Junhyuk called a person to him and filled a bottle with water using his ability. The girl thanked him, and he called the next one. They had run out of food. He can create water himself, but they had completely exhausted all the food they had obtained fighting monsters. This is the limit. They will have to leave eventually. The building suddenly shook. Junhyuk became worried, and at that moment his friend Hyunchun ran up to him, telling him to go to the roof right now. Something terrible happened. There's a huge monster there. The two of them went up to the roof, and the guy let out a heavy sigh at what he saw. A few buildings away from them was now a Cyclops. He cursed and asked his friend to tell everyone to stay underground and not go anywhere, and in a voice trembling with fear, he asked what they should do. Junhyuk nervously tousled his hair and exclaimed, "What can they do against such a monster?" Hyunchan wanted to say something, and he exclaimed, "He doesn't understand. They can't do anything. They can only pray that he doesn't come here." At that moment, a bright flash appeared above the Cyclops, and then a barrage of fire fell on him, accompanied by a roar. Upon hearing this, they both immediately turned their surprised gazes to the Cyclops, and Junhyuk became nervous. He understood it as soon as he saw it. There was an awakened one there, and on a completely different level than him. He immediately became serious and asked Hyunchan to gather people. He asked in bewilderment, "He's not going to go there, is he?" He answered him with a serious expression that they would go there. He was sure, even though he didn't know who it was. But to survive in this world, they needed to stick with these people. After that, they packed their things and set off. People were scared of the unknown. What if there were bad people there? But since the food ran out, they had no choice. If they stayed here, they would die. They reached the residential complex. Junhyuk looked around and said that he seemed to have been here before. His friend was confused. The whole world was in ruins, but this building was intact. He wanted to enter the residential complex, but hit a barrier, after which a system window appeared in front of them. Access restricted. Do they wish to obtain citizenship? Jaehyun quickly granted them citizenship and then assigned them a group task. Climb to the 30th floor of the building. When they got there, they met Jaehyun. He kindly extended his hand to Junhyuk in honor of their acquaintance and introduced himself to him. The guy got really nervous when he saw him and thought it was him, the one who brought that giant monster to his knees. Now, he was right in front of him. He grabbed his hand and excitedly told him his name, saying that it was a great honor to meet him. While he was shaking his hand, every instinct was screaming at him that he couldn't pass up this opportunity. Meanwhile, Yeonju was spending time with her son Shiwoo, and they were eating. She asked with a smile if he liked everything. He answered that it was very tasty. "Is it someone's birthday today? Why are they eating seaweed soup?" She hugged him tighter and told him that it was because he liked the soup, and he joyfully threw his hands up, exclaiming that he was very happy. The door opened. MC entered the apartment, and Shiwoo joyfully exclaimed that it was that Uncle Wizard. Yeonju asked him how the new arrivals were doing, and he told her he'd help them settle in and shared some food. He awkwardly rubbed his neck and said he'd like to apologize for keeping them from leaving the house. He never thought it would turn out like this. She grinned and patted her son on the head, saying it was enough for her that they were together. She was quite happy now. The system immediately informed him that Yeonju's trust had reached 100. She was registered as a vassal, and the limit had been increased. He thought that even without the system's notifications, her facial expression and behavior were clear about her feelings. Shiwoo reached out to his mother, asking her to put on a dinosaur cartoon for him, after which they began to play together, and Jae-hyun settled down on the couch. After watching them, he looked down sadly, a multitude of questions immediately arising in his mind. How was his family doing now? Were they eating well? Are they injured? What if something went wrong? He closed his eyes, pushing away all these thoughts. He can't panic now. It's only one day, and he knows how much Yeonju has worked for this day. Right now, one of Yejin's mice is heading to his parents' house. As soon as she gets there, he can deliver all the necessary supplies to them. So today, he will simply watch Yeonju's only dream shine. He told her that she can sleep with Shiwoo in the main bedroom. She was slightly surprised by his words and said that they could spend the night there too. But he insisted that they get enough rest. That was an order. Yeonju didn't refuse, and, together with her son, bowed to him, thanking him for his concern. After which, they went to the bedroom, and the boy wished him good night. He watched them go with a smile, and the lights in the house went out. He settled down on the sofa, while Yeonju began to put her son to bed. That night, her gentle lullaby quietly echoed through the narrow crack in the door. MC was too old for lullabies, but for some reason, while he was listening, his eyes began to close. The next day passed peacefully. They ate what Yeonju cooked with Shiwoo and watched his favorite cartoons together. Because Shiwoo chased Blackie, who was trying to bask in the sun, the raven got angry. They napped together and played with the toys he brought from the store. And time flew by. They didn't waste a moment. And then evening came, which meant it was time to say goodbye. Just one day, he could only give them this short time. Yeonju hugged her son tightly, and he, hearing her quiet sobs, asked if she was crying. She lied to him, and then he looked into her face and said that she was crying. He wiped away her tears and asked her not to cry, and she said she was scared. She was afraid to live in a world without him. Shiwoo hugged her back tightly and told her he was there. Shiwoo's voice, warm as sunlight, trying to calm Yeonju, broke her heart. But the time had come. He let her go and took a step back, telling her that he would always be there. He would always be with her. She knew that, right? She panicked, and seeing him walk away to the window, she reached out to him and exclaimed that she hadn't done so much for him yet. She would cook him so much more delicious food, everything he liked. Shiwoo, whose body had already begun to dissolve in the sunlight, turned to her and with a wide smile on his face, told her through his tears that he loved her. And so came another inevitable goodbye. Yeonju started to stutter. She gathered her courage and bit her lower lip so hard that blood appeared. After that, she smiled widely through her tears and said that she loved him too. He said goodbye to her and disappeared into the rays of the sun, and she burst into tears again. She stayed there until the last trace of Shiwoo's warmth disappeared. Hope is a flower that grows only in the depths of despair. Therefore, those who keep hope within themselves are probably constantly drowning in doom. It's so cruel. Jaehyun extended his hand and told her not to be so upset. This was not their last meeting, and so he breathed hope into her again. She calmed down a little and asked if it was true, and then she heard this devilish temptation. He told her that if the chance came, he would definitely do it again. The system informed him that Yeonju's trust had increased and reached 100. He had received ancient vitality. Meanwhile, Sungyeob was furious. He cursed loudly and exclaimed that his spare spear, the orc spear, everything he had, everything was gone. It was all stolen. He asked the twins about their things, and one of them told him that there was nothing. He woke up and everything was already gone. His brother said that he asked around, and it turned out the same thing had happened to several people, and they all had something in common. None of them went when they were called to defend the main enemy, and the worst part is that those who did go returned unharmed. His brother disappointedly said that they should have just gone with everyone else, and then Sungyeob grabbed his clothes and pulled him towards him, asking, "Are they now implying that this is his fault?" He nervously answered him that he didn't mean it at all, and he said furiously that they agreed themselves. They themselves said that only puppets obey silently. Isn't that true? The guy got really nervous and asked him for forgiveness, after which Sungyeob pushed him away and thought that they might get exiled. It had happened before. Rumor has it that some man was hanging around near a child and he was immediately exiled. He was soon found dead outside. Besides, after defeating that giant, survivors started coming to the apartment complex. There were a lot of people here. If he continues to oppose him, he will be the next to be exiled. Only that idiot Sungmin, the only one who answered the call, got something out of it. He even has a gun now. He grabbed his head, not understanding how everything came to this, and MC, watching him, mentally told him that he still doesn't understand it. Everything he'd been through was just the beginning. When he receives his punishment, how does he think the other survivors will treat him? As a bonus, he'll learn to take responsibility for his actions so he doesn't cross the line again. He gave him a task, and the twins were startled when they saw the system window behind Sungyeob, and he turned around. He needed to kill 20 goblins in 24 hours. If he failed, he'd suffer 1 minute of excruciating pain. After that, he decided to test out a new skill. Ancient Vitality is one of Yeonju's A-rank skills. It significantly accelerates regeneration depending on the severity of the wounds received. He can't believe that the reward for reaching 100 trust points will be a skill possessed by a citizen. He won't need it now, since he doesn't participate in battles and rarely leaves the house, so he's unlikely to get injured. But the very fact that such a skill was acquired for 100 trust points is worth noting. Soon Bungho's trust will also reach 100, and he will be able to obtain his awakened teleportation ability. This skill allows the user to move anywhere within their line of sight. If this happens, what if he activates the observation tower and switches the absolute eyes there? Theoretically, if he has enough intelligence, he can move to that location. The observation zone is a zone that can be activated outside the house. When activated, the zone included in the house's territory temporarily receives the same effect. This can only be activated if a citizen with the rank of knight or higher is within the territory. If an unauthorized object remains in the zone for more than 24 hours, the territory will be destroyed. He needs to increase his intelligence stat. From now on, the quest reward will be an increase in intelligence, not skill improvements. Yeonju finally calmed down. She called out to him and said that everything was in order, so she wanted to take action. She would personally save his family. She knew the operation was supposed to begin yesterday, but it was postponed for a day because of her. She was grateful to him for sacrificing his valuable time for her, and she wanted to repay him for his concern. He mentally noted that she was saying exactly what he was thinking. He was grateful to her, of course, but he still felt a little ashamed. He smiled awkwardly and asked if he hadn't managed to hide his impatience. She told him that it wasn't like that at all, that she would have done the same in his place. For anyone, their own family is the most important thing. She understands what it took for him to give her such a day, and she is very grateful to him. He thought that it was perhaps because she was able to see Shiwoo, and even despite all the flaws, there was no longer any malice in her gaze, but trust. He thanked her for her understanding and asked her to wait with the Dongjeon squad in room 2901. He would be going down there soon too. He had a reason why he didn't send them to Seomyeon Station immediately after assembling the squad. This giant damaged part of a subway. It affected not only the tracks, but also other underground spaces in the Seomyeon Station area, so they need to find a new route. Yejin has been tirelessly using her rats since yesterday to find a reliable route. He used his absolute eyes to see what was happening to one of her rats. One of them evolved into a level 7 giant rat, which greatly surprised him. Is it because of that new skill Yejin gained after becoming a citizen? However, what's chasing that rat? Seeing a whole crowd of zombies, he became slightly nervous. The rat tried to escape, but immediately stopped. The monsters surrounded the rodent from all sides. Jaehyun thought it was all over. Instead of continuing to senselessly kill rats, he would rather use a gas explosion to destroy the zombies. But the rat found a way out of this seemingly hopeless situation. It nimbly ran past the zombies, dodging their attacks, and escaped the trap. MC happily thought that this rat was very tenacious and told the little animal to run from the subway. There was an exit there. There was still a little time left until the subway exit, but as soon as the rat was outside, danger lurked there too. A land shark, which was lying right at the subway entrance, growled, and the rat fell into terror. After that, the monster pounced on the poor little animal and devoured it, and Jae-hyun felt a pain in his head from the abruptly cut off connection. He thought about what just happened, a land shark? But there are more important things. It was not for nothing that all this seemed so familiar to him. This was Nampo Station, which was just a few kilometers from his parents' house, and there is a very high chance that such monsters are wandering around the house. They need to hurry. Meanwhile, Dabin was unpacking the boxes. She sighed tiredly and MC came up to her, saying that she worked hard. She smiled at him and said that it was not that difficult, especially since she was paid for it. Did he need something? He awkwardly looked away and began to mumble, trying to find the words, and she thought, was he hesitating? Because of this, she became nervous and thought that everything was serious. What did he want to ask her? She asked him to speak frankly, and he said that the thing was, he wanted to ask if he could borrow Hyren from her for a while. She stared at him in shock and asked, was he asking her to work alone all this time? He smiled and said that he would rely on her for the next 2 days, after which she exclaimed, he will pay her for the overtime, right? He smiled and told her that he would pay her double. This news made the girl very happy, and she immediately went to work. When Jae-hyun arrived at the meeting place, everyone was already there, and he began a briefing on the operation. As they all know, due to the appearance of the giant, travel through Seomyeon Station is difficult. However, it would be a shame to completely abandon the use of the subway line. He gave his word to Yejin, and she excitedly looked at her map and said that the tunnel from Seomyeon Station along Bayomnagol and Choryang Station is still intact. There are no monsters along its entire length, so this route is clear. Therefore, their first goal is to secure the route to Pomnagol Station, so she recommends they move along this route. She showed them her map, and since it looked more like a child's drawing, they felt uneasy. Deok-soo, with a serious face, told them to wait, and then broke into a smile and praised the girl for her excellent drawing skills. MC stared at the map, trying to understand at least something, and the girl continued the explanation. The area they need to be careful in before reaching Jeonpo Station and Pomnagol is near the supermarket. The orcs are especially active there, and there are about 500 of them. Dongyeon asked if they really have to fight them. She said that there was no need. Their task is to go down to Pomnagol Station and cross the subway tracks. They shouldn't worry. She examined the area with the rat and found a path where there are no orcs. They just need to get rid of the monsters they encounter along the way and quickly get down to the station. Jae-hyun reflected that before starting this operation, he had invested a huge amount of money to level up Dongyeon's squad as much as possible. Now almost everyone is at level 30, only Hungjin and Hyren are below. The goblins shouldn't pose a threat to them now, Yejin continued, saying that once they get down to the train tracks, they should be able to reach Choryang Station without any problems. The real problem is at the next station, Busan. Deok-soo nervously asked, does she mean there's a giant there too? She answered him that there is no one there. At least not yet, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The girl said that the problem isn't the giant, but the tracks. A huge herd of zombies is trapped between Choryang and Busan stations. They will take this route and be significantly delayed, unless of course they have abilities that can exterminate monsters in narrow spaces. All eyes immediately fell on Hyren, and she became very nervous. But then she pulled herself together and confidently stated that she thought her ability could help here. After that, she filled her entire inventory with 100 kilograms of poisonous fog and sighed tiredly. Jae-hyun and Yejin entered her room and he said that she did a good job. Is she feeling well? She told him that she was completely fine. At first it was very exhausting, but then she suddenly felt a surge of strength, and now she is doing great. He said that he was glad to hear it. She looked so tired, so he secretly entered the vassal management window in the process and leveled her up. It was quite expensive, but he had already earned billions, so he did it. In the end, it was the right decision. She asked hesitantly, she definitely doesn't need to go there in person? He told her to just stay here and keep making poisonous fog. That will be enough. Now that everything is ready, the operation begins. The first to enter the subway was a rat, this time a level 3 one. The MC opened his inventory and started releasing the gas. And as soon as the zombies saw the small animal, they immediately rushed to attack, and the rat, ignoring the hands reaching out to it, ran past them, poisoning them with fog. The poisonous fog has a paralyzing effect. If you inhale it, your movement slows down and it becomes harder to control your body. Then the fog paralyzes the diaphragm and intercostal muscles, which leads to suffocation. But these monsters are zombies. Since they are already dead, suffocation is not a problem for them, so he had already prepared a plan. He told Yejin to act, and a huge swarm of rats immediately appeared in the subway tunnel. They pounced on the paralyzed zombies and began gnawing at them. They killed several zombies this way, and suddenly Yejin warned Jae-hyun that something was wrong with the rats. After the attack, the rats themselves turned into zombies and their level increased to 9th. The MC thought it was too close. If a creature came into contact with zombie blood, it would also turn into a zombie. Yeonju could have become infected if they had bitten or scratched her. Luckily, they managed to avoid the worst-case scenario. He asked if the mutated rats still obeyed her orders. She confirmed this, and noted that they now seemed slightly more aggressive. He smiled, glad that everything was going smoothly. If they managed to reach Jagalhi Station safely, perhaps this time, he really could reunite with his family. Suddenly, the system informed him that unauthorized creatures were trying to enter. A whopping 157 of them. He granted them all citizenship, and the system informed him that since the number of citizens had reached 3,000, he had unlocked the Economic Activities Subsidies skill. He stared at the system window in shock, then smiled and thought that this could be quite good. With economic activity subsidies, he could grant titles to citizens and pay them subsidies. These subsidies were counted separately from the absolute recluse account. Daily salary. Workers receive 100,000 won, assistant managers 150,000 won, managers 200,000 won, deputy general managers 250,000 won, and general managers 300,000 won. There was a limit on the number of people per position. He thought it would be ideal to give titles to Dabin and the Public Infrastructure Management Team. The original promise was 700,000 won per week, which coincided with the daily salary of 100,000 won for workers. Now he doesn't have to deduct his salary from his account. Given the current state of affairs, he should expand the Public Infrastructure Management Team. Thanks to subsidies, citizens' salaries are practically free. It's not such a small amount, even if workers are paid 100,000 won. If all 300 worker positions are filled, the total daily income will be 30 million won. If he fills all the vacancies, it will be 50 million won per day. As these funds accumulate, the amount he can collect through his tax collection skill will increase, and some of the funds will be returned to his account as payment for purchases at the store. It's beneficial for him to distribute as many titles as possible. In addition to positions in the Public Infrastructure Management Squad, there are also positions for maintenance, cleaning, and security. So far, this is all he can think of. Security should be entrusted to those who were busy defending the gate. To start, he hired Daebin as the general manager and wondered who she would take into her squad. Hyunjin, Hyran, but someone else is needed. A notification sounded. The system informed him that Daebin's trust had risen to 100. She had been registered as a vassal, and the number of possible vassals had increased. Jaehyun thought it was as he expected. As soon as their trust reached 100, they automatically became vassals. This meant that once their trust reached 100, a special ability was activated. He decided to check her special ability and was about to reach his finger to the system window, but suddenly a loud snore was heard. By this time, Hyran had already fallen asleep. He looked at her in surprise, and Yejin laughed nervously, asking if she should wake her up. He allowed her to sleep and looked at her with a smile, thinking that she had already fulfilled her duties. She pretended to be fine, but it seemed she had been through a lot. She had worked so hard that she was exhausted, so she deserved a reward. He lifted her from the sofa with an invisible hand and placed her on the bed, after which Yejin noted that she must be very tired. MC approached her and asked if she was okay. She answered him with a smile that she didn't do anything that could make her tired, so everything was fine. They had already reached the tracks at Sampo Station. He told her to keep up the good work, and she happily exclaimed that he could rely on her. But when she wanted to check what was there, her face suddenly gloomed and he became worried. She told him that the connection was not working. He asked what it meant. The connection was suddenly cut off. She asked him to wait and closed her eyes, focusing on her ability, after which she said that it seemed like the distance was now too far. He asked, but was there a problem before? She answered him that apparently, if you move while the connection is active, you can go beyond the range of the connection, but the distance is limited to the central station. What should they do? Jaehyun became nervous and wondered why now. He was planning to use the mouse to check on his parents, who lived a little further from Jagalchi Station. He clenched his fist and said, he knows it will be difficult, but could she please try contacting the central station again? She agreed and immediately got to work. She returned to the mutated rats, and MC thought they were forced to try any possible methods, but for now, he hoped everyone would be safe and sound. Currently, the mouse scouts were at the central station, and Dongjan's squad was just behind, approaching Choryang. After a while, they finally exited the subway. Once on the surface, they saw the giant's enormous footprints and the pile of ruined buildings it had left behind. Jian remarked that it was simply incredible, and Gyeong asked him to scout the area. He raised his raven into the air. The bird circled over the area for a while, and he said it didn't look like there were any monsters nearby. Deoksu noted that even at Choryang Station, there weren't any goblins in sight, and thanks to the giant's mess, they should be able to pass through easily. Jian agreed. Judging by the state of the place, no sane person would dare venture there. Dajung grew nervous and reminded them that night was approaching. Should they really go there? Maybe they should find a place to spend the night and set off in the morning. Gyeong smiled and said she didn't need to worry. Knowing goblin habits, it was even safer to walk at night. They usually hide at night. Dongyan touched his chin, puzzled, and told him they'd go now. If it became dangerous, Jaehyun would give them a ride back. A squeak came from below. A mouse ran up to them, and they followed it. The mouse led them along a safe route along a body of water. Jian remarked that Busan Station now resembled a lake. How did this happen? Is this also the work of that giant? Gyeong answered him. Something is quite possible. She thinks these depressions were formed because the buildings collapsed into the ground. At that moment, some kind of creature emerged from under the water and climbed onto the rubble of the building. Jian heard splashes and turned his attention to the lake, telling the others that he heard something. His eyes widened. He saw a silhouette on the rubble and pointed at it, telling them that there was someone there. They looked closer and saw a person in this creature. It looked like a woman, and when they saw this creature, they became worried. It was a siren. She looked up at them and screamed loudly, and they immediately covered their ears, trying to somehow muffle this loud sound. But it did not help them. The siren took control of them. Their bodies moved towards the lake on their own, and Yeonju and Deoksu fell into the water. They began to fall to the bottom. Luckily, Yeonju quickly came to her senses, but Deoksu still couldn't move. She immediately swam towards him and thought that if this continued, he would be in danger. But at that moment, the monsters living in the depths grabbed her legs and pulled her to the bottom. She tried to break free, but only lost air. Meanwhile, the others were still under the siren's control. The sound made them feel unwell, and Dajin pulled herself together. She used her magic defense skill on them to remove the siren's influence, and they immediately felt better. Having lost her strength, she fell to her knees and said that they needed to quickly save Deoksu and Yeonju. When she looked at the lake, her gaze became frightened. Monsters, fishmen, emerged from under the water. The fishmen raised their spears in a battle cry, then jumped into the water and rushed at high speed toward the squad. Dongjin drew his weapon and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. They were approaching. Splashes appeared above the lake's surface, and one of the fishmen jumped out from under the water and attacked Dongyeon. As soon as it approached, he lashed out with his spear, deflecting the blow, just as an arrow pierced the monster's head. Other fishmen had already arrived and also began jumping out of the water. Gaeyoung continued to shoot them, but there were so many of them that she couldn't keep up. Eventually, the monsters surrounded them, and Dongjeon nervously thought that they didn't have time. He had to save Deoksu and Yeonju. Suddenly, something jumped out of the water, scattering all the monsters. Then Yeonju joined the group with Deoksu in her arms. Fortunately, she managed to escape the clutches of the monsters. Deoksu coughed up water and exclaimed that he'd thought he was going to die, and their friends were overjoyed to see them alive. The boy thanked Yeonju for saving him, and she smiled at him, saying he didn't need to thank her since he'd saved her so many times. The fishmen reminded them of their presence with a disgruntled roar, and they pounced on them. One of the squad members said that these monsters weren't giving them even a moment's rest, and then Deoksu summoned his armor and joined the fight with Yeonju. The situation began to improve for them. Deoksu smashed everyone with his halberd, and Yeonju tossed them aside. One of the monsters she tossed back hit a wooden post, causing it to crack and then begin to fall. Seeing this, the squad immediately scattered in different directions, and then a crash was heard. Byung-ho approached the fallen Dongyeon and asked if he was okay, and he replied that he was fine. But what was that? They looked at the newly fallen pole and were surprised to see a goblin tied to it. Jian noticed something and told everyone to look up. When they looked up, they saw a pile of the same crucified goblins. Dongyeon noted in horror that they were so caught up in the battle that they hadn't noticed. These creatures don't care whether they're monsters or humans. How many did they kill? Seeing a familiar face, Gaeyoung dropped her hands in shock, her voice trembling and her eyes never leaving the man's face. It was her father. At that moment, a monster jumped out of the lake and ran toward Gaeyoung, but she didn't notice it due to shock, and Dongyeon called out to her, warning her of danger. Immediately after, there was an explosion. A bullet pierced the monster's head, and it collapsed at the feet of its fellows. Byung-ho, who had fired the shot, called out to the girl and asked if she was okay. Dongyeon, confused, praised him and wondered what had happened. She was acting strange. Gyeon called out to him and said he thought he'd found a way out of the situation. He'd been watching through the crow this whole time, and this siren seemed to be able to control these creatures. He didn't know what she was saying, but whenever she opened her mouth, those fish-headed monsters started moving. If they killed the siren, maybe the rest of the monsters would just retreat without a leader. Dongyeon hesitantly said they could try, but he didn't think they'd give them a chance to get closer. Deoksu asked, so they just need to kill the siren, right? He understood. He would kill her. He had a plan. The siren opened her mouth, said something, and the monsters immediately changed formation. Seeing this, Dongjeon became nervous, and Jion said that they probably realized they were targeting the siren. Dongjeon turned to Deoksu and asked, can he rely on him? He confidently told him to leave it to him. If they provoked them, it would give them an advantage. Let him just clear the way for him. Dajin said that she would then protect Gaeyoung, after which the boys rushed into battle. They began to clear a path for Deoksu. Byung-ho and Jion fired at them with pistols, and Dongyeon jabbed with a spear. When the path was more or less clear, he gave a signal to Deoksu, and he prepared himself. He swung his halberd, then threw it at Siren, who was closely watching his movements. Seeing his weapon very close to her, she immediately tilted her head to the side and it flew past. The boys stared at her in shock and exclaimed indignantly that he said he would kill her. Siren laughed loudly at his failure, and the fishmen did the same. But that's not the end. Deoksu turned to Dongyeon and asked, has he forgotten what he does when he loses a weapon? At first, the guy didn't understand what he was talking about, as he was completely nervous. But then he figured it out. Deoksu extended his hand forward and said with a smirk that the best way to catch a fish is with a hook. After that, he pulled the halberd towards himself. The weapon pierced the siren's body and she screamed loudly, after which the system reported the capture of a level 34 monster. The fishmen, who had been under control this whole time, finally regained their senses and immediately rushed to hide under the water. Seeing this, they all sighed with relief and began to praise Deoksu, and Donggun ran to Gaeyoung and asked, is she okay? Dajong looked up at him with a worried look and asked what she should do with her. He stared at her in confusion, and Gaeyoung stuttered that her dad was hanging up there. His face immediately darkened. He looked up and thought, This can't be true. He couldn't be there. She must have been mistaken. He continued to convince himself of this until he saw him. Ga-young panicked and asked what she should do. The man he was looking at had a name tag with Kim Do-kun's name on his shirt. He really was her father. He fell to his knees in despair, and Ga-young said that her dad looked like he was in a lot of pain. Meanwhile, MC quickly created a quest for Ga-young with the reward of resurrecting her father, but the system said that resurrection was impossible outside his territory. He tried restarting the quest, frantically pressing the button several times, but the system refused him every time. When Yejin called out to him, he finally stopped and looked down. He had bet everything on Dongyeon's group. If the situation was truly mortal, he would summon them all without hesitation. Summoning without an outpost meant starting all over again. The risk was too great, there was no choice. But was there really no choice? Being pulled underwater by a group of monsters with weapons. If that wasn't mortal danger, then what was? And that's it. He knew the truth. He was worried about his family. He wanted to see them at least a day earlier. This desire wasn't just his. Others had families too, and it was natural for them to fear for theirs. He understood everything. He just pretended not to understand because saving his family was a priority. Everyone had sacrificed their own interests for him. He knew that. With trembling hands, he created a new group task, this time about creating a grave. Seeing the system notification, Ga-young burst into tears even more, and Dongbyun began to calm her down. Jaehyun, meanwhile, nervously tousled his hair and cursed through his teeth. After a while, they built a grave out of stones and gave Ga-young time. Dongjun asked if she was absolutely sure. She looked around and told him that her dad would have loved it here. He was a workaholic and proud of his work. He often joked that he wanted to be buried by the railroad. She placed a name tag with his name on the grave and said that when she was little, she thought it was just nonsense. But in the end, her dad's wish came true. Ga-young's every word pierced the MC. He hoped that their grief would not become his fate. That's why he would do everything to ensure that they no longer suffer. To achieve this, they need awakened ones, and the most promising candidate right now is Junhyuk. At that time, he was using his ability to deal with goblins. When his loyalty reached 30, the MC registered him as a vassal. A girl from his squad called out to him and said that he was glowing. After her words, he immediately examined his body. He really was glowing, which surprised him. Jaehyun quickly glanced at his status window. He has 2 titles, Knight and Mage, as well as several abilities: Water Creation, Water Bomb, Water Manipulation. The power of Mage skills is increased by 100%. Water Bomb, an A-rank ability, creates water compressed under high pressure. The force of the explosion proportional to the mana expended. The S-rank skill, Water Manipulation, uses mental energy to control the summoned water. He was given a task to use new skills, with a time limit of 10 minutes. The reward will be an increase in mental strength. Seeing the system notification, the boy immediately realized it was Jaehyun's doing. Hyunshin noticed that he had frozen in place and asked if he was okay. He asked him to wait a bit, then told Jaehyun with a smirk that he understood everything. There were enough targets. After that, he gathered a huge clot of water in front of him, making the goblins nervous, and then hit them with a water bomb. The impact was so powerful that the asphalt broke, and the goblins died instantly. After that, a light rain began. The boy waved his hand and used his water manipulation skill, causing the droplets to freeze in the air. His friends were surprised by this sight and said that this power was incredible. Junhyuk stopped affecting the water and laughed loudly, then fell to his knees and began to bow to Jaehyun, thanking him for this favor. His friends looked at him in confusion, and one of them asked, "What's wrong with him?" He suddenly went completely crazy. The guy asked, "Maybe it's because of that other world?" Meanwhile, the system informed MC that Junhyuk's trust and loyalty had increased greatly. He completed the task. He thought that he didn't even expect that he would awaken an S-rank ability. This makes him the second user of a high-ranking ability besides Yeonju. Considering that his starting ability was only B rank, he didn't think everything would work out so well. Is it because of his high level? It seems that it's not just luck. In any case, the result is excellent. Water creation uses mental energy to create water anyway. The question is, how should he use it now? Should he add him to Dongyeon's group? But the group is already well balanced. There's no need to rip Junhyuk out just to throw him in. The group Junhyuk initially came with is tightly knit around him. Without him, it will fall apart. For now, it's better to leave him with his own group. At that moment, the system notified him of the capture of several goblins, and he thought it was already quite late, but aside from Junhyuk, there were still people who stubbornly continued to hunt. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced his head. The system informed him that his House Declaration level had increased to 20. He had received 3 points, and he had learned a new skill. The territory was expanding. He clutched his chest and screamed, trying to cope with the growing pain, which made Yejin become very worried about him. The zone suddenly expanded, covering even more of the area around the house. MC thought how much it hurt. Yejin screamed, Jaehyun, is he okay?" He thought it was more painful than before, like his whole body was being pierced with needles. Yejin screamed in fear, "Jaehyun, let him breathe. Don't close your eyes. Jaehyun, what should I do?" He opened his eyes and thought, what, did he faint? He saw Yejin in front of him, who was reaching for his lips, and he pushed her away. He asked, "Yejin, what is she doing now?" She embarrassedly apologized and said she thought he wasn't breathing, and so she tried to do CPR. MC said, "He's okay." Blackie squeaked in fear, and MC patted his head and said, "It's okay." He grabbed his head and activated the absolute gaze. Incredible scale. Not only Jeonpo Station, but also Somin and Bujeon stations. The territory has swallowed up all the roads within a 1 kilometer radius of the residential complex. No wonder the pain was so intense. This is the largest expansion of his territory ever. He's so tired. He wants to sleep for at least 5 more minutes, but now is not the time for that. First of all, the 3 skill points he received for reaching level 20. He's already decided which skill to level up, the most important skill for the current mission. The system window reported that the level of Absolute Sight has increased. Absolute Sight has reached level 4. The multi-perception function has been added. He feels his vision expanding, as if he's sitting in a security room and looking at CCTV monitors. The sudden expansion of his vision makes it harder to concentrate. For now, his limit is 3 threads at a time. Now he has 2 skill points left. The second skill to level up is the Maintaining Dignity skill. The system window reported that the Maintaining Dignity skill has reached level 5. The Divine Artifacts function has been added. He received 300 crystals. Jaehyun asked, "Crystals?" He saw a notification about a mystical draw where one attempt costs 300 crystals and thought they gave him 300 crystals for the first attempt. No reason to refuse. He clicked on the mystical draw and everything around shook. Yejin screamed, "Jaehyun, this light!" Blackie beeped loudly and MC screamed. A communication ring appeared in front of him. This is a ring that transmits the wearer's voice to his vassals. Jaehyun asked again, "A communication ring?" This is a ring that transmits voice. Not bad, it will be perfect for Kim Dabin. Kim Dabin is registered as a vassal, right? Vassal management, Kim Dabin. The system window reported that Kim Dabin is level 25 and has the ability telepathy. MC thought, telepathy? Amazing. It's perfect for her job. A loud scream was heard. 50 people live in one apartment? He saw a crowd of people standing in front of Dabin, and she was trying to explain that this was just a temporary measure. The man shouted, "What do you mean, temporary? Does she think they are chickens or something?" They saw a bunch of vacant apartments. They've already looked at everything. Everyone started shouting, "Shouldn't they at least provide a normal place to sleep? Children need to sleep in comfortable conditions." They ordered to give only a few vacant rooms. They will just sleep, and that's it. Dabin apologized and said, "But there are rules." The MC got angry when he saw this and activated the gate of absolute reclusion. It can create links between doors within its territory. A new skill obtained upon reaching level 20. He didn't think he would use it so early. The man screamed. They themselves illegally occupied other people's apartments, right? In an emergency like this, they should help each other. She acts like everyone owes her. The MC said it's him, the one who illegally appropriated someone else's house. Devin screamed. Jaehyun. He said if he doesn't agree with his rules, then he can get out of his house. The man yelled. What did he say? How dare he, idiot? The MC waved his hand and said to banish Sun Young-shik. He only had time to ask, what? The people were scared when he disappeared, and Jaehyun said, finally silence. So, does anyone else have any complaints? Everyone remained silent, and he said, from now on, he is cutting off the electricity, water, and gas in all their apartments. The girls screamed, what? He can't be serious, right? The MC said he should be the one asking them. Does he even understand what they are doing? They came here exactly when they had just defeated the giant. Do they still think this is just a coincidence? Didn't they come here because they thought that since they could defeat the giant, they could protect them? Hundreds of people just like them come here every day. Do they understand what he's getting at? Concessions will lead to the immediate emergence of 3 serious problems. First, the available rooms will quickly run out, and there will be nowhere to house new people. Second, those who live here longer may feel unfair. Third, one concession will start a chain of endless requests and complaints. He asked to make one thing clear. Basic rights and social protection? Let them forget. There is no such thing here. The South Korean government has already collapsed, and he is not a representative of the authorities. A tyrant abusing his power. Perhaps from the outside it looks that way, but the world they now live in is too cruel for naive ideas like rights and social benefits. MC frowned and said that if they want to enjoy these privileges, they will prove themselves worthy of it. Right now, other survivors are struggling to adapt to these conditions. They sleep in shifts in 3 shifts to make the most of their space and seek advice from those who adapted earlier. Even in this cramped space, there are those caring for children and the weak, trying to survive together. And these people chose to make demands instead of looking for solutions. The MC said, now. He pointed his finger at the people and ordered them to return to their assigned housing. They were just being insolent. Unless, of course, they wanted to be expelled. The people looked at him and turned around. They started to leave, and Daebin exhaled and thanked Jaehyun. He saved her. The MC thought, no big deal. He just did what he had to. He should be the one thanking him. Daebin looked at him in surprise, and he asked, was she surprised? Daebin replied, yes. He said he thought she was capable of that too. It's telepathy, right? She needs to think of the person she would like to contact and start talking mentally. She thought about it and asked, is that how it is? Jaehyun replied, she's great. He will learn with practice how exactly to use telepathy and what its limits are. Daebin thanked him and asked why it worked at all. Suddenly, MC was called out, and turning around, he saw a guy. He apologized, and Jaehyun asked if there was anything else he wanted to say. The guy spoke up. He knew. It came over him. But this was about the person he had just expelled. Couldn't he forgive him at least this once? The MC asked again. Why should he? The guy answered because even though Young-shik was the loudest, it was a collective opinion. Honestly, they were all to blame, and he felt that Young-shik shouldn't be the only one punished. They would accept any punishment, so let him have mercy at least this once. Jaehyun thought, in fact, he was thinking about the right moment to bring Sun Young-shik back. He couldn't condemn a person to death just for the sake of an exemplary flogging. Fortunately, Sun Young-shik didn't leave, but continued to bang on the door the whole time. He looked at the guy and asked what his name was. He answered, Han Kyung-hoon. The MC replied, okay, Han Kyung-hoon. He will restore Son Young-shik's citizenship status. He will also continue to provide water, electricity, and gas to their living space. Kyung-hoon asked again. Really? Jae-hyun replied, he's doing this out of respect for his integrity, Kyung-hoon. But this is the first and last exception. He's sure the others understand this too. Kyung-hoon bowed and shouted, thank you, really thank you so much. The system window reported, Son Young-shik has regained citizenship. Han Kyung-hoon's trust increased significantly. The MC considered this. He had decided to restore the gas supply for the sake of the children in this group of survivors, but then they wouldn't receive a fitting punishment. Well, at least they would experience the inconvenience of having to take cold showers and sleep on cold floors. Daebin silently said, Jae-hyun, he seems to have a kind heart. He asked again, he does? She replied, yes. The MC thanked her for such high praise, and Daebin asked if he was embarrassed. He replied, Daebin, the most important thing right now is that the shared living space is in building number 3, and he's going to create similar ones in each of the 25 buildings. She screamed in fear. What? Jae-hyun asked how many people she said she had in her squad. She answered, 15, including Hyrin and Hyunjung. The MC asked if she could expand the team to 100 and help him with the operation. He thought assigning 4 people to each building would be enough for effective management. Daebin asked in surprise, 100 people? The MC replied, yes, and he will pay each one 100,000 won a day. Then the management will be stable. At that moment, a voice came from the elevator, the 21st floor. The doors are opening. Daebin said, also, her voice will carry more weight in the discussions. Someone said hello, and they quickly turned around. MC asked if he was new here and wanted to talk about something. The man answered, exactly. They don't need a medical team. He's Dr. Lee Sungmin, Associate Professor of Nephrology at Busan Park Hospital. After a while, Jae-hyun said he'd sent him back for now, but what should they do about it? Daebin said such professionals deserve to be treated with dignity. MC asked what if they gave them an apartment and converted that area into a hospital. Daebin said that was a good idea. If they searched, they'd find enough nurses. He would entrust the formation of the medical team to her, Daebin. She put her hand to her head and said that he could rely on her. After a while, Yejin said, Jae-hyun, did everything go well? He answered, yes, there were no problems. The system window reported, absolute eyes. He thought, Hadongyeon's squad has already left. They are on their way to Chigalchi Station. There are no problems. Then he needs to finish what he recently started. It's time for him to invest the last skill point. He said to level up Absolute Inventory. The system window reported that the Absolute Recluse's Absolute Inventory had reached level 2. The inventory capacity had been increased to 200 kilograms. The save function had been added. Save is a passive skill. Items in the inventory will retain the state they were in when they were added to the inventory. The capacity has doubled. Now he can use the inventory more freely. What is this? Save? Wait, if he uses it correctly. MC ordered to open the magazine, S&W M60, 38 caliber, buy 100 rounds. Items retain their state. So, when he summons an item from the inventory, it will be in the same state as when he put it there? MC pointed the gun forward and thought, it works. He ordered Yejin to cover her ears for a minute. She turned around and looked at him, puzzled. He screamed, it will be loud. Yejin screamed in fear. Jae-hyun, it's a gun, he thought. Add the fired bullet to your inventory. Yejin screamed loudly and fell to the floor, and the bullet flew into your inventory. The system window reported that the bullet had been added to your inventory. He thought, it worked. This is just what he needs now. If he timed everything correctly. Yejin asked, Jae-hyun, why? He put his hand forward and ordered the fired bullet to be summoned, and it flew out of your inventory. He thought, it's crazy. It worked. This is a reliable way to cover Hadongjin's squad. After a while, the monsters in Chigalchi were hit and fell to the ground. Dongjin frowned and said, they finally reached Chigalchi Station. MC asked, can you guys hear him? Dongin asked in surprise. Jae-hyun? MC said, the connection seems to be excellent. Dongjin replied, yes, they could hear him well. Jae-hyun said, they would communicate this way from now on. They could leave through the second exit. Dongjun replied, he understood. They went to the second exit and once outside, looked around. This was uncharted territory. So Yejin had tried to reconnect with the mouse at Junon Station, but to no avail. This was different from previous forays, the route of which had been studied during reconnaissance. They were not prepared for anything in this area. Dongjin asked, Jae-hyun, where to now? MC replied that if they went forward 1 kilometer along the left side of the main road, they would reach the destination. He replied, understood. Suddenly, a huge creature appeared to the side, and Dongyeon screamed loudly, get back! They had barely escaped the sea monsters, and now there's a shark here? The huge creature opened its toothy mouth, and Dongyeon clutched his spear and screamed loudly. Jian pulled out a pistol and shot the creature in the head. Donggon swung his spear and struck the creature, screaming loudly. At that moment, a bear rushed toward them, swinging its huge paws. The system window reported that they had defeated a level 24 land shark. He had gained experience. About 14 million won had entered the Absolute Recluse's purse. Donggon turned and ordered Jian to conduct reconnaissance. He replied, yes. He frowned and, with the help of a crow, began to inspect. He cried out, what? Jian cried out, it seems to me it's everywhere here. Before he could finish speaking, a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of them. Jian said, these idiots. The guys screamed, guys, there's something there too. What kind of horror is this? The huge creature noticed the humans and headed toward them. Dongyeon screamed, Deoksu, let him stop them. He quickly changed into armor and screamed loudly, swinging his weapon. The system window reported, He defeated a level 16 Sky Marlin. They received experience. 785,001 was added to the Ultimate Recluse's wallet. The guys took out their guns and started shooting at the remaining monsters. Gyeong fired, and with a displeased sk, said that if they started killing one after another, there would be no end to them. A loud scream was heard. Dajung. She fired towards the monster and ordered it to stay back. A system window appeared in front of her, reporting the opening of the storage. The fired bullets headed towards the monster and pierced its body. The system window reported they defeated a level 17 Sky Marlin. They received experience. 230,001 was added to the Ultimate Recluse's wallet. Jaehyun thought he killed them with the bullet he fired, but the kill reward was small. MC said, "So Yejin?" She looked at him and replied, "Yes, Jaehyun." He told her to stop trying to establish contact for now. Let her shoot instead. Yejin asked again with a pistol. Her? MC answered, "Yes, faster." Yejin asked where to shoot. Jaehyun answered, "Anywhere, it doesn't matter." He ordered her to hurry, and Yejin closed her eyes and fired. The system window reported that the bullet was added to the inventory. He told her to keep shooting. Yejin screamed. Yes. Jaehyun thought about all the bullets fired. He frowned and ordered to summon. He will use them in battle. System windows appeared at the battle site, and bullets flew out. The system window reported that they defeated the level 17 Sky Marlin. They received experience. About 1.5 million won came into the Absolute Recluse's wallet. Yejin said, "The drum is empty." MC screamed, "Let her reload and shoot again. Faster." She answered, "Okay." Jaehyun thought, the effectiveness has increased sixfold. He, of course, feels sorry for Seo Yejin, so there is no other choice. She fired, and at that moment Hyren entered the room and asked, "What is going on here? Did she hear gunshots?" She looked puzzled as Yejin shot at the system window and asked, "What? This is a very strange dream. But why doesn't she wake up?" At that moment, the people were fighting the monster. Dongjun frowned and said, "Is it kidding me? Will they even be able to defeat this idiot? More are coming." They quickly began to attack the monster, and Yeonju screamed, "Dajung, she needs support." She answered, "Yes." She directed a stream of mana towards Yeonju, and she grabbed the monster by a limb. She tore it off, and Dongjun screamed, "Jaehyun!" He clenched his spear and threw it towards the monster, piercing the creature's body. Yeonju jumped onto the monster's body and swung her clawed paw. She attacked the creature but missed and thought in surprise, "What? It remained unharmed?" Byung-ho ordered everyone to run and fired a gun. The bullets reflected off the monster's body, and everyone thought, "It's incredibly durable." Dongjun frowned and thought, what to do? Is there really no way to defeat the monster? It's not just a shell. It looks like they need to hit it much harder, like a hammer. Then, MC used absolute sight and thought, where is it? He definitely saw the creature. He found it. Jaehyun opened his inventory and turned to Yeonju. As soon as he gives the signal, she needs to jump on the crab's shell. She replied, "Yes, it will be done." He thought. He saw something that can break through the monster's defense. It's a summoning, a barbell. He asked to forgive Minho. He will later register it as a product and buy him a new one. First, he would throw the barbell, and when its kinetic energy reached its limit as it fell under the influence of gravity, he would add it to his inventory. And then, barbell summon. At that moment, the barbell flew downwards at a tremendous speed. MC said, "Yeonju, now." The barbell fell on the monster and broke its shell, after which Yeonju quickly attacked. The system window reported that they had killed a level 35 giant crab. They had received experience. About 1 billion won had entered the Absolute Recluse's wallet. After defeating the giant crab, the road home was more like a fish market. They moved forward, killing various monsters, all kinds of fish, crustaceans, and so on. Sometimes they would find themselves in dangerous situations that would be impossible to escape from without his help. All this time he had a vague feeling. This place, even with their current abilities, would be difficult for the Ha-Dong-gyeon squad to pass. A team of awakened ones, armed to the teeth. And yet, it's hard for them to move forward even a single kilometer. It's time to admit it. The likelihood of his family surviving is close to zero. The closer he gets to that, the more scared he is. But even if there's even a 1% chance, he can't lose hope. Familiar streets, albeit badly damaged. If you go to that alley, you can get to their house. Wait, a tree? He ordered to stop. This is the place where he was born and raised. He knows perfectly well where everything is, and that tree definitely wasn't here. No one would have planted this here. That means it appeared after the end of the world. The system window reported that it was a level 38 giant tree. He thought so. MC said, "Guys." Donggun said, "Yes, Jaehyun." He asked, "Do they see that huge tree in front of them?" Dongjeon replied, "They do." MC said, "That tree is a monster. They need to attack." At that moment, the tree opened its huge eye and walked towards the team. Gyeong frowned and attacked it, when suddenly the tree appeared. Hands. Dongjeon swung his spear and delivered another blow. He frowned and said, "Nightmare." Byung-ho jumped to the side and fired his gun. Yeonju jumped up and began quickly hitting the tree trunk with her paws. At that moment, roots burst out of the ground and headed towards Yeonju. It tied her up, and Dongyeon cried out in fear. "Yeonju?" One large root headed towards the tied-up Yeonju, and she growled. Byung-ho appeared in front of her and ordered her to run. It stopped right in front of him, and he widened his eyes questioningly. Dongyeon shouted, "Byung-ho, now!" He moved them with mana, and MC thought, "What is this?" In an instant, the tree monster stopped attacking. "Really?" He turned to Donggun and said, "Yeonju should retreat, and the rest should continue to attack." Donggun asked again, "What? Just Yeonju?" Jaehyun answered, "Yes." He frowned and said, he understood. He turned around and ordered to follow Jaehyun's order. "Yeonju, she needs to retreat and protect Gyeong and Dajung. Deoksu squad, they need to move forward." He replied, "Okay though, will he be able to do it?" Dongjin replied, "He has decent defense after all. He can handle it." Deoksu asked, "Okay then." The tree started moving, and he said, "What an idiot. What is it doing?" Dongjeon asked. asked. Jaehyun, what happened? The tree monster just returned to its position. MC thought, does that mean it doesn't attack people? The monster started attacking right after Yeonju transformed into a bear, and all its attacks were directed only at her. Maybe this means that it was this form of Yeonju that provoked the monster. She frowned and said, that monster returned to its position. Suddenly, a shark-shaped monster appeared in front of the tree, and the tree pierced the creature's body. MC thought just as he suspected. For some reason, it doesn't attack people. That means since the tree is not hostile, we need to move forward without paying attention to it. Donggun replied, that's right. They started to quietly walk past the monster, when suddenly they stopped and looked at it carefully. Donggun said thoughtfully, Jaehyun, he only asked not to tell that the place where the tree stands is his family's home. Jaehyun asked, maybe they came to the wrong place? He thought, no, they were not mistaken. This should have been his parents' house, where his mom and dad, grandma and grandpa should have been. He clenched his jaw and thought, the monster has no right to be there. He will kill the monster right now. Only then will it be able to calm down. He will fill it with gas and blow it up. He will bring Ha Dongjan's squad back by summoning vassals. And now he will destroy this monster. The system window reported, the presence of a relative of the absolute recluse was noticed. The old man shouted, who is there? Who are they? How dare they mock little Poppy? The team looked at them puzzled and asked, what? The old man approached the tree and said, God, what to do? They made a hole in this. How painful it was. Poppy, is it okay? If the boss finds out, he'll be very upset. The old man screamed, did they do this? They answered, yes. The old man started waving his cane and screamed, how could they do this to a baby who can't even move? The guys bowed and asked for forgiveness. Someone asked to take a look. The man said, Poppy did it again. The men approached the monster's corpse and began to cut it up. The old man said in surprise, this freak has gained fat. This won't taste good at all. The old man asked, should they turn their noses up? If they don't like it, they don't have to eat it. Someone else said, but that's not what he meant. MC thought, I see. Now everything fell into place. And the existence of a monster tree that doesn't attack people, and the fact that such a huge tree grew only next to his house. Even when he was little, their house was full of plants. The flower bed changed its flower arrangement depending on the season, and on the roof, various plants bore fruit year-round. When Grandpa retired, he planted a vegetable garden upstairs, and these vegetables were often on the table. Perhaps the giant tree that stands where his house should be and doesn't attack people is a manifestation of someone's awakened ability, and powers like his could appear in Grandpa. His ability had awakened. Jaehyun grabbed his head and said, thank goodness. What a relief. He thought they were all dead. There are level 20 monsters wandering around there, and flocks of level 10 and higher flying in the sky. He wondered how people could even survive in such a place. He laughed, and Yejin asked, what's the matter? Jaehyun replied, nothing. Everyone is safe and sound. Then he needs to check it out. Someone said, it's good to be young. Dongjan wiped his brow and asked, will that be enough? The man smiled and replied, yes, quite. Thank them, youth. The MC turned to Ha Dongjan and told him to ask these people about their leader. He replied, okay. He turned around and asked, man, may he know the name of their leader? The man asked again, is he with their leader's sign? The leader's name is Lee Boonja. The MC thought, he knew it. It's his grandfather. The man said, before going to their leader, they need to stop for a minute. They looked around and Dongyan cried out in surprise. Jaehyun thought, there are so many people here. It seems like more than 100. It's like the entire Chigalchi market moved here. A man was standing at a table and cutting fish. The man called out to Park Youngam. He said, he heard the news. Did Poppy do it again? The man said and didn't say. The monster was too big. This youth creature helped with this. So they are going to treat them to a plate of sashimi. He needs to hurry. Youngam replied, okay. After a while, he handed over a plate and said, here, let them eat properly. Gyeom apologized and asked, are there any chopsticks? Youngam replied, no, let them just eat with their hands. She turned to Jaehyun, who immediately sent her chopsticks. She thanked him, and the man's eyes widened in surprise. Gyeom tried the food and screamed, delicious. Everyone started eating quickly and saying how long it had been since they had sashimi. At that moment, the MC sent them lemonades, and Youngam screamed, yes, it's cola, but where did it come from? The man asked, and cider? Donggan asked, will they join them? The men asked, can they? Boxes of food and drinks appeared next to them, and Youngam screamed, what are these? Are they treating them to all this? Dongjun smiled and said, I think so. Apparently, this is a gift from Jaehyun. Youngam asked, isn't this Jaehyun of theirs a god? Can they really accept all this? At that moment, an old man appeared behind them and asked why they were making such a fuss. Youngam cried out, the leader. MC thought, Grandpa. The system window reported, Guardian of the World Tree, passive skill, and mythical. Chosen by the World Tree. The life force of the World Tree, the blessing of the World Tree, the protection of the World Tree. The vassals met the blood relative of the absolute recluse. The power of the lineage has been unlocked. His name is Lee Boonja. He is level 55. His title is blood relative and his trust is 88 points. Awakened ability, Guardian of the World Tree. The conditions have been met. Boonja pushed off from the tree and walked down to everyone. Jaehyun thought, he looks healthier and stronger than before. No, this isn't just his imagination. It's clear even from his gait. Before he was old, his mind was no longer so sharp and his legs were strong. It's probably because of his awakened ability. MC turned to the team and said, this is his grandfather. Could they please say hello to him on his behalf? Dongjan replied, yes. He said, it's a great honor to meet him, leader. The man said, these two are the newcomers. They are so talented that they can create things out of thin air. Everything he sees in front of him, they created. Boonja asked, is that true? They had serious problems with water, so he's grateful that they came. Dongjin replied, thank you, but they didn't bring these things. The old man asked, what? Then where did this come from? Dongjin replied, it appeared here thanks to Jaehyun's ability. Bunja's eyes widened in surprise and asked, what? Dongjin replied, they came here on Kim Jaehyun's orders. Bunja still couldn't believe it and asked, what? Jaehyun? The Jaehyun he knows? His grandson. Dongjun smiled and said, yes, it's him. Kim Jaehyun, who lives in the Somyeon apartment complex. Bunja asked, is Jaehyun alive? If so, they should follow him. They climbed a huge tree branch and it rose up. The MC thought, they should all be up there, right? He'll see his mom, dad, and grandma again soon. There's no direct route to them yet, but once the outpost is completed, he'll be able to use the ultimate recluse's skills to reach them. Come to think of it, when they met Grandpa, a new type of building was unlocked for construction. The system window reported that the conditions had been met. The annex was added to the list of buildings available for construction. The annex costs 10 billion won. It's a safe zone that can be built outside the ultimate recluse's territory. Its area expands proportionally depending on the ultimate recluse's territory. When activated, it temporarily grants the same influence as a house declaration. However, it only activates if a relative of the ultimate recluse is within the territory. Jaehyun thought it cost 8 times as much as the outpost, but it didn't say it was destructible. He also received 10 billion won in construction subsidies after acquiring one apartment complex. Even after installing solar panels, he still has 7 billion left. The annex costs 3 billion to build. He doesn't need to worry about this amount of money anymore. MC extended his hand forward and said, start construction of the annex. His eyes widened in surprise when he looked down. He asked, does this show him the scale of it in advance? Jaehyun thought, the territory looks almost identical to where he is now, so it will grow as he becomes stronger? This building is much more valuable than the outpost, which has a limited radius, despite costing 10 billion. MC said, he doesn't need to doubt it. The system window reported that it is necessary for a relative of the absolute recluse to be within the territory of the building. Does he want to build the building? He answered, yes. The system window reported the remaining time until the completion of the annex. 167 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. MC thought, good. Now all he has to do is ask his grandfather to stay within the radius until the construction is completed. He looked in surprise at the system window, where it was written that the vassals met a blood relative of the absolute recluse. The power of the lineage was unlocked. Name, Kim In-shim, level 21. Title, blood relative, trust, 100 points, and no awakened ability. Jaehyun looked at the old woman and asked, Grandma? Bunja grabbed her hand and asked to listen. They claim that Jaehyun sent them here. Jaehyun, their grandson is alive. MC turned to the guys and asked them to ask Grandpa what happened to her. Yeonju asked, Sir, Jaehyun would like to know what happened. Bunja turned around and asked, Jaehyun, how is he? She replied, he sees everything through them. The old man said, everything will be fine, Jaehyun. Grandma is with him. She was just worried. Nothing serious. Someone asked, how long has she been unable to wake up? Bunja closed his eyes regretfully and said, since that day. That day, the day the monsters appeared and the world began to collapse. Since then, Grandma has not woken up. This is the first time MC sees Grandpa in such a state. His expression makes his heart ache even more. And yet, what a relief that she's alive. Even though she's been in a coma for a month, it seems to him as if she's just sleeping peacefully. She's probably safe thanks to Grandpa's awakened ability. If only he could give tasks to family members, he would do everything to cure her. Unfortunately, the system prohibits this, however. Dajung approached Grandma and began to release mana. She asked for forgiveness, but even her abilities can't cope. Bunja said not to worry, there's nothing to be done. MC thought, why is it so quiet? 7 people came there at once, but no one came out to check what's going on. He just asks not to talk. He asked Yeonju to ask about his parents. She asked, Sir, where are Jaehyun's parents now? Bunja asked, is Jaehyun watching through her eyes now? Then he will tell him directly. Jaehyun, that day his mother went to work as did his father. He never left her alone, so they must have hidden somewhere safe. MC froze and thought that's what he heard. But judging by Grandpa's intonation, he himself doesn't believe that they survived. He understands too. Unless one of them received an ability like Grandpa, their chances of survival are close to 0. And yet, he turned to the guys and said, their next target is Ikwon Hospital. Dongjun spoke. Jaehyun. MC thought, even if the chances are very slim, let him grasp at straws him. He said, they all worked hard today, but it's very late, so let them spend the night at his place and tomorrow. The system window reported, the presence of a blood relative of the absolute recluse was detected nearby. Jaehyun said, they will set off. Yejin, let her order the rats. She asked again, what order should she give them? MC shouted, search the area. We need to find all possible survivors in this area. Now, Yejin replied, okay. He thought, the system isn't pointing in Donghyun's direction. He's right there. A blood relative is heading straight for him. He doesn't even need to check. It's mom and dad. After a while, the man wiped his forehead with his hand and said, it's so late and the work isn't finished yet. The old man said, but that means they'll have mountains of food now. Okay, right? The man asked. That's true, but they looked up where a lot of monsters had appeared and asked, what the hell? The guy rang the bell and shouted, monsters are coming. We need to move everything to the seafood warehouse and lock the shutters. Hurry. The man ran into the room and shouted, Chief, it's bad in there. He needs to get out now. Bunja asked, what's going on? The man shouted, monsters. A huge flock of monsters is moving towards them. Bunja went outside and looked at the huge crowd of monsters. Dongan asked, "Are those all monsters?" Grandpa ordered everyone to retreat. The trees moved forward and someone asked why Poppy was so badly injured. The girls looked at him in fear, and Dongan said, "They will help too." Bunja said to step back, they are not their target. Dongan asked, "What does this mean?" Grandpa asked, "Does it look like those idiots are attacking them?" In his opinion, they are more likely running from something. However, he does not think that they will be able to pass without destroying something, so they need to be prepared. The trees moved forward, and Dongyan widened his eyes in surprise and thought, "That's right. They fly past without attacking them. However, those who are walking on land, they will definitely encounter them. He clearly cannot cope with so many monsters alone." Donggan said, "They will help." Bunja said, "No need." He ordered them to stay inside the building. Donggan said, "But it will be hard for him alone." He stamped his foot and screamed, "Kids, he told you to take cover." With one blow, he felled numerous tree trunks and attacked the monsters. Dongjan cried out in surprise. "What?" The monsters fell to the ground, and Bunja began attacking them again. The system window reported that he killed a level 24 land shark. He gained experience. He killed a level 23 saw ray, he gained experience. He killed a level 29 blue crab, he gained experience. Blood relative, all stats are increased by trust, and experience gained from killing monsters with a blood relative is increased tenfold and distributed equally. However, all rewards for the kill will be received exclusively by the one who killed the monster. MC thought, "So everyone at level 55 can do this?" At first, he thought Grandpa was being reckless, but he wiped out 100 monsters with just one stomp of his foot. Help him? That's nonsense. They should be glad they didn't get in his way. Now Grandpa is something of a monster himself. The system window reported that he had killed a level 31 blue crab and gained experience. He had killed a level 29 giant lobster and gained experience. He had killed a level 29 sawtooth crab and gained experience. His level had increased. Jaehyun thought in surprise, "What? His level had already increased? Wait, he's not ready yet." His body was covered in mana, and he screamed loudly. It covered the city, and MC said, "Terrible." The pain was such that it felt like his body was being torn apart in slow motion. No matter how much he went through this, he couldn't get used to it. The system window reported that he had discovered creatures that met the requirements for citizen status. Does he wish to grant them citizenship? MC wondered if his parents were among them. He quickly scanned the system window and thought, there were too many newly registered residents. It was simply impossible to check everyone. However, judging by what happened to his grandparents, if his parents had been around, more than just a window offering citizenship would have appeared. Instead, there would have been a message about blood relationship, which means they weren't around. Seoyejin is trying her best to find out where they are, so he'll know right away when she finds them. His whole body aches, but there's no time to rest. "How's Grandpa doing?" Bunja said, "It's strange." Dongjan asked, "What's the matter, sir?" Bunja asked if they felt like they were treating him differently now. It wasn't that important, but before, when he killed monsters, they would disappear, leaving behind a few remains. But now, not even the bones were left. They had completely evaporated. Dongjan replied, "It was probably because of Jaehyun's abilities. Ever since they came under his influence, corpses had been disappearing." Bunja asked, "Is that so? Are those strange messages in the air also Jaehyun's doing?" Dongjan replied, "Yes, that's right." Bunja said, "It really is an amazing ability. In that case, since the situation is under control, he'll go to the warehouse and get some people." Dongjan, "Ask again, people?" Bunja asked, "If they were going to eat meat, someone would have to kill the monsters so that fresh flesh from the remains would remain, right?" The man replied, "Yes, sir. He'll get them right away." MC couldn't even imagine that this would cause such inconvenience. After all, he had never considered the option of eating monsters before. Should he try? He reached out and applied item registration. The system window reported that the item was successfully registered. The fish category was added. It worked. The price is certainly not small, but with this alone, he can feed 100 people. Yejin screamed. She found them. Jaehyun? He turned around and looked at her in surprise. She cried out, "Survivors." The system window reported that Seo Yejin had found the blood relatives of the absolute recluse. The power of the lineage had been unlocked. The girl pointed forward and told her dear one to look there. Their house remained untouched. He replied, "She was right." The system window reported that Lee Ji-suk was level 50. She was a blood relative with 97 trust points. Her awakened ability is the one who rules. Kim Dong-hyuk was level 42, a blood relative of MC. He was an escort knight, and his awakened ability was a strengthened protective aura. MC thought with tears in his eyes, it's them. It's really his mom and dad. The system window reported that citizenship would be granted to 23 surviving subordinates of Lee Ji-suk's blood relative. Jaehyun thought, Mom and Dad are at the very edge of the expanded territory. Judging by the distance they've covered, they will soon reach the territory. Since the power of the lineage was already unlocked, fortunately they won't be stopped by a transparent wall. They finally met. He went outside and shouted loudly, "Mom, Dad?" Ji-suk asked in surprise, "Darling, is it really him?" Dong-hyuk screamed, "Is he dreaming? He's alive! Their son." Jaehyun cried and screamed, "Mom, Dad, it's him." His parents jumped up and rushed to him. They hugged and said, Mom cried and asked, "My God, how? Is it really there, Jaehyun?" He replied, "Yes, Mom, it's him." Dad examined him and asked if he was injured. MC replied he was fine. He was fine. Donghyuk said, "Oh my God, thank you." He was really so happy. MC thought they must be the medical staff from the hospital where Mom worked. All 23 people have awakened abilities. No, rather, their abilities were granted to them by Mom. He looked at the two dogs that started barking loudly and the girl asked what happened to them suddenly. Jaehyun thought, two dogs. It seems to be a creature control skill like Jion. Dogs and cats cannot be given citizenship, so until now they couldn't enter the territory. Entry is allowed. It's very similar to the vassal registration system. The system window reported subordination contract. This is the ability to make contracts with 100 subordinates and awaken their abilities. This means that when subordination contracts are made, their abilities awaken. Considering that awakening is a decisive factor for survival in the early stages, Mom has an incredibly strong ability. Jisuk said, "Oh my God, thank you. Thank you, Buddha. Thank you, thank you." MC thought Dad's ability was probably also awakened through the contract with Mom, and his skill was called Enhanced Defense Aura. The system window reported Enhanced Defense Aura S rank. It absorbs mental power to create an aura that protects the entire body. When wrapped in aura, physical abilities are tripled. The reason for this ability's immense power is in the description, triple. If it simply said plus 300%, it wouldn't sound so cool. For example, if there was an ability that increased physical abilities by 200 and 300%, when used simultaneously, the abilities would increase by 500%. But if the 200% increase were combined with a skill that increases it 3 times, then the 300% itself would be tripled, resulting in a total increase of 900%. That's why Dad currently has a buff that all citizens have. Power of Trust. All stats are increased by 93%. Power of Lineage, an additional 930% to all stats. It works with 1000% efficiency. And when he applies the Enhanced Defense Aura on top of that, the combination results in 3,500 efficiency. It's crazy. With such enhancements, he can easily clear several levels at once. Among the 23 awakened ones, led by his parents, most are B and C ranks, but even compared to the unawakened, they are on a completely different level. That's how they were able to come so far without damage. But enough about that, he'll take everyone with him, since they are probably tired from the long journey. MC said he will give each of them enough supplies for 5 families. If they need anything, rice, ramen, anything, just let them say so, he will give it to them. Let them take a warm shower and rest in a heated room. Jisuk screamed, what should they do? He's pretending to be fine, but he clearly isn't. Donghyuk grabbed his head and said, no good. Maybe he was so shocked that he now confuses the past with the post-apocalyptic present. The MC replied, nothing of the sort. Mom, didn't she see the light in the windows of their apartment? She replied, yes. She also thought it was strange. The lights were on in many apartments. That's why they came here. Jaehyun raised his hand and snapped his fingers and asked, in a world where there is no longer electricity and running water, how do they think the light could turn on there? He said to take a closer look. The parents looked around and asked, what is this? The father said, oh my God. He created a bottle of cola and asked, does anyone want a drink? The people screamed, it's cola, cola. The girl asked, can they really drink this? What a precious thing. The MC replied, of course. The people screamed, thank you. Jaehyun smiled and told everyone to drink a glass and then follow him. Using the absolute recluse gate, he brought everyone to the apartment complex and first showed the subordinates the apartments where they could live. He also gave them everything they might need, ramen, rice, eggs, and milk. They entered the house and Jisuk said, but Jaehyun, this is someone else's apartment. Can they really just live there? The MC turned around and said, they will return it when the residents return. But so far, that hasn't happened. Well, no need to worry about that for now. He opened the apartment and invited them inside, Mom and Dad. The girls bowed and screamed. They are greeting them. Mom widened her eyes in surprise and asked, son, are these his girlfriends? Jaehyun answered, no, it's not like they thought. Hyun said, they will serve them. Yejin fixed her hair and said, from the bottom of her heart, the MC said to stop. Why would they serve his parents? He irritably thanked them for their work and said that they could return to their business. The girls replied, okay. MC thought, and so, after sending them home, their family was left alone. After Mom and Dad took a shower, he asked them about everything that happened. Dad worked as a taxi driver, so he always drove Mom to and from work. And that day, he also came to pick her up from the hospital. When the monsters appeared, they protected each other, and in the end they both managed to survive. And as he thought, it was Mom's ability that awakened. After listening to their story, he told his own, what abilities he received, and how he lived until now. He also mentioned what happened to Grandma, and that Grandpa was looking after her. While they were sharing stories, night crept up, and although there were still unresolved problems ahead, the house was warm again for the first time in a long time. Now that he was with his family again. In Nagasaki, Japan, a man cried out in confusion, what kind of monster is this? A nightmare. It's some kind of monster. A huge creature burst out of the water, and the man screamed. It just swam past. They don't know where the monster is heading, but wherever it swam, there will definitely be terrible destruction. The next morning, the MC said, Grandpa. He was the first to tell Grandpa the news about his parents. After he made sure they survived, he was so happy that he felt like he could jump for joy. Jaehyun said, Mom and Dad are fine? They're with him. There's no need to worry. He played the video of them for Grandma over and over again. Jisuk asked Jaehyun if they could watch the video of Grandma and Grandpa too. The MC replied, He asked them to film it. After watching Ha Donggun's video of her grandparents, her mother burst into tears. MC said they'd be able to see them soon. Once the extension's construction is complete, he'll be able to use his absolute eyes to observe his parents' house where his grandparents are. He asked Ha Donggun's squad to hunt monsters and set up a base at his parents' house until construction is complete. The reason for this was, the system window reported that 3 vassals with the title of knight were assisting at the extension's construction site. Construction efficiency was increased by 50%. Meanwhile, the mere presence of Ha Donggun, Yeonju, and Da Jung greatly increased construction efficiency. A project that should have taken a week to complete took 5 days. Furthermore, after yesterday's attack, the number of monsters around his parents' house soared to a record high. Given their level, it was much more efficient to continue hunting there than to return. However, this required traveling at least a kilometer. Ever since the declaration expanded the territory, the frequency of citizen hunts has sharply decreased. All because the residents, unaware of the territory expansion, came to the places where they had been hunting all this time. But in the end, they only discovered that these territories had been incorporated into the residential complex's territory, and all the goblins that had previously roamed there had died during yesterday's level increase. MC turned to Dabin. She told him to speak, and he said that he wanted her to make an announcement. She asked, "Yes, what exactly?" MC replied, first she needed to explain that the territory had been expanded, and now they would have to go beyond Seomyeon Station to hunt. Dabin replied, yes, she understood. Jaehyun said that she also needed to organize a rescue team. They needed people who would rescue survivors inside the territory. She needed to include the medics who had arrived yesterday in the team, and also include them in the rescue team. They could be useful. Dabin replied. She understood. There were thousands of survivors in the new territory, and most of them were in critical condition. Even in the territory that had been declared safe, more than 10 people had died. The main reason was the lack of drinking water. They couldn't go outside because of the monsters. Although they distributed humanitarian aid whenever they found people in danger, it still wasn't enough. He wants to save as many lives as possible. They must pull as many people out of danger as they can, and if necessary, he will use the door of the absolute recluse to go straight to them and find other ways to help. At that moment, Mom turned to him and said, Jaehyun, is something wrong? Why does he have such a serious expression? MC replied, that's it. After a while, Jisuk said, I see. In that case, she thinks she can help. MC asked in surprise. Really? Mom replied, of course. Among the people Mom and Dad brought here, some had healing and aid abilities. Assistance was especially good at helping with dehydration, unconsciousness, and poisoning. Mom believed that if she formed a subordination contract with the rescue squad members, they would develop similar abilities. And as she expected, more than 80% of them actually awakened their healing powers. Most were D or C rank, not a particularly high level, but once the rescue team began working, the situation quickly calmed down. After 3 tense days of going from house to house within the territory, they managed to save many lives. MC fell onto the sofa and said, it's finally over. He'd been so busy these past few days that he couldn't even breathe. The system window reported that it had detected creatures that met the requirements for citizen status. Did he wish to grant them citizenship? Jaehyun replied, grant citizenship. As the territory expanded, new citizens continued to arrive. Thanks to this, the population reached almost 10,000. It started raining outside and MC approached the window and asked, what kind of rain is that? At that moment, Dabin addressed him, and he asked, what's wrong? Dabin replied, the rescue team suggested rescuing the survivors outside the territory. He asked again, outside? It's too dangerous. Dabin replied, she tried to dissuade them, but they say that now is the best time for it. The best time? It's not like before outside. Now it's not just flocks of goblins roaming around there. Monsters that were supposed to stay in the ocean, they've filled the land. Jaehyun said that in a situation like this, ordinary people wouldn't even dare think about going outside. Incredibly brave guys. Probably because they're former firefighters. He likes them. He turned to Dabin and told them to wait for now. He'll find a hunting party to escort them. Dabin replied, yes sir. MC looked at the system window, which reported that he killed a level 33 blue crab and gained experience. He asked, did his father go hunting even in such a downpour? After he realized how much his physical abilities had grown, he began to enjoy hunting. Well, he's strong enough, so he's not worried about him. His eyes widened when he saw several more system hunts about killing monsters. MC thought, wait, Dad's speed isn't that fast? Could it be? He activated his absolute eyes and realized it was Grandpa. He asked, Donggun, what's wrong? He replied, Jaehyun, a new wave of monsters. MC thought, a new wave? Again? At this rate, they'll encounter more and more sea monsters even on land, and their numbers are much higher than usual at this time. Why is this happening? Unja said, something's wrong this time. Why are these monsters running towards them in such terror? Are they afraid of something? But what? A huge creature appeared in front of them, frightening everyone around. MC screamed in fear. What? What is that? A huge level 63 white dragon flapped its enormous wings, and Bunja asked, isn't that a dragon? MC thought, if he used the vassal summons now, he could save Ha Dongyeon's squad. But Grandpa, the guardian of the world tree, he can't leave the tree. Then he'll be left in danger alone. He can't allow this. However, he still can't order them to fight the dragon, since forcing them to fight such a monster would literally mean sending them to their deaths. The system window reported that 38 hours, 21 minutes, and 19 seconds remained until the extension's construction was completed. When the extension's construction was complete, the territory would have expanded enough to cut off this monster's head. But even with 50% increased efficiency and a construction pace increased by 1.5 times, it would take 38 hours, which meant they would have to stay there for more than a day. This was impossible. Was there really no other way? Suddenly, he saw that the monster had stopped. Bunja screamed. It would be difficult even for him to fight it alone. He would hold off the monster, and in the meantime, let them gather their people and run. The team screamed, they will fight together. The old man turned around and said, okay then, they will strike first. The people screamed loudly, and the MC ordered everyone to stand still. Dongjin frowned and asked, Jaehyun? He said, it may sound strange, but they should trust him and wait. Byung-ho, let him tell Grandpa not to do anything. Bunja asked. What? He shouted loudly. What are they doing? Don't they know how important it is to attack first in battle? Byung-ho asked for forgiveness, but Jaehyun said so. He told them not to fight. Bunja shouted, what? MC exhaled and thought. While he was looking for its weak spot, a status window appeared. The system window reported, a white dragon, level 63. A monster from the deep sea. Due to the fact that the creature has just laid eggs, it is in an extremely weakened state. The offspring of the white dragon can only hatch under the roots of the world tree. MC understood this as soon as he saw the monster. Perhaps it didn't come here to fight. What if it came here because the monster needs the world tree for the creature's young to hatch? The dragon said not to fear the guardian of the world tree. Bunja thought, a voice inside his head. The dragon asked, so this is the world tree? It didn't think it was that small. It must be careful. Bunja asked, what does the creature need? The dragon asked the guardian of the world tree to make a contract with it. The old man asked again, a contract? The dragon answered, yes. As long as the tree helps the monster regain its strength, it will protect it. A mark appeared on Bunja's hand, and the dragon said, whenever he is in danger, use it to summon the dragon. It will come. Anywhere, anytime. It held out the egg and asked him to take care of the dragon's child. The monster turned and started to leave, and everyone around froze in confusion. Deoksu said, if they had been attacked, they would already be dead. Byung-ho said, they survived because they obeyed Jaehyun's orders not to do anything. The system window reported that Citizen Kang Deoksu's loyalty has reached 100 points. Citizen Kang Deoksu has already registered as a vassal. The vassal limit has been increased. Citizen Kim Gyeong's loyalty has reached 100 points. The citizen is already registered as a vassal. The vassal limit has been increased. Citizen Ha Dongjin's loyalty has reached 100 points. The citizen is already registered as a vassal. MC thought that Deoksu, Gyeong, and Dongyeon had simultaneously reached 100 loyalty points, and the maximum number of vassals has tripled. That's 18 vassals in total. At this rate, there will be more than 100. It would be nice to register people Mom awakened as vassals, but he tried, and it turned out to be impossible. Once they enter into a subordination contract, they obey only Mom's orders and cannot be registered by him. Jaehyun ruffled his hair and said, if only he could awaken abilities himself, and those who awakened on their own were rare. He looked in surprise at the system window, which reported that Citizen Moon Byung-ho's trust had increased. His trust had reached 100 points and the teleport skill had been obtained. Jackpot! Congratulations! The item, Awakening Pill, had been obtained. Jaehyun asked, why was he so lucky every time? The purpose of this pill was obvious. It awakens Byung-ho's ability to teleport. But where could he use it? Of course, this was the best option. MC turned to Daebin and asked him to bring his father here. Donghyuk said, his son. He widened his eyes in surprise and asked, what is this? MC replied, it's a gift. He asked again, a gift? Jaehyun replied, yes. He just needed to swallow it. Donghyuk popped the pill in his mouth and said, his son, he's so caring. He even brought him vitamins so he wouldn't exhaust himself. He widened his eyes in surprise and, covered in mana, asked, what's going on? He didn't feed him anything weird, did he? MC replied, Dad, let him just imagine teleporting from here to there. Father asked again, teleport? MC replied, yes. Donghyuk closed his eyes and thought, teleportation, yeah, like that. He moved behind MC and asked, is that it? He screamed in surprise, and Jaehyun thought, Dad, who is part of his family and fights with his body, what if he gets the ability to teleport? It's like giving a tiger wings. Father screamed happily, son, what kind of power is this? Is it from that pill? The system window reported, Kim Dong-hyuk's relative's trust has increased. Kim Dong-hyuk's trust has reached 100 points. The skill, Increased Defense Energy, has been acquired. Can you even gain relatives' abilities when their trust reaches 100 points? Wait, if he increases Mom's trust, then he can gain her abilities too, right? The system window reported, Lee Ji-suk's relative trust is 97 points. MC thought, her trust is currently at 97 points. 3 more points, and he can get her abilities too. Good. He's in no hurry, because he has the secret to quickly raising trust. The next morning, the system window reported that the annex construction was complete. The dome began to spread, and the system window reported that creatures hostile to the absolute recluse had been spotted. The system windows reported that many monsters had been killed, and his skill level had been increased. His territory had been expanded. MC was covered in mana and screamed loudly in pain again, leveling up early in the morning. After finishing the annex construction, he cleared the entire new territory of the monsters that had spawned there. Kills count as his own. so even his experience gains were small, but the overall accumulations were incredibly huge. The system window reported that he had discovered creatures that met the requirements for citizen status. Does he wish to grant them citizenship? MC replied, grant citizenship. The system window reported that the number of citizens had reached 10,000. Once a certain number of citizens has been reached, citizens can acquire professions. The condition has been met. A profession research laboratory has been added to the list of buildings available for construction. Jaehyun thought these notifications were important, but right now he had more important things to do. He looked around and said, Mom. She asked, what happened? He wanted to tell her something. MC asked, she's been waiting for a long time, hasn't she? He extended his hand and suggested that they go visit their grandparents together. They can get there now. Let her get ready. Jisuk burst into tears and asked, is this true? After a while, he opened the door and said, Grandpa, he's here. Bunja asked, who's there? He looked at him in surprise and asked, Jaehyun? MC replied, yes, Grandpa. He asked to be forgiven for scaring him. Jisuk rushed to him and screamed, Dad. He stood up and said, oh my God. They hugged and he screamed, Jisuk. She asked to be forgiven, but she's home now. She asked to forgive her for being so late. She really is sorry. She should have gone earlier. Bunja said with tears in his eyes, no. She has been through so much. She and her husband. Thank you for keeping her alive. The system window reported that Jisuk's blood relatives' trust had increased. The blood relatives' trust had reached 100 points, and a subordination agreement had been received. MC thought that Dad couldn't come this time because he was still saving people with the squad. That's why he hurried to bring Mom here first. He feels so good. This is enough for now. After a while, MC watched Bunja watering the plants and asked, so, he says this is a tree, that is, the tree of the world, has grown and completely wrapped around the house. The old man answered, yes. He himself was amazed when he first saw it. Jaehyun asked, what about water and electricity? In these conditions, there will be interruptions. Bunja answered, they get electricity from backup generators and water from what's left in the tanks. Although the reserves are running low, they ran out of gasoline ages ago. MC said, Grandpa, he thinks he could fix everything. The old man asked, what, him? How? Jaehyun answered, he will show him? In a moment, the huge tank filled with water, and Bunja asked, how so? It was practically empty just now. MC said, he did it himself. He replenished the water and electricity supplies. Now they can live like they usually lived, and the monsters will not attack them anymore either. The old man asked, is this all thanks to his abilities? Jaehyun answered, yes. Bunja said, it's incredible. MC thought he would like to explain his powers and the citizen registration system to Grandpa properly, but it's not easy, so he will not rush. He said he will go down to the first floor. The old man told him to be careful on the stairs. He answered, yes, Grandpa. Then he used the absolute eyes. He will test his new skill. First, he will use the absolute eyes to see the place where Mom and Grandma are. He used teleport and moved to Mom. He thought it worked. So this skill can be used like that too. He can teleport through the absolute eyes too. This adds versatility to the skill. Jisuk asked, Jaehyun, wasn't he on the roof? MC replied, Grandpa is busy there. How is Grandma doing? Mom replied, it looks like she's just sleeping. Thank goodness. She looks much better now. Jaehyun said he was glad to hear it. A system window appeared in front of him with the summoning of a creature for 10 billion won. MC said in surprise, this is it. The activation button for the creature for 10 billion won. After he saw with his own eyes what the three-legged crow is capable of, he shouldn't even doubt it. The system window reported that 10 billion won will be spent on summoning the creature. Mom screamed, oh my God, what is this? Jaehyun said, this is his ability. She should not be scared and close her eyes for a second. Jisuk covered her face with her hands, and a cocoon appeared in front of them, from which a level 1 fairy peeked out. She looked around and Jisuk asked, is this? MC answered, she's like Blackie. It's a creature he summoned. Mom answered, I understand. An old man entered the room and Jisuk asked, Dad, is he back? He answered, yes, Jaehyun took care of everything. She asked again, really? Bunja answered, yes, he really is wonderful. He directed Mana towards Grandma's body, and the fairy quickly rushed towards him. MC asked her to stop and asked, what? Grandpa looked at her in surprise and asked, what is this? The fairy tensed, and the system window reported that the fairy's level had been increased. Natural recovery speed increased by 100%. Bunja asked, what? What is this? Whatever it is, let it stay away. This power. Suddenly, Grandma's voice rang out. Old man, what did she tell him? How many times did she tell him to wash his hands after going on the roof? Bunja's eyes widened in surprise, and Inshim said, it was like seeing a ghost, darling. Then Grandma covered her mouth and asked why she was so sleepy. The next second, she fell down, and Grandpa looked at her in surprise and shouted, what? He ran up to her and shouted, darling, she has to wake up. Then he looked at the fairy and asked what she did. He sent a stream of energy at her and shouted, one more time, she has to try again. He told her to do it. Then the protagonist walked up to him and said, Grandpa. He looked at him and said, Jaehyun, his grandmother. In response, he asked him to calm down first. Then he lowered his gaze and apologized for that. He lost his temper for a moment. He was very sorry. Tears streamed down his face. MC thought, while the fairy's level is still too low, however, he said that from now on, he should regularly supply her with life force. The higher her level, the longer Grandma will stay awake. He thought that he really found a way to wake up Grandma. The grandfather shouted, is he telling the truth? He replied, of course. Then he said, oh my God, I'm grateful. What a relief. The protagonist then looked thoughtfully at the fairy and thought, it seems like summoning a creature isn't just some random summoning ability this time. and that it was, for example, connected to the Tree of Life. In that case, perhaps each creature he summoned had its own summoning conditions. He wasn't entirely sure what those conditions were yet, but he was glad he'd found a way to wake up his grandmother. Then he looked at his grandfather in surprise and said, "Mom, Grandpa, I'm a little tired and will go rest in my room." The grandfather replied that he could go. If he needed anything, he should just call them. After that, the protagonist closed the door behind him, and a system window appeared in front of him, stating that citizen Shim Kentek had died. He looked at it in surprise and thought, a message about the death of a citizen. It must be from one of the arriving citizens he'd taken in with the construction of the extension. The rescue team, based in the apartment complex, was still out there trying to save people. He gritted his teeth and thought that hundreds more would soon die. He'd like to bring them all here if he could, but they already had too many residents. Wherever they were dying. And whether they survived depended on where they were when it all started. And it wasn't just here, but all over the country. No, all over the world. People were dying because of monsters, in battles, from starvation, even from being locked in their own homes. They were dying in all sorts of ways. Some managed to survive simply by luck or by gaining a very powerful ability, while others died helplessly, having gained nothing. And then he thought, with great power comes great responsibility. Is that what they said? He didn't know why the monsters had appeared, or why only his family members had such powerful abilities. The world had never given him the answers. He had always had to find them himself, and this time was no exception. He has a responsibility, as someone who has gained great power, to save this country. He clenched his fist and thought, well, or at least as many as possible. That's the answer he came to. Right now, he can grant a maximum of 220,000 citizenships. Of those, he's only been able to fill 10. He'll start by reaching the limit. If he keeps leveling up and building, then there's a chance he can save Korea. Incidentally, when he passed the 10,000 threshold, he received some kind of message about professions. It said that citizens can now learn professions, but he doesn't see any tabs in the management interface. Maybe he needs to build a profession research lab first. Then he said, build mode. A system window appeared in front of him, saying, Profession Research Lab 2500,001. A first-level profession research lab, a research center where citizens' professions are studied. After completing the research, citizens can learn the professions they've learned. The professions currently available were Hunter, who receives bonus items from hunting game. He thought, so there's a new quest available for construction. It looks like the laboratory requires a large area. He knows just the right spot. They could build it on the leveled wasteland left by the giant. Then he said, build a profession research laboratory. A system window appeared in front of him, stating that 30 citizens were needed for a weekly period to construct this building. Each participating citizen would receive 200,000 won daily. Was he sure he wanted to start construction? He reached out to the system window and thought, okay, he'll ask Dabin to gather 30 workers later. Ruling the world must begin with oneself. Develop, put one's home in order, govern the state, and bring peace to everyone in this world. If a person must first work on themselves and then save the nation, then they must find the family members of their vassals. All this time they had risked their lives for him. Now it was his turn to do something for them. He then used his absolute eyes to look at the squad. He thought that Dongjun's squad had already approached Chagalchi Station. They had gone to find Gaeung's mother, who was in the Teschan district. While the extension was being built, they were making slow progress. But due to the influx of monsters, even moving forward a kilometer was difficult. Then he approached the edge of the barrier and said, so he can't go any further. Fine then. He put his hand to his face and asked if they could all step back for a moment. At that moment, Byung-ho ran up to him and asked, huh, Jaehyun? They came as soon as they heard his call, but how did he get here? He replied that they hadn't seen each other in person for a long time. Byung-ho, he replied, so all those monsters suddenly died for him? MC smiled and answered, right. Where are the others? He replied that they were on their way and should be here soon. After a while, Dongyeon held out her hand and asked, so he's saying this part is now part of their territory? The protagonist replied, you could say that's true. If the safe zone had expanded this far, their operations would be much better. That's not all. Dongjeon asked, what? He thought the reason he'd stationed Dongyeon's squad here wasn't just because he needed to speed up the construction of the structure. With monsters swarming, it would be too dangerous to reach the Teskin district. Even the subway routes, which had been their best option, were blocked by hordes of monsters. But now that the extension was complete, the situation had changed. He smiled and said that by the end of the day, they'd be able to reach the Teschan district, where the Gaeung family was currently located. She asked in surprise, what? Is that really possible? Even with the new safe zone, before she could finish speaking, the MC said she shouldn't worry, they now have a way. Oh, one more thing. He'd like to make them all an offer. He thought, after the extension was completed, the area expanded right up to Chagalchi Station, providing direct access to the station. And once Yejin arrived, they were able to use poison gas strategies again, using rats. Dabin also hired workers for the profession research lab. All preparations were complete. All that remained was... At that moment, the protagonist looked at Yejin and said he was counting on her. She replied, okay. He thought, carry out their plan. At that moment, she began to concentrate and said that she was currently exploring the routes from Chagalchi Station to Sodeshin Station. But if they had sent them off without a reason, it would have been a real tragedy. At that moment, MC, observing what was happening with his ability, thought that things were much worse than he imagined. He thought that after the next wave, all the monsters had surfaced and all the underground routes were practically empty. But that didn't matter. In a closed space, everything there would be destroyed by Hiren's poisonous fog. The next second, a poisonous fog was released from the system window, and the system reported that he killed a level 32nd armadillo eel and received experience. 625,730,094 was deposited into the Absolute Recluse's account. He caught a level 27 dark octopus and gained experience. 268,876,356 was deposited into the Absolute Recluse's account. He smiled and thought it was a gold mine. The money for loot from monsters killed by Hiren's poisonous fog had increased many times over, also the ability he received from his mother. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, which said, Name, Hiren, level 34. Title, 5th Servant, Knight, Poison Mage. Trust, 49, Loyalty 100. Awakened abilities, Poisonous Fog, Poisonous Dust. Experience distribution rate, 200% plus 100%. He thought she was currently under a subjugation contract, granting her the title of Knight and increasing her loot yield. Then he glanced at Yejin and realized Hiren wasn't the only one who had changed. A system window appeared stating, Name Yejin, level 37. Title, 10th Servant, Baron, Tamer. Trust 72, Loyalty 76. Awakened abilities, Rat Queen, Evolution, Cyanidation, Enhancement. Experience distribution rate, 200% plus 100%. He thought, in Yejin's case, her existing knight title had evolved into the title of Baron. The experience and loot multiplier remained the same. The system window said Baron. With the Baron title, all abilities are increased by loyalty x 2%. A vassal with the Baron title receives 3 times more experience and money for killing monsters. The Baron can evolve by distributing experience. He thought, the effect of improving characteristics dependent on loyalty had broken the ceiling and spread not only to physical abilities, but to everything, and the enhancement rate had doubled. In addition, Yejin had acquired a new ability, Enhancement. Enhanced rats run twice as fast and practically never die. Then Yejin opened her eyes and said, The subway survey is complete. The protagonist thanked her and thought, of course, he hadn't just made a subordination pact with them. Not long before, he said he had a proposal for all of them. Dongjun asked, Proposal? He replied, Right, it's not that difficult. Then he announced, Guys, all preparations are complete. He thought it was Dongjun's squad. He told them to move out. They replied, okay. He thought the stat boost came with the contract. Dongjun and Dajun also received the Baron title, just like Yejin, and Yeonju had been promoted even higher. The system window said, Name, Hiren, level 45, title, 9th Servant, Viscount, Warrior, Trust 100, Loyalty 100, Awakened abilities, Werbear, Ancient Blood, Primal Madness, Experience distribution rate, 200% plus 100%. He thought she had received the Viscount title. The Viscount title worked like the Baron title. The system window said Viscount. With the Viscount title, all abilities are increased by loyalty x 3%, and a vassal with the Baron title receives 3 times more experience and money for killing a monster. The Viscount also increases the number of available vassal registrations by 3. The Viscount can develop by distributing experience. He thought the main difference was that it effectively increases the limit, and thus the maximum number of vassals to 21. At that moment, Deoksu shouldered his weapon and said, okay. So are they moving? A system window appeared, stating, Name Deoksu, level 32, title 3rd Servant, Knight Commander, Trust 93, Loyalty 100, Experience distribution speed 200% plus 100%. The next second, Deoksu held his hand out in front of him and ordered them to rise. Several creatures rose from the ground before him, and the protagonist thought, Awakened ability, Steel Knight's Command, an enhancing skill granted with the Knight title. Now he can summon not only armor but also armored golems, and then he pointed his hand forward and shouted, Forward. A squad of golem knights headed straight for the monster and began attacking. Deoksu smiled and suggested taking advantage of the opportunity quickly. The others responded, okay. They ran forward and stopped near the station. Donggon looked ahead and said, Jaehyun, they've reached the second exit from Chigalchi Station. He replied, the way is clear. They can go straight to Sodishin Station. They ran forward, and Dongjon shouted that he understood. The protagonist, continuing to watch them, thought that the distance to Sodishin Station was about 3 kilometers. Given their current physical abilities, which were many times greater than normal humans, they should be able to cover this distance in 10 minutes. After a while, Gyeong stopped, breathing heavily, and looking ahead, said, they really did get here in one day. Jion asked, where should they go now? She turned and said, the second exit leads directly to their apartment complex. At that moment, a squad of goblins looked at them. Donghyun shouted, there's a whole horde of goblins in front of them. Gyeong then concentrated her energy into an arrow and said, they're busy right now, so they shouldn't get in their way, they have to get it. With that, she released a powerful arrow, leaving a stream of light in its wake. The next second, the system reported that he had killed a level 7 goblin, a level 8 goblin, and a level 7 goblin. The protagonist thought, a new skill, Arrow of Light. Before hitting a goblin, the arrow of light explodes, splitting into dozens of piercing particles, each of which becomes a deadly weapon. This power is incredible. Then he looked ahead in surprise and thought, the entrance to the apartment complex is closed? That means there are survivors inside. At that moment, Dongjan began to develop planks and said that he and Gyeong would go upstairs. The rest of you, they should stay in your positions. Deoksu replied, okay. After that, he summoned his golems, and the first squad ran to the 15th floor. The next second, Gyeong started knocking on the door, shouting, Mom, she asked. Mom, what's wrong? Why is there no answer? She said, no, not anymore. She sank to her knees, covering her face with her hands, and told him not to take anything from her anymore. Tears began to flow down her face, and the MC wondered if it was Gyeong's desperate desire to see her family go to heaven that opened the door for her. At that moment, Myungwon emerged from behind the door and asked, Sister? Gyeong looked up at him and shouted, Myungwon, the protagonist thought, which didn't give in at all. Then Gyeong shouted, Myungwon, where's Mom? He replied that she was inside. Ah, and her sister's husband was there too. At that moment, a woman ran forward and shouted, Gyeong. She put her hands on her daughter's shoulders and added, oh my god, her dear Gyeong. Oh my god, she's grateful. What a relief. Gyeong looked at her with tear-filled eyes and said, Mom. She asked, is she okay? Is she hurt anywhere? Is she hungry? Gyeong. Still crying, said Mom. She said, her dear Gyeong. Why is she crying on such a good day? She shouldn't cry. Then Gyeong said, Dad. Her mother's face changed, and she said, no. Her hand shook, and the MC thought that Gyeong couldn't bring herself to tell. She just sobbed. The mother started crying and covered her mouth with her hand. The protagonist thought, but even this was enough to show what exactly happened. The family, who were in despair only because of her absence, sobbed pitifully and bitterly. Their song of sorrow lasted a long time, and the next targets are the Dongjan family, Deoksu, and Jeon. The location was Cheonggyeongdong. All three families were there. He suggested hurrying. He clenched his fist and thought that no one else should have to go through the same suffering they had. They moved the Gyeong family to a safe place. He used vassal summoning to summon the missing people, and then they headed to Cheonggyeongdong. The next second, Dabin said, here's the report. MC thought he received an unexpected message from Dabin at that moment. He said, so, the common area is already full to the brim. She replied that that was true, and asked if it was possible to expand the common area. He thoughtfully replied that he was asking to send home those who had a house nearby. She asked if that was possible. He said that he was planning to create a common area outside the residential complex, for example, a community center or a district office. He was also planning to open small shops in various places, so it would soon be possible to live outside the walls of the residential complex. He thought that he knew they would reach the maximum one day. The good news is that the newly arrived residents are close to their homes, and when the safe zone's radius expanded to 1 kilometer, many houses were included. There are quite a few empty houses nearby. If they send everyone who lived nearby home, they'll have some free space to breathe. They also need to establish several bases around the perimeter to support the hunting parties and open several stores in the area. And then he said, Dabin, she needs to hire staff. They need workers for the new perimeter bases. Can she? She replied that he could rely on her, Jaehyun. Then he said, construction mode. A system window appeared before him. Open stores at selected locations, grants access to basic amenities, electricity, water, gas. Did he agree? He said he agreed, and then thought, well, where's the Dongyeon squad now? He started tracking them and thought, get a station? They got there fast. From here, moving forward should be a breeze. Hiren's poisonous fog can only spread as far as Gede Station. After that, they'll have to clear the way themselves. That's because the path from Gede to Dawn emerges halfway to the surface. But the good news is, the next second, he pointed his hand forward and shouted, Blackie, he must tear them apart. Raven flew forward, straight at the goblins ahead, landing several attacks, while Byung-ho drew his weapon. The protagonist thought Byung-ho had a new skill, invisibility. Jeon was growing rapidly. Dongyeon's squad had become much stronger than before. The next second, Deoksu summoned golems, and Dongyeon, turning around, shouted that they should retreat behind Deoksu's squad of knights. They were advancing without actually engaging in combat. Then he shouted, forward. The others ran after him and shouted, okay. They began to advance further. After a while, Dongjeon raised his hand and said stop. He looked at the destroyed road and said that they couldn't pass through here. He leaned down and added, they have no choice but to go down. The protagonist thought, most of the buildings here are 3 stories high. For warriors whose average level is between 30 and 40, this won't be a problem. The real problem is, what or who destroyed all this? How many monsters can break a concrete bridge? There are no large footprints nearby, so they can't be Cyclops. And yet, something capable of destroying this bridge is nearby. They must be careful and stay alert. He then transmitted to them to be careful. Dongjeon replied, yes, sir. After that, the protagonist thought Dongjeon's squad descended near Dane Station, from Menran to Ocheonchan, then to Busan University. The remaining distance to Cheonggyeongdong is 4 kilometers. They say there are living complexes there too. In that case, they should have gotten there without any problems. He hopes everyone got there safely. Then he heard a sound and thought in surprise, the doorbell? Well, that's not here. After that, he used multi-view and noticed several people. He thought, did the doorbell ring at his apartment? What's the matter? After he entrusted part of his days to Dabin, such incidents rarely happened. Then he said, Yejin, he's running back to his apartment. She replied, okay, they'll see each other later. The next second, he used teleportation and said he'll see what's going on. The next second, Jang Songjun knocked on the door and asked, is anyone here? The guy behind him asked, is he sure this is the right apartment? He replied, weird, it must be this one. Then he asked in surprise, huh? The MC opened the door and asked, what's the matter? At that moment, the system reported that Citizen Songjun's trust had increased, Citizen Hong Kentek's trust had increased, and Citizen Lim Kyung-hoon's trust had increased. He thought their trust had increased when they saw him. This usually meant they were new arrivals. Then Songjun asked, "Is he Jaehyun?" He replied that he was. Then he frowned and said, "Jaehyun, they have a request." He put his hand to his chest and told him to give them firearms. He looked surprised. "What, guns?" He replied, "Yes." The protagonist raised his hand and said that he apologized, but he couldn't just hand out guns to everyone. Why would they need them in the safe zone? He replied that that wasn't the point. They didn't need them here. They were going outside. The protagonist asked if they wanted to hunt monsters. He replied that it wasn't that. Not for that. They wanted to go outside to save their families. Couldn't he help in any way? They were begging him. He thought, so that's it. They're just like him. They spend sleepless nights worrying about their relatives, going over every possible scenario in their heads, until they finally decided to take matters into their own hands. In desperation, they even reached out to him. Then he said he couldn't help them at all. Songjun said desperately, "I understand." And the protagonist added, however. The next second, he summoned an item from the system window, and weapons fell out. Songjun cried out in surprise. "What is this?" He said he could give them weapons. If they were going to save their families, they would need them. Songjun bowed and said he was grateful. He didn't even know how to repay him. He said he had a proposition for them too. Songjun looked up at him and was surprised. "What, a proposition?" He answered, "Right. Could they make a pact with him?" He thought, a pact of subordination, an incredible ability that allows him to choose 100 awakened followers without any strings attached. However, the subordination contract has one tricky requirement. Songjun said, "Okay, what do they need to do?" The MC wondered why his mom hadn't filled all of those 100 spots even with such an incredible ability. Then he said, "First," he thought, "this is it." He blushed with embarrassment and added, "They need to kneel." They looked at him in confusion, and Songjun asked, "What, he's apologizing?" He repeated, "They need to kneel." Songjun thought, so he's a guy who likes to be authoritarian? He then knelt down and asked, "Is that so?" The protagonist thanked him, then placed his hand on his head and said, "He's sorry. It'll only take a second." He continued to blush and added that from now on, he must obey him. Songjun awkwardly said, "Jaehyun, this." He said, he just had to say it out loud, that he would obey. He said he obeyed. The next second, his body was covered in powerful energy and a system window appeared, which said, Name, Songjun, Level 3. Trust, 48. Awakened abilities, Telekinesis. Experience distribution speed, 0% plus 100%. Money distribution speed, 0% plus 100%. Give task, Banish. Telekinesis, Rank A, absorbs mental powers to convert them into physical ones. Songjun looked at his hands and was surprised. What's happening? His body is glowing. Then MC thought in surprise, what? An A rank skill, a jackpot he never expected had fallen on him. Then the system said, the store is open, buy one tangerine. Yes, this is the task. The task is to lift the tangerine using telekinesis. Time limit, 10 minutes. Reward, healing of mental powers. Punishment, none. Songjun asked in surprise, telekinesis? By the way, it is. The protagonist handed him a tangerine and told him to try lifting it without touching it. He frowned and replied, okay, he'll try. He began concentrating his energy. The next second, the tangerine tore itself away from the protagonist's hand. Songjun said the tangerine flies. It really flies. Jaehyun, he did it. He did it. The next second, the tangerine burst and the MC tried to shield himself from the flying juice. Songjun screamed in fear, apologizing he'd lost control. He replied, nothing. He gained this power by making a contract with him. And now, a system window appeared in front of him saying, Songjun's trust has reached 50, loyalty unlocked. Songjun's loyalty has reached 30. Citizen Songjun meets all the conditions for registering as a vassal. The protagonist asked, will they make a contract with everyone else? He thought that after Songjun registered as a vassal, the others had also made a pact with him. The remaining 5 awakened normal abilities from rank D to rank C, but that wasn't really a big deal. After a while, Songjun put on his backpack and turned around, saying they would return. MC thought that Songjun alone was enough, and since he was now officially registered as a vassal, he could provide him with minimal support. He asked, did he say they were at the Yeonjidong apartment complex? He answered, that's right. The protagonist wished him luck, and they set off. Then he closed his eyes and said, okay, it's time for him to go back. He then used teleportation. Yejin shouted in surprise, Jaehyun. He smiled and said he's back. Nothing happened while he was gone, right? She replied, it's bad. Just then, Dongjan's squad encountered a huge monster. A huge, 2-headed level 45 monster stood before them. Jaehyun asked in surprise, what? He thought, it's so huge, it couldn't be any other way. It was this creature that destroyed the bridge. The next second, the monster slammed its hand forward and Blackie flew forward with a loud croak, grazing the monster's eye. The next second, Byung-ho teleported, leaping into the air. He used invisibility, then drew his weapon and attacked the monster's head. Then Deoksu thrust his right hand forward and shouted, attack! The golems attacked the monster's leg and in response it began to defend itself, throwing the knights aside. Then, Deoksu said, damn! He didn't even blink. Dongjin became worried and asked, what should they do? If only they could seize the moment. The next second, the protagonist used the summoning rod. The enormous object fell on the monster's head and it said that it was so late. The others rejoiced at this event. Then the protagonist added, he will help them now. They shouted, Jaehyun? Deoksu asked in surprise, did they defeat him? Donggun shouted, Deoksu? Oh my god! And the MC thought the barbell hit him right away, but the monster's victory notification still didn't appear. What does it mean? He shouted for them to be careful. It's not over yet. He thought he was still alive. The next second, the monster stood up, and the protagonist contacted Yeonju. He asked, "Can she hold off this monster?" She asked, "Hold it off?" He asked, "Can she?" She replied that she would try. Then she ran to attack, and the MC added that he was counting on her. She shouted, "Power up, Dejung, power up!" She directed a stream of energy at her and shouted, "Okay." At that moment, the protagonist summoned an item, ammo. Several attacks hit the monster's body, and Yeonju swung her clawed paw, leaving a wound on the enemy's body. Then the protagonist said, "Now, Gyeong." She took aim and prepared to attack. The protagonist thought it worked. If they could hit him with at least one arrow of light, they could win. The next second, he thought in surprise, "What?" She fired the arrow, and there was a powerful explosion. But the monster threw several cars and huge objects in front of it. The group members covered themselves with their hands from the falling objects, and the protagonist shouted, "Yeonju!" She ran to the attack again, ending up behind the monster, and then attacked. The monster threw a huge bus into the air. Gyeong shouted, "He!" At that moment, the bus started falling on her, and the MC thought, "No." He screamed, "No." He thought that he could lose a very valuable person again. He has to think of something, anything. He has to find a way out, anything to save Gyeong. At that moment, a powerful stream of energy burst forward, leaving a huge hole in the bus. Gyeong looked ahead in surprise and asked, "Black flame?" She turned and asked, "What is that?" Donggun stood behind them. Dark energy concentrated around his hand, and he told them to run. He frowned and added that he was going to kill this creature now. At that moment, the protagonist fell to the floor and wondered what was going on. Yejin asked worriedly, "Jaehyun, is he okay?" He thought he was glad he had managed to buy himself some time. But what just happened? He replied that he was fine. His legs simply buckled. He wondered if this wasn't Donggun's awakened ability, so what had happened? At that moment, the monster aimed the machine at Donggun, and he drew his weapon and said, "It won't work a second time." He again released a powerful stream of energy, hitting the center of the monster, which screamed loudly. The next second, the monster's body flew apart. The system reported that he had killed a level 45 two-headed ogre and received a large amount of experience. 7,323,743,091 were credited to the account of the absolute recluse. Deoksu shouted joyfully, "They defeated him." Gyeong said, "Yeonju, is she okay?" She held up her finger, and at that moment, Byungho, looking at Dongyeon, asked, "Hey, what just happened?" "That ability." He looked at his hand and said that he didn't know, but he used it. Was it probably Jaehyun who helped them? At that moment, the MC thought, "Black flames, maybe this ability only appears under certain conditions?" No, would it be right to say that this ability belongs to him or Dongyeon? It's hidden from him now, but that's not the problem. The pain is already approaching. The next second, the system reported that his skill level had increased, and he screamed loudly. He thought after he endured this pain again just like before. Yejin called out to him, and he said that everything was fine. To some extent, he had already gotten used to it. He thought that all the monsters in his territory had been processed into experience, and the people had been granted citizenship. But this time, something had changed. The system reported that a dungeon had been discovered. He was the first to discover this dungeon. A reward of 100 crystals had been received. He looked at the system window in surprise and asked, "What, a dungeon?" He thought that if the reward was crystals, then it must have something to do with this place. It was located behind the residential complex on the slope of Mount Hwanren. He should send Junhyuk's squad to scout it out. If he formed a subordination pact with him and the other members of his squad, their combined strength would be more than enough. Where was Junhyuk now? At that moment, he used his ability and noticed Junhyuk look ahead and ask, "What?" He looked at the dead monsters and asked, "Did they die on their own?" The protagonist wondered if they could see that during the expansion of the territory, the monsters they hunted were killed by this. Then he said, "Junhyuk." He was surprised. Was it Jaehyun? He asked him to lead his squad to his house. He had a favor to ask of them. He thought after he asked Junhyuk to come back, he and Yejin returned to the apartment, using the door of the absolute recluse. The Donggun squad had almost reached their destination, so he would no longer need Yejin's help. He looked at her and thanked her for her work. She looked at him awkwardly and said, "Jaehyun, can she really go rest? She thinks there is still something she could help with." He smiled and said that she had already done her best, Yejin. If he needed anything, he would call her again. For now, she should rest and spend time with her family. She replied, "If he says so, fine, she will go." With that, she turned around and looked at him with a smile. He waved and said, "Yes, have a good trip." She thanked him, and then he turned and said, "Well, Junhyuk's squad should be back soon." He thought the last time he checked on them, his help wasn't needed. Their abilities had already become strong enough that they could break through on their own. Besides, the biggest problem, the territory boss, had already been destroyed. Now all that remained was to run straight to the finish line. At that moment, his squad continued on, and he thought, perfect. The Deoksu and Gaeong families had gathered in this apartment complex. Finally, at that moment, Deoksu joyfully shouted he saw their home. He suggested hurry and save them. They would bring them home safe and sound. Deoksu rushed forward and shouted for them to run with all their remaining strength. They responded, "All right." The protagonist thought, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. They would be able to meet soon. Deoksu thought that they would all set off together towards the safe zone, towards a happy life. And then he stopped abruptly. Dongyeon looked at him and asked why he suddenly stopped. He looked ahead in fear and said, "Damn, guys, it seems they're too late." At that moment, several monsters were moving towards them. A level 31 black orc, a level 35 black orc warrior. The protagonist thought high-level monsters above 30 were emerging in droves from the underground parking lot. Deoksu said. It can't be. The protagonist thought, but the meaning of his words was undeniable. He shouted. It can't be, he thought. The chances of there being any living people left inside are 0. What does that mean? The next second, Deoksu pointed his hand forward and ordered them to rise. He said, all these monsters. The MC thought Donggun, Deoksu, and Gyeong's families most likely ended the same way. Then he shouted, they must kill them all. At that moment, Gyeong looked at Dongyeon and called out to him. His body was covered in powerful energy, and the next second, a flash of powerful energy erupted from his body upward. A powerful explosion followed, scattering the monsters around. Dongyeon stepped forward and said, start the battle. He then ran at the monsters, concentrating the energy in his weapon. He aimed it forward, and the monsters looked at him, after which flashes of energy hit their heads. Jian fired several bullets from his weapon, and Deoksu ran forward, swinging his weapon. He smashed several monsters, and at that moment, the protagonist pointed his hand forward and shouted, summon items, warhead. The next second, several system windows appeared, from which projectiles began to fly out, hitting the monsters. He thought, no problem with ordinary rank-and-file black orcs. They are no match for Dongyeon's squad, who have become stronger through hunting. It's not about them. At that moment, an attack hit one of Deoksu's golems, and the protagonist thought, black orc warriors. They're different, much stronger than the regular ones. Then he said, guys, he'll give you some backup. Be careful of those armored orcs. The next second, the orc fired an arrow, and MC thought, what? An arrow? He shouted for them to run. The next second, an arrow hit Dojing in the stomach, knocking her back. She was surprised, huh? She looked at her comrades and wondered if she'd just been hit by an arrow. The others called out to her in alarm. She fell to the ground, holding her wound with a trembling hand. The others looked at her in fear, and the protagonist thought, Donggon, always calmly assessing the situation and acting as part of a squad, couldn't give an order. Of all the possible targets, he chose the weakest spot in Donggon's squad. The arrow was stuck in her body, making even healing skills useless. He could no longer rely on Dajung's support. Even Yeonju, with her powerful regenerative abilities, would be able to withstand it. If the fight lasted too long, the balance of power could tip. The beginning and end of this fight were already predetermined, and now was the last chance to escape. He needed to let everyone escape by summoning his vassals. That's what he would do. At that moment, the monster swung at Dongyeon, and MC shouted loudly, Dongyeon! He looked ahead in surprise, and Dajung shouted, she's okay. He thought, with their bare hands. She shouted, they need to come to their senses and save themselves. She concentrated energy in her hand and directed it at the wound. He thought, she pulled out the arrow? Then she shouted, until they check, how are their families? The next second, Dongyeon attacked the monster, and the protagonist thought, even after pulling out the arrow, Dajun would feel pain for a while and wouldn't be able to think clearly. Initially, it would have been right to give the order to flee immediately. However, like those currently fighting, he too must now share their anger. With these thoughts, he called up the status window and thought, this is why he won't choose to flee. Then he shouted, Donggun Deoksu Gyeon, everyone, upgrade to level 40. He thought he would choose the path that would make them stronger. A system window appeared in front of him saying, attention, the cost of upgrading to 40 is 1 billion for each level. Is he sure he wants to do this? He shouted that he didn't care. Then the system announced, Donggun, Deoksu, and Gyeon have reached level 40. Donggun looked at his hand and said in surprise, the MC said they had leveled up, they must destroy them all. Then Deoksu summoned the golems again. The protagonist thought, leveling up had cost him 10 billion won, but that didn't matter. Then Deoksu charged at the monster and decapitated it. The protagonist thought the money they'd earned so far had been used to restore captured territories, provide electricity, gas, and water, and also to build new facilities. In that case, he looked at the system window and shouted, upgrade Dongyeon, Yeonju, and Deoksu to level 45. The system reported that Dongyeon, Deoksu, and Jeon had reached level 45. He thought, so why not spend the money they'd earned on Donggun's squad? He thought the battle had continued for some time. He leveled up the other squad members along with their previous vassals. Then he said, Donggun, Byungo, Dajung, they must level up. The system then reported that they had risen to level 40. He thought the others had also been promoted to the high level of 40. This meant that all members of the squad had surpassed level 40, and 3 of them were proving particularly effective in battle. Dongjeon, Deoksu, and Yeonju had reached level 45. Level 45, the same level as the two-headed ogre. There were 3 of these monsters. Soon after they went on a rampage, only Dongjeon and his squad remained standing on the battlefield. After a while, they entered the building, moving through the empty floors ever higher. After that, they climbed even higher, and it began to rain outside. Dongjeon reached for the doorknob, and Yeonju extended her hand toward him and said, Dongjeon? He swallowed, and she lowered her gaze. After that, he opened the door and walked forward into the room, noticing the footprints on the floor and scattered weapons. The others stared ahead in confusion, and then Dongjeon opened the next door and then came out and told the others that they should go. Gyeong called out to him worriedly. He said he was okay. She quickly ran to him and started hugging him. Tears started streaming down her face, and she added, I wish he would cry. Stupid. He hugged her back and said that he expected this anyway. He's okay. He's okay. The next second, Jian sat down on the floor and Deoksu asked, did he check everything? He replied, yes, but that's for sure. This really is normal. The MC thought, this is a failure. They are so devastated and saddened. But unlike what happened to Dongyan, they had no family members left to share this grief with. They worked so hard, tried so hard, and still ended up completely alone in this world. Did he think he could save the country with his abilities? He couldn't even save the one who was right in front of him. At that moment, Dongyan said that there was no trace of blood in their house. Perhaps they were somewhere else and alive. Even if that was not the case, they still had to move on. The protagonist thought that since it was Dongyan who said these words and not someone else, no one could answer him. He added that as long as they did not lose hope, they were in a better position than Dongyan. At that moment, Dongyan asked, Jaehyun, he's here, right? He replied that he was here. He apologized and asked if he could summon them. He wanted to rest for a while. After that, the protagonist used vassal summon, and the party appeared in his room. He thought that thoughts like these kept coming to his mind. Was he late because he was too greedy? If only he had gone to save their families sooner. Then Dongjun walked forward and said that they should go and rest. The protagonist wondered if he could have saved them. If you analyze the situation, there was no need to go out of his way like that. His parents were able to survive thanks to their abilities and came here. His grandfather was also able to hold on thanks to his decent abilities. And even if he hadn't gone looking for them, they would have been fine. Although they don't say anything, they could very well blame him for everything ending this way. The man who killed their family members. After that, tears began to flow down his face. He bowed and said that he apologized. He thought it was him. He said that it was his fault. It was all because of his greed. Because of him. Because of his greed. His dear family members. He missed the chance to save them. He was very sorry. At that moment, Dongjun stopped and then walked up to him. He said, Jaehyun, it's not his fault. He wanted to object. He put his hand on his shoulder and said, Jaehyun, can he get up and look around? Everyone here, including him, was saved thanks to his abilities. Food, water, a life without having to worry about monsters. It's all thanks to him. If it weren't for him, Grandma Byungho and the Gyeong family wouldn't have survived. Jaehyun, he's their savior. And if it weren't for him, they wouldn't even be able to find traces to confirm whether their families were alive or not. They wouldn't even have the chance to take revenge on those creatures. The protagonist looked at him with tear-filled eyes and thought that for a moment, Dongjun's voice wavered, and in that moment, he felt himself gritting his teeth to pretend he was okay. Then, Dongjun added, and they wouldn't have been able to defeat the monsters that were there because they were beyond their strength. The MC said, surprised, Dongjun. He added, there is sadness in the world, but it's not something that should haunt people. Rather, it comes by chance, like falling splashes of water. So there's no need to take responsibility for all of this. This world's mistakes aren't his fault, Jaehyun. He shouldn't take on too much. It's enough that he's here, like a big tree, and they're grateful that he created a place for them to catch their breath. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment and thought, Dongjun was much stronger and more mature than he thought. Then Dongjun turned around and smiling, added, well then, they'll go. He thought that he should be the one comforting them, but they were comforting him. He wanted to thank him, but Deoksu smiled, looking at him and said, Jaehyun, go ahead. Jion added that they would always be grateful to him. Gyeong said he should be brave. Byungho clenched his fist and said, if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been able to save his grandmother. Dajung smiled and said, if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been saved. She would have died there. Yeonju added, she supports him. If it weren't for him, she probably would have completely gone crazy. They are very grateful to him. But the protagonist looked at them and thought, strange. Until now, he only acted in his own interests. And even if he helped them, he acted on the principle of he to them and they to him. Since they helped him, he helped them. They call him their savior. He sighed loudly, putting his hand to his face and thought, is he worthy of such a title? Then he remembered Dongjun's words that it is enough that he is here, like a big tree. He thought, a big tree, under whose shade everyone can relax and calm their minds. He said, he is grateful to them all. He thought, okay, he will try again. He clenched his fist and frowned, thinking, the big tree that Dongjun wants. His original goal, to save this country, came about because his power was too burdensome for him, and he did all this because he considered it his duty. There was no goal he was confidently moving toward. He wasn't even confident enough in his abilities for it. He was simply counting on hunting monsters now, leveling up, building outposts, expanding his territory. He was abandoning the impossible goal of saving the entire Republic of Korea. Instead, he would become a great tree, creating a place where people could rest peacefully in its shade. Now, he was confident he could achieve this. Then the system reported, Lee Hyunchan's trust had increased. Hyunchan's loyalty had increased. Shin Ayeon's trust had increased. Ayeon's loyalty had increased. He thought, exactly. Showing what he was capable of was the surest way to gain trust. Then he said, guys, he will now make his proposal to them. Junhyuk said, yes, he must speak. He extended his hand forward and said, first, this proposal is for those present here. He asks them to enter into a contract with him. Junhyuk was surprised. A contract? After some time, they entered into a contract with him, and Ayeon said that they were the last ones. So it's all over now? The MC wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and said, that's right. He's grateful to them. He thought it would be difficult to make a contract with several people at once, but the preparations are complete. Then he said, Junhyuk. He replied, yes, Jaehyun. he said. In that case, they'll get to the main thing. He told him to speak. The protagonist said, this time, when the territory expanded, the entire Hwanyang mountain ended up inside the territory. Junhyuk waved his hand and said, that's the mountain behind this place. He replied, yes, and it looks like a dungeon has appeared there. Junhyuk, he'd like to entrust the exploration of this. Can they handle it? He smiled and said, of course. He's grateful for his trust.